taking place at the Mulpani Cricket Stadium today. That's Oman taking on Qatar. It is Nepal top of the table after that big victory over Malaysia, and we'll have to wait one more day for Saudi Arabia to come into competition. They're the winners of the Challenge Cup. So these 10 teams, remember, the prize they're playing out for is a massive one. Not just advancing to the ACC Emerging Teams Cup that will take place in July, where all the A teams of the Test Nations, that's India A, imagine how strong a team that will be, Pakistan A, Bangladesh A, Sri Lanka A, Afghanistan A will join the top 3 teams in this tournament. But the big prize, the one that they're all after, and the one that Mohammed Wazeem said at the toss, Paresh, I said, what are your goals? Do you want to win today? No, we want to win the tournament. That's what he said. Very laser focused. And I tell you something, I think UAE, they have unfinished business here. The reason why, 33 days ago at this venue, 30,000 people were in the ground, and they felt they were robbed of a victory. And that meant that Nepal took the third and final qualification spot. UAE were going to have to get down to the playoff anyway, but didn't they play well at the playoff alongside the USA, taking one of the 2 spots for the Cricket World Cup qualifier that will take place in Zimbabwe in June. And just across 2 minutes there, Paresh, we've talked about, what, 6 or 7 different competitions. That shows how much cricket the associates are getting right now, and that, for me, is great to see.
Definitely a big boost for the associate members. They've given so many games, so many matches to play in this year, 2023. Particularly this event, the ACC Men's Premier Cup, which is the road to the Asia Cup, and even the top 3 will play the emerging Asia Cup, that is the A team of the test sides, India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh and Afghanistan. And the Kuwaiti fielders are entering the ground. The 2 umpires are, and look at the UAE batters, they are keen to go and bat already in the center before the fielders. That's good to see from the UAE side.
And here are our standing umpires for today. We've got Riaz Karupkar there from Qatar, joined by Narayan Sivan from Malaysia, the third umpire who will be making the TV line decisions, if we have any, for the runouts and stumpings alone. That's Mr. Rahat Ali from Saudi Arabia. And then the reserve umpire today from the UAE is Asif Iqbal, all overseen by the local man, the main man, Buddy Pradhan. Great to see him out at the toss. Going to see some spin to start with. It looks like, oh, maybe not. Excuse me, keeper not coming up to the stumps, but Mohammed Wazeem will open the batting. Looks to me like he's looking for a 2 legs guard. Or maybe he's going to work his way across to centre eventually. And Aryan Lakra will be at the non-striker's end, opening the batting. And to open the bowling for Kuwait, Shahrukh Kudus with his right arm quick, coming over the wicket from the pavilion end. We're nearly all set for play in game number 3. Paresh, what are you expecting today? Are UAE going to make a statement victory like Hong Kong and Nepal did yesterday? Or are one of the tournament's real dark horses in Kuwait, who very nearly upset the apple cart of the ACC T20 qualifier last year, are they going to do it again? They beat the UAE the last time they played them.
Well, I'm looking forward to the 5-hour of Mohammad Wazeem. He's such a clean hitter of the ball. If he gets going, I think Kuwait will have no idea where to bowl at him. And even Aryan Lakra is a very good batsman, a youngster, 19 years of age. It'll be a good battle here. 2 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, third man, and finding a regulation field. I think the slips has come out to a gully position. It's a regulation field for the 50-over game. The umpire says play. The first ball is about to be bowled. Mohammad Wazeem is all ready.
I think the umpire just waiting for it to tick to 9 o'clock. It was still 8:59 and the clock ticks over. 9 a.m. local time starts for all of our games, and we get these brilliant drone shots just from here at the TU International Cricket Ground. Can't happen up at the Mulpani. Game 3, here we go. And he starts with a short one, bit of tennis ball bounce. Loops over the head of Wazeem, who ducks underneath it, and wide is signalled.
Yeah, the first ball, it looks like it had a tennis ball bounce, a variable bounce seen on the first ball here. And the third wicket from our right hand side on your screen. 3 pitches will be used in this ground as well as in the Mulpani ground.
Short and cut away for 4. An indifferent start, only the first legal delivery, but tries to dig one in. And this time goes fuller, but it's short and wide. Razim, he's imperious at the top of the order. You let him get away, you get yourself into trouble.
Yeah, just a gentle pace there from Shahrukh. Short and wide. Mohammad Wasim doesn't miss those.
Short and wide again. I think it's going to be 4 more. The outfield is rapid. And immediately, Kuwait are getting a rude awakening as to their decision. I was really surprised yesterday to see Hong Kong did the same, didn't they? They won the toss and bowled first in this group. This time of the year, on new wickets, you win the toss, you bat. It's not hard.
Yes, summer is right on the corner. Let's say it's already here in Kathmandu. A very warm morning, so you should go and bat there. If you win the toss, that was not the case for Kuwait. They won the toss, chose to bowl first, and UAE off to a very good start here. 9 for no loss in just 2 deliveries of the first over.
A little bit fuller this time. It's probably a better length, not the correct line though, too far outside the off stump. Yeah, just the one warm-up game here in Kathmandu for Kuwait. They did get a victory. It was a very narrow victory by 1 wicket over Bahrain. That was across at the Mulpani Cricket Stadium. So they haven't played here before. I don't think they played here. Certainly any of the team. Edged. And taken. Well, that's why you bowl first. That's what Aslam says up to the commentary box. Shahrukh has the big fish. Wasim goes fishing. That's a good catch, held firmly at slip. And Kuwait know how big that wicket is. They've got Wasim, and he's rocked back in the first over.
Yes, that was full and wide on the slot to be hit, but Wasim got the edge. I think that was moved away after pitching. The slip feed Ravija took the catch. Look at this very smart catch. Very good reflexes by him on the first slip. Beautifully done. Wasim has to depart for 8. And look at him, he's showing his football skills as well. UAE 9 for 1. Ricky Irvin is the new man in at number 3, a very good batsman. He's amongst the runs recently. Talking about Kuwait's decision to bowl first has fired up, taken the big fish. Mohammad Wasim out.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of shape, isn't there? Maybe just a few early nerves for those first couple of deliveries, short and wide. Got the length right, and Mohammad Wasim will look back at that dismissal and a real regret. There was no need for him to play at that delivery. He just got 2 boundaries in the first over, both with no real risk because they were short and wide. This time it was fuller, it was angling away. He's a big expansive drive at the ball. He's found the edge, and that was an excellent catch, I thought. Really well held. 2 players here in this Kuwaiti side with a lot of first class experience in Sri Lanka. That's Ravija Sandrowan who took that catch. Good pace from Shahrukh. And also the skipper Aslam. Some good efforts to pick up that wicket in the first over. One ball, 9 for 1. We thought we might see some spins open up, and it's the bespectacled Yasin Patel, left arm spinner. We'll get things going from the Chobar Hills end of the ground. Paresh, give us a sense from a Nepali perspective as to the kind of excitement around the city for this competition. Have fans become truly aware of what's on offer, the prize at the top of this tree of the ACC Men's Premier Cup?
Yes, even though there's no much of advertisement around the city or around the country, but every single individual who are associated with cricket, Nepal cricket, they know that whoever wins this tournament will qualify for the Asia Cup.
Looking back to your playing days, that's something that Nepal have never done before, is it? They've never had the chance to play against India and Pakistan.
Well, in 2002, the ACC trophy, we reached the finals. We played against UAE. We lost the finals. I'll come to that after this ball. Oh, that's gone! Second down for UAE. Aryan Lakra played on. Stumps rattled.
Well, look at the joy, look at the scenes. What a start for Kuwait. Extraordinary stuff. I think we thought here, after those first two boundaries in the opening over, UAE could be on for a big one. But as always in associate cricket, there are no easy games, and Kuwait showing why they are such an asset. Lakra's gone for a second ball duck. It's 9 for 2.
Come on, boys, come on, boys, come on, boys. Come on, boys, come on, boys, come on, boys.
Rami Shahzad is the new man in at number 4 for UAE. Oh, we can see that there was a vicious turn. The last ball and the ball before, the two balls that Yasin bowled in this over with the new ball. It looks like a turning wicket. It looked very flat with the eyes, but we could see that two turning balls from the left armour. A right-hander to replace the left-hander.
Come on, Yasu, come on, one boy, Yasu, come on, good boy, Yasu.
Real turn on offer with a new ball, remember. Even the umpire's indicating that's turned a bit. Sharp turn. He's slow through the air, isn't he, the youngster? And that was what surprised left-handed Lakra. This one finds the outside edge. Come on, captain, you're on top. You've got 2 wickets inside 2 overs. Get a second slip in, get a gully in. If you're turning the ball that sharply, find the 3rd wicket in the power play. Get well ahead of the game, Kuwait.
Yeah, this is very interesting that the ball is turning so viciously in the first over of this new ball. Oh, very well bowled again in the right area. 5 dot deliveries, including a wicket of Aryan Lakra. I think they should have replaced a left-hander with a left-hander. They should have sent Rohan Mustafa in my opinion.
And that's not a telepathic link we have to the captain, that's just good thinking cricket. In goes the second slip. 2 overs bowled, a dream start for Kuwait. It's 9 for 2. Here's the 2 teams. Keep your eyes on Meet Babsar, very impressive player. Also, one I love, wholehearted an effort of Afghan origin, Saeed Muneeb. He can bowl quite quick, he hits a big ball. Reminds me a little bit of some of the Afghan middle order players who come in and smash it miles. His Kuwaiti batting lineup is very dangerous, and what UAE are going to have to consider now and how they approach the remainder of this first innings, having lost those 2 early wickets, is what are they going to try and do, what are they targeting, because if they end up with an under par total of 230, 240, Kuwait could go out and almost approach it like a T20 chase. Get off to a flying start. They play almost exclusively T20 cricket. In fact, before a few 50-over games recently in Hong Kong, they hadn't played a 50-over match since before the pandemic. They have focused very understandably almost solely on T20I cricket because of the amount of opportunities through the pathways to the 2 T20 World Cups in 2021 and 2022, and also the Asia Cup last year, which was the T20 format, where they were excellent in that Star Sports coverage of the competition in Oman. So UAE have got themselves in a spot of bother here early, and the problem is, if they end up with an under par total, I think Kuwait could go out and chase it down.
Oh, what a great feeling by the captain himself. Admit diving effort. Mohammad Aslam there, the fielder, the captain. There's 2 slips in for Shahrukh. I think he has found his rhythm, he's found his line and length now. The first over that he bowled was a bit haywire. He was bowling short and wide. Got the prize wicket of Mohammad Wasim. Yorker length bowled outside the off stump. Kuwait right on top at the moment. UAE 9 for 2 in the 3rd over. 2 big wickets, Mohammad Wasim and Aryan Lakra. The 2 openers are gone. Now they have to rebuild the innings, steady the ship. Good shot. Very good shot into the gap. They're looking for 3. Yes, comfortable 3 for Vritti Arvind. Opens his account. And that was a very good shot. Played it late. Played it on top of the bounce.
Yeah, really impressive start from Kuwait. This, no shortage of pace on offer as that pierces the gap. Stylish stroke from a man called back into action, Ramesh Azad. He gets his account underway with a lovely boundary. End of the 3rd over. It's 16 for 2.
Yasin Patel is going to continue from the Chobar, and the first over he bowled was a wicket maiden for him. He took a left-hander's wicket, bowling that left-arm orthodox. Again, starts off with a good ball, but nicely played off the back foot, down to long off for a single. Vritti Irvin, he's a very classical batsman. If he gets going, he will have to play an anchor innings for UAE. Whereas Ramiz, he looks to be in a good nick. He likes to go after the ball. 2 boundary riders in the first power play is long off and deep square leg. I think the ball stopped on Ramiz, the last ball.
Just the pace that the youngster's bowling. Very slow through the air, so that's why the turn is coming for him. Edged and put down. That would have been an excellent catch. It's gone to his left. And that is a dream delivery for a young left arm spinner. Angling in, a little bit of drift. Sharp turn away. And just the one hand he gets to it. He'll have been unsighted as well, so it was an excellent effort. I think it's the captain, isn't it? That first slip, Mohammed Aslam. That would have been a world-class catch. And instead of being 3 down, Ramiz, he has a life.
Very well bowled, the youngster Yasin. And the last ball, a catch was dropped. A very good effort by the captain, Aslam. He fielded very well the last over. Another good delivery. Easily played by Irvin, down to long off for a single.
Yeah, early wickets gives you so many things as a captain. And it gives you things as a young spinner as well. It gives you confidence. It also allows you to bowl this pace, because the batters are not going to come down the track. They're going to be scared of losing their wickets. So it allows you to bowl slowly enough to make it turn. And that's what you want to see spin bowlers do. Spin the ball. Make it turn, make it drift, make it dip. Really good over. 3 runs come from it. It's 19 for 2.
Shahrukh is going to continue from the pavilion, and he's bowled very well apart from the 3-4s that he was hit. He's taken a wicket, the prize wicket of Mohammad Wasim.
Stylishly driven. Evades the flying gully fielder. Yeah, you just saw a brief view of us there in commentary camp. Very good morning to everyone. You're welcome along to the coverage. It is a perfect day for cricket here again today. It really is. Probably 27, 28 degrees. We're expecting temperatures of maybe a little bit more than that throughout the day. And what looks like a good batting surface again, although it's taking some spin early. They're the highs of 27 or 28. This one's carved away. Third man in action. Can't cut it off. Going to be 4 more. Ball is flying around the ground. It's an all-action start. Wickets and runs aplenty in the first power play.
Yeah, even though UAE lost that early 2 wickets, the current rate is not bad. They're hitting boundaries almost every over. Only Yasin Patel, who has not conceded a boundary, but Shahrukh has conceded 4 boundaries so far. 2 from Mohammad Wasim, 1 from Irvin, and this one from Ramiz. A good partnership, slow partnership building up for UAE. They need that. They need to steady the ship. Vritti Irvin is there. Nicely bowled, a Yorker length. A good comeback ball by Shahrukh. This is a very good contest. I think the Kuwaiti captain has justified the decision, winning the toss and bowling first. They have taken early 2 wickets inside 5 overs.
It's already justified, you're calling it Paresh. Inside 5, you pick up 2. I'd agree with you. If they can get a third in the power play, you win over 90% of your matches. That's what the statistics will tell you. Have they found a third? Yes, they have. Oh, what a start for Kuwait. And a moment after having a life, less than an over after having a life, Ramesh Shahzad has given it away, rushed for pace, in no position to play that pull shot, off balance. And it's a simple catch. Mohamed Amin takes it gleefully at mid-on, and Kuwait, this dream starts getting even better.
Yeah, that was a very poor selection of shot by Ramesh. Already a boundary in this over. And a very simple catch for the fielder there. Ramesh has to go for 9. UAE 24 for 3.
Slightly. 2 miles slightly. Covering. Two to come.
Rohan Mustafa, the new man to the crease. All that experience is going to be needed. He loves playing cricket here in Nepal. He's played in lots of domestic competitions, knows the conditions well. So the bowler hasn't done himself a nuisance here. The grimace in that part of the body, as you will know, Paresh, from playing. I know you weren't much of a bowler, but if you do your side, particularly if you're a quick bowler, but even if you're a spinner, that can be nasty. It can rule you out of action pretty quickly, but he's going to try and battle through it for the moment. Why wouldn't he? He's already got 2 wickets to his name.
Yes, that can be very uncomfortable for the fast bowlers if you have some kind of a pain in that particular area, the hip area. Anyway, talking about Rohan Mustafa, he fancies this situation. A crisis man at the crease. At the left-hand, right-hand combination. There's 2 slips and a gully attacking field. Why not? 3 wickets are already down for UAE. A very vacant area at the leg side. Nicely bowled, right on the money. He's doing a very good job. Out of 5, UAE 24 for 3.
Sabay aso. Come on, boys, come on, boys.
Yasin Patel.
Tell us about left arm spin here in Nepal. It's almost an institution. Why is it so profitable in this ground in particular? You could list dozens of brilliant Nepali left arm spinners, but also players who come in for franchise leagues. Why is it so profitable here in these conditions?
In the initial stages, a long time ago, when the wicket here in the TU International Cricket Ground were turning, that is why the legend Shakti Gochan started off with the left arm spinner along with Basant Redmi, who was a quick bowler when he started his cricket. and following those people who were very successful in doing so for the national side. The youngsters started off bowling left arm orthodox, and we can see that we can have, let's say, around a squad of left arm spinners for Nepal, all because of the legends Sakti Goshen and Basant Regmi.
Like an army, aren't they? We've seen plenty of overseas left-arm spinners, particularly in those domestic competitions here in Nepal, come in and really enjoy the conditions. And I think we can add Yasin Patel to that list. Like a young Daniel Vittori out there, isn't he? Look at him. Right on the money. So his field set nicely, so even delivery like that. Only punch for a single and only one run off the over. Superb start. Gets to the end of the sixth over. You're very welcome along to the coverage. Score 25 for 3. Andrew Leonard here with you alongside Paresh Lahani, as always. We've got a bit of a shift in the commentary today. We'll hear not from Sharad Vasakar today. He's gone across to the Mulpani ground, and in just 1 over's time we'll introduce our third commentator to you. Hope you enjoyed the action yesterday. It was a really good first day. There was 2 big victories. I think they were statement victories, victories of intent and real quality from both Hong Kong and Nepal. I think Hong Kong, they're probably a bit aggrieved to have not been in the pre-tournament discussions as to who were maybe the favourites. Everyone was talking about Nepal and their home conditions, or Oman, their excellence with the return of Aqib Ilyas, and the UAE, a rejuvenated side under the new head coach, or the new interim head coach, that is. But nobody had really spoken much about Hong Kong, even though they're the ones who took the qualification spot last year. Is it between those 4, or are there a chance for someone like Kuwait, maybe Bahrain, so Saudi Arabia pick up some good wins as well? Is it between the big 4? I'm going to dub them the big 4 now. Or are someone else, maybe a Kuwait in particular, going to get into the mix?
Well, it's very hard to predict who's going to end up at the top 4, the 4 semi-finalists. Either it can be Kuwait, or it's pretty hard to say at the moment. It's early days of the tournament.
For those fans in Kuwait or UAE who may not know the man to my left, that's Paresh Lahani, the former Nepal captain, the former opening batter for the country. He is notorious, and I mean notorious, for sitting on the fence. Come on, get off the fence. Give me your 4 semi-finalists. Who's it going to be?
I think I've already told you in the morning when we started the commentary, the 4 teams for me is Oman, Nepal, UAE and Hong Kong.
Okay, so you're already upsetting the Kuwaiti fans. It's not even 9:30 yet. Probably only 7:30 back in Kuwait City. Good pace, good carry. Got something about him, this quick bowler, doesn't he? One of the things I love about the team nomination forms that we get shared with the broadcast team, they give you the playing style, and they are filled in essence at the behest and the want of the team manager. So some players or some teams will just put in the player's name and the number, and they might specify a batting order, but some will fill in that playing style in detail. And for Kuwait, they've got Shahrukh Kudus, right arm fast, not medium fast, not medium. I see right arm fast. They're backing their quick bowler. There's a misfield, a little fumble. Backward point will allow not 1 run, but 5. Buzzers is the shout as the overthrows come in, and the error is compounded. Not just the single allowed, but 5 go against the right arm quick's name, and he is none too happy. The double teapot comes out.
Yeah, that was totally unnecessary to throw down the stumps. Kuwait right on top at the moment. Even though there was a misfield, he didn't have to throw that. He just collected the ball, throw it to the bowler. That was haywire throw over the stumps, not even close to the stumps. And lucky UAE, they got 4 bonus runs.
Well, I think we are all Shahrukh Kudus right now. That reaction, what else can you do? He bowed almost over in pain, wasn't he? He knows those 5 runs are against his figures, not against the fielders.
No!
Misfortune. Keeper was none too pleased either, Meet Bhavsar. He's a very stylish batter, Meet Bhavsar. Keep your eyes on him. He'll probably open the batting. Another youngster. Good mix for Kuwait as well. It's a mix of young players coming through their system who are learning their cricket within the domestic structures in Kuwait, which is a very heavy focus on T20 cricket. And then some experienced players who've emigrated over to Kuwait in the last couple of decades, particularly the two Sri Lankan origin players and the one Afghan origin player, have a lot of first-class experience, which adds to the weight and the quality of this Kuwaiti side. End of the 7th over. We'll have a quick commentary change after this. It's 30 for 3.
Kamu Yasu, one good boy Yasu.
7 overs gone. UAE 30 for 3. Yashin Patel bowling very good. Nicely bowled and nicely played by Priti Arvind. I would like to invite our co-commentator Mudassir Ali from India. Good morning, Mudassir. Welcome to Nepal.
A very good morning to you, Paresh, and good morning to all of our viewers. The weather is excellent out here in Nepal, but UAE team, they are in a bit of bother, losing those 3 early wickets. Brave decision, I would say, by the captain of Kuwait, winning the toss and opting to bowl first, and the bowlers are exploiting the conditions here, especially this youngster Yasin.
Yeah, he's done a terrific job in his 4th over, giving away only 5 runs and taking a wicket. Oh, that's bowled very well. He tried to bowl an armour there. Lucky it was inside the line, the white line, the wide line. He has impressed me a lot, the left arm. We have seen so many left arms. We were talking about the left arm orthodox in Nepal. I've seen this from Kuwait as well. Beautifully done again.
Initial first 10 overs are very crucial for both the teams. The advantage is with Kuwait. Can they get one more wicket here and put the UAE on the back foot?
Yes, bowled very well in our playing days when we played against Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain or Saudi Arabia. There were no youngsters in their team. Now they have put on so many youngsters. That shows how they are developing from the grassroots level as well. They are picking up players from the age group. It's very good to see the youngsters are taking part in the senior team.
Absolutely, and modern day cricket demands a lot. You need to be fit enough. The youngsters making it to the national team. Good to see Yasin, the left arm orthodox, bowling extremely well.
Yes, that was a very good over. 8 gone. UAE 31 for 3. Sharp to continue his bowled 4 overs, taken 2 wickets, a big wicket off Mohammad Hussein and given away 26 runs. Talking about the youngsters being included in the associate members of Asia, credit goes to the ACC, the age group format they've kept on, the under 16, the under 19. Credit goes to the Asian Cricket Council, the tournaments they have put on. Oh, nicely bowled. Oh, dropped at backward point. I didn't think the fielder was expecting that. Another drop, 2 drop catches for Kuwait. Oh, that can be costly. It was Priti Arvind who plays very well. He plays an anchor innings, whereas Rohan Mustafa, look at this drop again. Oh, in and out.
It was Meet Bhavsa, Alive for Ritya on 13. He was dropped by Meet Bafsar. An easy chance gone. Begging. Survives Ritya Arvind. What an excellent bowling performance by this fast bowler. Shahrukh sticking to that off-stump line.
Yeah, he looks very skilly customer. He has that extra bit of pace, extra yard or two. That is why I think UAE batsmen are finding it difficult to face him. He has a very quick arm action and a bit skilly customer, and the keeper is gathering in front of his face. That's a very good gather.
Especially that catch of Mohammad Wasim giving them the confidence, and they were live wire in the field, except that one overthrow coming from that gully fielder.
Good length by Shahrukh again. Back of the length, the hard length that he's hitting. It's very warm out there, and he's very uncomfortable at the middle. Even though he's very uncomfortable, he's giving his 100%. That is good to see from the Kuwaiti point of view. And the captain giving him some encouragement. A bit of smiles there for both the players.
Early days in the tournament, I reckon if you're not fit, just take a break for 5-6 overs, then come back, get the treatment. Runs in Shahrukh, it's Ritya Arvind on strike.
Again, a haywire throw from the fielder at backward point. I think he's bowling very good. Apart from his economy, he's bowled very, very well. He's taken 2 wickets already in his 5th over. I think this is the last over of his spell, the first spell that he'll bowl. He'll go out, get some treatment, and come back again for the second spell later in the day. Talking about Ritya Arvind, he has played very good recently. Apart from the League 2 that he played, the last game of League 2 he played very well, scored around 90 odd runs. Nicely cut away into the gap. That will run away to the boundary. A much needed boundary for UAE.
Ritya Arvind very strong towards the square of the wickets, keeping it towards the off stump. Shahrukh, nicely timed by Ritya Arvind, making sure get that gap and 4 runs for his team. Looking good. Ritya, still there's a slip in place, though he has been expensive, but he got 2 big wickets, Ramesh Shahzad and Mohammad Wasim.
Yes, he's got the big fish, and look at the replay again, right on top of the bounce. Ritya Arvind, total control of that shot. Nicely played with the full face of the bat. After 9, UAE 37 for 3. Yasin to continue. 4 overs, 1 maiden. That was a wicket maiden, mind you. Only given 5 runs. What a youngster. Talking about the youngsters, I'll come to that point after this ball. Nicely bowled again. Yeah, like I said, credit goes to the Asian Cricket Council. The format they've put on the tournaments, like under 16, under 19s. Oh, that was full delivery. Almost got Rohan Mustafa.
He's clearly struggling against the left-arm orthodox young Yasin. 11 deliveries. And he's finding it hard to get off the mark, Rohan Mustafa.
Oh, that's bowled very nicely again. You can see the drift away from the left-hander. That's very good. We always talk about drift, dip and turn, DDT. That was not the case, but the drift is there. Again, very well bowled outside the off stump. That's not out, but very well bowled by the youngster.
youngster is making them dance on his beats. Yasin into his fifth over. They always says never get a left arm orthodox against left hand batter. But he's bowling those tight lines against Rohan Mustafa.
Again, right on spot, Yasin. He's impressed me a lot as what Lalit Rajbangshi does for Nepal. And even Surya Tamang, the youngster, 19-year-old kid, and Kushal Malla as well. That was outside the off stump. Mustafa, 15 ball faced without a run. 10 gone, UAE 37 for 3. There's a bowling change for Kuwait. It's Said Moanib, the new medium pacer from the pavilion end. The first power play is done. The second power play, it's on its way. Arvid is on strike, he's on 19 of 28. Whereas Mustafa, it's very uncommon for him not to open his account Nicely played by Vritti Irvin for a single. He looks very comfortable in the crease, whereas
Boys, come on,
Mustafa is
boys,
struggling
come
out
on,
there.
boys.
4 of 22. Mohammad Wasim struck 2 boundaries, but he got out with a good delivery by the opening bowler, Shahrukh.
Bilal.
And talking about the youngster, Yasin Patel. He bowled very, very well. 3 quick wickets for Kuwait. Oh, nicely bowled. The ball going with the arm.
Come on, boys,
Talking about that first spell by Shahrukh to get rid of Mohammad Wasim, credit should be given to the fielder as well. It was quick travelling towards that first slip. Excellent catch taken to get rid of run machine of UAE. Mohammad Wasim. Now the partnership building up between Rohan Mustafa and Vritti Irvin, going at around almost 4 runs per over. Trying to stay in the middle. Down the leg, uses his wrist, just a single.
Yeah, the run rate for UAE has never been a problem from the start.
Quick 10 boys.
Only the problem was the 3 wickets that have fallen down. Talking about Mustafa, I think he's finding it quite easy to play Aslam rather than play Munib. Nicely bowled, right in the good areas. He's a very good bowler, Aslam.
Keeping things tight, the captain, Muhammad Aslam.
Come on, Shabba boys, come on,
Excellent
boys.
captaincy. There's a captain, Muhammad Aslam, utilizing his bowlers
Ball,
really
ball.
well. Played straight towards the bowler, a dot delivery.
Yes, 14 gone, 56 for 3 UAE, and we'll have a commentary change here.
Come on, Munib.
Gone. Syed Munib will continue, but there's a change in the voice. Joining me, voice of Nepal cricket. So Andrew, welcome back, Andrew.
Quick single dashed. We'll get through. Yeah, very good morning to you, Mudassir. Great to have you with us today, and no need for that very kind introduction. Too kind. Good start from Kuwait for the first 7 or 8 overs. Mustafa's experience and Vritti Irvin's class just dragging things back now for UAE. The 50s come up.
The young lad trying to get those runs for his team. A good partnership, I would say, by the youngster Vritti Irvin and experienced Rohan Mustafa. They both play for the same team in the UAE domestic circuit. They know each other's strength. The running between the wickets has been excellent. On 31, Vritti going at around 4 runs per over UAE.
He's a class act, Vritti Irvin, and turns down the second here, rightly so. There's always something happening when Rohan Mustafa's out there, and there's always the chance of a run out as well. If he's at the crease, or if the former captain Rizwan CP is there, I know he's not in the squad right now, something could happen with a run out. It's been a bit of a calamity in the middle order for UAE in recent times.
Absolutely, and talking about the former captain CP Rizwan, the last 3 ODIs which he played for UAE, he got run out 3 times, 3 in a row. CP Rizwan, Rohan Mustafa, 26 balls for his 6 runs.
That's entering kind of Inzamam ul Haq territory, isn't it? Legacy of terrible running between the wickets. Why is that, do you think? You obviously do a lot of cricket in the UAE. Is there a few things lost in translation sometimes, or what happens out there in the middle?
The reason, because when he plays the domestic cricket in UAE, he just take on the fielders. He's very fit, Rohan Mustafa. He likes to take on the fielder, but this is a completely different level of cricket. We are talking about the international level. You need to be very careful with your partner.
Heads into the pad. That's going to angle down. Saeed Manib is interested and enthusiastic as ever, but don't think realistically that that's it. Got any chance of being answered in the affirmative? Yeah, certainly. He may have pitched outside leg as well. Not a huge amount going for this one. Certainly, UAE are a side who've had a roller coaster 3 or 4 months. In fact, probably a roller coaster 12 or 18 months, I think it's fair to say. Their nadir, their lows were really low, but their zeniths have been quite high as well. The potential in that Emirati side, when you stack it all up, you know, from their spin bowling options to brilliant death bowling from Junaid Siddiq and Zohor Khan, they're a side that I think can beat Test nations regularly. We saw them beat Afghanistan in the T20I. They could well have won that series. But going down to that World Cup qualifier to look ahead to that in June in Zimbabwe, how will UAE do you think?
We were discussing earlier, I was discussing this with Paresh. Small changes doing wonders, can do wonders for you. And we have seen with the UAE, the change in the coaching. And a couple of changes have been made in the squad. Ramesh Shehzad coming back to UAE squad after 4 years and making a difference. That 50 runs against Canada, getting those 2 points, crucial 2 points for UAE. Now you could see the unity and the very happy bunch of unit. It's 15 gone, 58 for the loss of 3.
Come on, guys, come on, guys.
Skipper's going to continue. Now, if you are a young left arm spinner and you've got aspirations to come up and play at the top level, watch this man. Watch the way in which he operates. It's uncomplicated, but it's incredibly consistent for a reason. So look at his approach to the crease. Through and around. Gets a good tweak on the ball. Nice long levers with his extensions of his front arm, which is what you want to do as a spinner. Get that front arm pushing towards the target. And that's why he lands it so consistently. Doesn't turn it a huge amount, and he'll often challenge the inside edge of the bat rather than the outside edge. He's a class operator and a really good leader for Kuwait.
Just waiting for that arm delivery, the quick delivery from the captain Aslam. Keeping the batters on their toes. The left arm orthodox Aslam. Play towards the long on. Happy with the single as of now, Rohan Mustafa and Vritya Arvind. Trying to take UAE out of trouble.
One wicket, guys. One good ball, Aslam bhai. One good ball, Aslam bhai.
2 games in action today, as we'll see throughout this ACC Premier Cup. The other one right now is in Group A. That's between Oman and Qatar. Qatar also choosing to field first. Your first time coming in here to Kathmandu to experience cricket and the passion for the game here. From looking at the Mopani ground, which we haven't been to, that you were at yesterday, and your first look at the surfaces here today, do they look as good as I anticipated? Are they good batting wickets?
Definitely. Last day I was at Malpani ground and it was an excellent surface. Full marks should be given to the groundsman. It's not easy to prepare the 50 over surface. They were up to the mark and credit should be given to the Nepal Cricket Association. 16 gone, 60 for the loss of 3.
Hey, gloves and please, please.
And with the end of the 16th over, it's time to have a drink. We'll take a break up here in the commentary box. UAE have recovered very well after the loss of those early 3 wickets. A flying start from Kuwait, picking up 3 in the power play, but Veridia Aravind and Rohan Mustafa have battled back gamely to get UAE to 60 for 3. We'll have a 5-minute break up here. Back with you with all the action after this first drinks break. So welcome back to the second session of play here. Kuwait got that flying start. UAE have clawed things back, but as you can see in the bottom left of your screen, the run rate is less than 4 and over. Mustafa in particular has been very watchful to start with, and Kuwait have impressed. Andrew Leonard here. I've got Mudassir alongside me. Mudassir, what will UAE's approach be for the remainder of this first innings? They obviously won't have expected to lose those 3 early wickets.
They put on a back foot by the bowlers of Kuwait, getting those 3 early wickets, trying to get past the 25-30 overs without losing the wicket. If they can manage anything around 130 to 30 overs, still they are in a good position to go beyond 250. Asif Khan Behrooz is yet to come in this lineup. Ayan Afzal Khan, Sanchit Mohan Sharma. So quite a few batters still in this lineup, but full marks should be given to Kuwait as of now.
Gorgeous player to watch, isn't he, Verdi Aravind? He's got strokes all around the ground, full 360-degree player, and after what was a kind of reasonably difficult 6 to 9 months after his player of the tournament effort at the T20 World Cup qualifier in Oman, he went through a bit of a lean patch, but just by his standards. He actually had a good tour of Texas as well over in the United States. But then just from kind of June 2022 through to the first series that was in Dubai, Cricket World Cup League 2, he just battled a bit. And then something clicked at this ground here. Started with a couple of 20s and a brilliant innings in the final game. And he was back to his imperious best down in Namibia. That tournament was so important for the UAE and Namibia. If they had had a bad one, losing ODI status could have set them back not just years, maybe decades.
Absolutely, and the problem with the Vritti Arvind, he was scoring those runs, batting at top of the order, coming as an opener, but all of a sudden, he was pushed down to number 2, number 1 position. Lost the touch. Vritti Arvind, good to see. He's back in form, scoring runs for UAE team. Brilliant piece of fielding. They were excellent throughout the day, the fielders of Kuwait.
Yeah, really good stop that. Now the real acid test for Kuwait is going to be, can they continue that for 50 overs? They're used to 20 overs of intensity. They're used to putting in a good shift, bowling quick pace, good spin bowling, and diving efforts for 20 overs. Can they sustain it? One thing that the captain didn't tell me, I don't know if this was a factor as well, maybe bowling first, you get your fielding done while the temperatures aren't quite as high. So it got very hot yesterday afternoon. And that could have been a factor as well. Yeah, just to finish the point out a bit, Vritti Arvind, he's still 20 years of age. I think the potential for this young man, in my opinion, could be maybe one of the best associate batters of all time. That's how highly I rate him. 20 years old, already nearly 1,500 ODI runs to his name, alongside 650 T20I runs to his name. 2 ODI hundreds. He is a superstar. We saw him get a little bit of experience in the ILT 20. I'm just so pleased that he's got through that little difficult patch of 6 or 9 months. It's going to happen at the top of the order. And he's back to his best. 17 bowled now, 62 for 3. A good partnership this. One of the real
Back up.
trademarks of Vritti Arvind is, despite that young age, 20 years old, the maturity with which he bats with, it's so impressive.
I've seen him in the under 14, under 15, 16 days. He was brilliant, and he was well taken care by the local council in UAE. Been polished well by the local coaches, and now we can see the wonders he's doing for UAE national team. Young Vritti Arvind. Keeping things simple. Aslam, partnership flourishing. They need a wicket here badly.
Yeah, I think they'd obviously like a wicket, but whilst that run rate's not getting out of hand, they won't mind containing for a few overs. And certainly, one of the big things about ODI cricket is you've got so much more time than a T20 game. That little round arm one that he bowls, you kind of get your wickets not often through one-off brilliant individual pieces of moment. You get them through pressure. And if Mustafa continues striking at 25, which he is now, it's going to place pressure on Vritti Arvind. And so nearly, there was definitely a noise. We're a long way away here. Don't have stump mics. Probably 70, 75 yards out. I heard something. Was this an edge, or was the not out decision correct?
Put on the back foot. Close call. Loud appeal. But the umpire has some other thoughts. Survives Vritti. 18 gone. 64 for 3.
Muneeb's going to continue. 5 overs into his spell. Down the leg side, and oh dear. He's completely lost his balance, the keeper, Meet Babsar. And I think that's 5 to the total. Surely given as a wide. Didn't see the signal off hand, but indeed given as 5. Not a good delivery and not a good piece of keeping either from the youngster.
Freebies for UAE. A wavered down the leg. Sloppy work by the wicket keeper. Should have been stopped. Was in an awkward position. Some easy runs we have seen earlier, and an overthrow going for 4 runs, now 5 runs. So 9 extras easily conceded by Kuwait.
And that moment, just that ball alone, will give so much frustration to the captain. He's building up the pressure at the far end. Again, it's pitched outside leg. Saeed Muneeb, you cannot get him given out coming over the wicket. To do that, you'll have to straighten the ball to make it pitch in line and go on to hit the stumps. Enthusiastic, but no chance of that one being given out. Yeah, certainly all of that pressure's being built up by the dot balls, and Muneeb himself bowling ably. It just all gets released like a valve with 5 free runs to the total.
Absolutely. You work in a pair, you hunt in a pair. You need to get those wickets. Pressure has been put up from the other end by Captain Aslam. It has been released by Syed Muneeb in this over. 5 extra on the very first delivery.
Yeah, very well bowled, the bouncer. I don't mind that option, particularly to Rohan Mustafa from over the wicket, because it cramps him up for room. He isn't able to free his arms. He's getting into a difficult position. That could easily have flicked the glove. I know it's another extra. I know it's given as a wide. The key thing about a fast bowler having that bouncer is it stops the automatic placement onto the front foot of any batter. And it's in the back of their mind, so immediately their trigger movement, it won't be pressing down as far forward. Just keeping the batsman honest. I know in this case it's an extra to the total, but a good option. And he's enough pace to bowl it. It also came through at that good height. You don't want your bouncer up above the head. You want it in and around the sort of armpit area, even in towards the throat if you can. He's wholehearted in effort, isn't he, Saeed Muneeb? He gives every bit of energy to every delivery.
It will be interesting to see the fitness level of the players of Kuwait. We're into the 19th over. Rohan Mustafa keeping things simple, trying to stay in the middle. A partnership almost worth of 46 runs between Arvind and Mustafa.
Nicely driven, nearly hits the stumps, but it just evades them to get Mustafa into double figures. It's a good shot. Not a half volley, just a fraction over pitched, and Mustafa starts to catch up with that strike rate. Good stroke down the ground for 4.
First boundary for the left-hander Rohan Mustafa. It wasn't a bad delivery. It was a gentle push, getting between the mid-off and mid-on, and a quick lightning outfield helping Rohan Mustafa to fetch his first boundary.
Yeah, you certainly get good reward for your strokes here, don't you? In both these grounds. This is just a push. Direct hit. We do have the third umpire in play. We're going to go upstairs. The initial indication in terms of body language from Mustafa and the Kuwaiti fielders that Mustafa may have got home. In fact, Aslam even says that to him there. But we have the third umpire in place. Let's get up and take a look. What was your first instinct? Safely home?
I think he just made it, but you never know. When you go for the help for the TV umpire, those millimeters matters. But an excellent effort by the fielder to mid-off.
This is the key angle. We've got fixed cameras for both ends. As this rolls on now, you're going to see that Mustafa is only just home. He's at least run his bat in, but I'm not sure it was the greatest piece of running, because as soon as he's got there, he's tried to pull up immediately and save himself a yard or two of extra running. And just take a look from the far side. I think the third umpire will understandably want to confirm it. And the decision, we believe, has been given as not out. Just wait for that to be confirmed. Mustafa is, we're just going to confirm this decision. Still waiting, the third umpire. Here's one more look. The bat safely grounded, the stumps hit, and I would imagine that will be enough evidence for the third umpire to give that not out. Up to the traffic lights. Let's take a look. Green is not out, red is going to be out. Green, good to go, Rohan Mustafa.
Took some time, and it was an easy decision. And we just wanted to know, was it needed? That risky single, you have got those 9 runs, couple of boundaries in this over. Why to give away your wicket for going for that single run?
Nicely clipped away. That's going to be 4. Oh, he looks $1 million, doesn't he? Vritia Aravind. Not the greatest delivery, yes, but look at the class and the panache with which it's clipped away. A gorgeous stroke.
Risk coming into play by the youngster Vritia Aravind. Played towards the deep mid-wicket. Expensive over. Syed Munib getting a bit tired here. 31 runs has been conceded by Syed Munib, wicketless. What innings this lad is playing for his team, Vritia Aravind. Lot more is expected from this young lad.
Yeah, really good over. That one for the UAE. 15 runs have come from it. 19 bowled, 79 for 3.
Point. ये चेंज कर लो तो Wild ball, Shabba, good boy, Islam boy.
Into the 20th over now.
Boys, come on, boys.
Skipper
Come on,
Aslam
boys.
will try to get some control back because of that over, which was probably one too many. It's always easy in hindsight to say it, but we're going to see many pace bowlers bowl in 5 or 6 over spells. We'll see shorter bursts. We'll see 3 and 4 over bursts mainly for the pacers, and I think particularly for UAE, who have some of the quickest bowlers in the tournament. The likes of Junaid Sadiq, who can get it right up towards and in excess of 140 kilometers an hour. Also Zahor Khan, highly effective at the death. We'll see them operate more in 3 and 4 over stints. And if Aslam could take that decision back, he'd have got Manib out of the attack, maybe brought another spinner in. But instead the over's gone for 15. That pressure that was building up has instead been released, and the run rate for the first time now in excess of 4 and over.
57 runs partnership between these two, Ritti Arvind and Rohan Mustafa. This is where they were excellent. Taking those singles, keep on rotating the strike. Rohan Mustafa and Ritti Arvind, an excellent backup by the fielder. Wayward throw coming in from the fielder. 82 for 3. A good partnership.
Even a simple single like that one there. Nicely swept. There's protection out there, but they might think of a couple, and they should get there comfortably. But even the previous ball, a simple single, Rohan Mustafa somehow makes it dramatic. He loves drama, doesn't he? He loves any situation. Earlier, Paresh Lahani, our co-commentator, said he'll love this situation. I was going to say to him, he'll love any situation. He just loves cricket. Brilliant to watch, Rohan Mustafa. It gets us to the end of the 20th over. The score now, 84 for 3.
Coming to ball. Number 8 coming to ball. Number 8. Yes. Sabah, what change हुआ?
So change in bowling and time for some wrist spin. My favourite, Shiraz Khan into the attack. Is this a little bit of an indication that Mohammad Aslam does now feel he needs that wicket?
The leg break has been introduced for the first time in this innings. Shiraz Khan looking for that breakthrough. Captain Mohammad Aslam went for runs. Syed Munib, right arm medium fast bowler, he has been replaced by the leggy Shiraz, trying to break this partnership.
Yeah, the challenge though for the leggy, like all right arm leg spinners, they much prefer bowling to right-handers. They get to turn their stock delivery away from the batter and then bring the googly into play to take wickets, turning it back in like Rashid Khan does so famously. Get it between bat and pad, LBW, bowled, inside edges into play. The problem here though, he's going to have the left-hand, right-hand combination to bowl to, and maybe that's played into Mohammad Aslam's thinking. Just try one more over the quick to get rid of Mustafa, get a second right-hander to the crease. Mainly for me, I've seen Shiraz Khan in T20 cricket. I saw him at that Asia Cup qualifier in Muscat last year. He was very impressive there. Got good revs on the ball. Does have a googly. You can see there, turn on offer. The thing I would love to see him do is get more use of that front arm. His front arm falls away quite early in his action. He can get better leverage from that front arm, get it out towards the target. He'll get better drift, better revs on the ball, and better dip and turn then as a consequence. But he's got potential, and critically, like any good wrist spinner, he turns the ball. That's what you want them to do. They're wicket takers. There's a look at the field. Protection predominantly on the leg side for the left-hander. Also, long off is also going out now. And it's interesting that he's bowling to a 5-4 offside field, so he's going to have to get it right outside the off stump. Turn on offer and a bit of bounce. Good to see.
Excellent piece of bowling by right arm leggy Shiraz Khan. Play towards the fine leg, just a single. Love to see a slip in place, especially for that right-hander Ritti Arvind. That will put some kind of pressure on the batter if you have a slip in position.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think for any leg spinner worth his salt, unless maybe it's 150 for none when you come on, particularly with a 3 down, this is where a leg spinner can win you a game. In these overs, get him on, he may even bowl his 10 straight through, find wickets in the middle, get Kuwait further into the match. End of the 21st, we'll have a quick commentary change. It's 88 for 3.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Come on, boy. Come on, boy. Come on, boy. 1 wicket, guys. 1 wicket, guys. Pinto.
Aslam to continue. With this gorgeous, repeatable action that Aslam has, as I welcome back Paresh Lahani with me, is he the kind of bowler you'd actually just consider, I know he's the captain himself, would he consider bowling himself all the way through? An unchanged 10 overs?
He's doing a very good job. I think he should complete his 10 overs in a trot. A sidearm action, a very accurate. Look at that. A rare full toss by him. Very well fielded at extra cover. There are 2 extra covers in place for him.
Come on, boys.
See the brilliance of Aslam. That ball there, okay, it was fuller than he intended. It was the arm ball. That one then is slower. But the brilliance of him, because he comes round arm and very wide of the crease, he's bowling to a 6-3 field. So he does have those 2 extra covers in place. So even though the previous ball was over pitched, it's very difficult to pierce that gap. He's saying to the batter, take a risk, play across the line, go to the part of the ground where there are no fielders, and I might get you trapped LBW, I might get a top edge. This is excellent bowling, very consistent, very accurate. And now slower through the air. Another good over, he's flying through them. He's bowled 6, he's got none for 17. It's 89 for 3.
Come up, boy.
Here's a partnership so far. As the leg spinner is going to continue into his work. He should enjoy these surfaces here. He'll get good turn. He's also got a little bit of bounce from that high action.
Yes, he's a tall guy. Shiraz Khan, a very decent action. Very well bowled. That's the outside edge. Running down to the boundary for 4 runs. Arvind moves to 49. Where's the slips, lady?
Well, you've got one leg spinner up here in the commentary box next to you, Paresh. I am tearing my hair out. I don't have much. In fact, I've got almost none. How do you not have a slip in place? He's generating turn and bounce, which is going to get outside edges. And he's bowling consistently as well. I know he's only 7-8 balls into his spell. This one may have beaten the first slip and run away for 4. That's not the point. Because naturally now as the leg spinner, rather than being encouraged to toss that up again and find that outside edge, he'll probably going to bowl flatter. You don't want to force your leg spinner to do that. You want to encourage him to find wickets. You take wickets in these middle overs, between 15 and 35 in particular. That's where your leg spinner should bowl for me in an ODI or a 50 over game like we're playing here. Encourage him to get wickets. And then they turn into game winners. Turn and bounce. Get the slip in. Get it in now, Paresh.
Yeah, I still want a slip there. I think that's too much, two slips at this moment, but they need to break this partnership which is building up. That's down the leg side. Just going down to the leg side, he's changing his line, but he's bowling very well. Like you said, a very high arm action.
Well, that is an excellent over, and it's been ruined by the misfield, sadly. I'm going to give 50 to Verdi Aravind. It's not an ODI 50, remember, it doesn't have the status here. As Kuwait not at that level just yet, but it is a list A 50 to Verdi Aravind, who moves to 50 off 75 deliveries, gets us to the end of the 23rd over. UAE 94 for 3.
Come on boys, थोड़ा effort करना है boys. शुरू, शुरू, शुरू. Okay, शुरू. Then me too.
Aslam's going to continue. Verdi Aravind's 50 came from 74 deliveries. In fact, we've got 76 on our graphics. Slight disagreement between Cricinfo there and our graphics team. We'll trust our graphics team. 77 balls. And 4 boundaries, 4 fours. That is an excellent stroke. And it's one of the only options available because of this 6-3 field. It's to go inside out over extra cover. It's the shot of the day. It brings the 100 up and it goes to the young superstar in the making, Vritia Aravind, a maximum. What a shot that is. Paresh, reminds me of you at your best.
Yes, that was a very good shot. It's pretty hard to play those shots inside out over extra cover. There's 2 extra cover, mind you, close to your bat. That's across the line. A big appeal. Oh, looked very adjacent to me.
The question is, did this straighten enough? I think this is close. Moment after an excellent stroke for 6, hitting with the spin. He did exactly what Aslam wanted him to do, which is play across the line. I think it's definitely pitched in line. Has it straightened enough? Maybe not. You can understand why that was given, not out. Bowler was convinced in particular. Don't think height would have been an issue. Gets the sweep and gets it away for 4. The youngster has said enough of just tapping Aslam around. I'm going to go after him. He goes 6 over the offside and now gets the sweep away for 4 into the leg side.
Yeah, this was a better shot by Aravind. Total in control. Yes, it was on top of the bounce, beating the fielder at 45 on the leg side. 10 runs of 2 deliveries. Another beautiful hit over extra cover. They're checking either it's a 4 or a 6. I think it's 4. 3 good shots by Vritia Aravind after 24. UAE 108 for 3.
So we just had a quick boundary check there. In fact, it's travelled all the way for 6. What an exhibition in that over from Vritia Aravind. Gets to the landmark of 50 and then he goes bang, 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 interspersed with a big LBW appeal to take 16 off the over. And Aslam, who'd looked so frugal and economical, Has finally leaked a few. Good options though from Aravind. He's clearly identified that over the top of those two extra cover fielders and then around the corner on the sweep shot are the best places to go, and he's sized up the pace of Aslam and profited nicely. Look at the strike rate, almost caught up towards a run of ball now, and we're seeing Yasin Patel being asked to warm up down in front of us. Is that what we're going to see from Aslam now? One left arm spinner replace another?
Very well bowled, and 3 good shots last over by Arvind. 2 sixes over extra cover and a sweep shot for 4 runs. A good display of good hitting. Full toss, but straight to the field. Oh, there's another misfield. Tried to dive it and stop it, but went under the arm.
Yeah, that's that sort of low full toss you get as a leg spinner. That I think those who don't bowl wrist spin will think it's a bad delivery. That's a good miss. So he's missed his length full there by, even though it's a full toss, you might think it's as much as 2 foot. It's probably not by that much because it's dipping so low, so late. Probably only missing that from a kind of muscle memory feel by maybe 10 or 15%. You're better fuller than shorter, particularly as a wrist spinner. Whereas if you miss that by 10 or 15% short, it'll be smashed away for 4 most of the time. But if you get it to drift and dip, low full toss, actually a pretty good delivery. I'm loving watching Shiraz Khan here. He is working away with a little bit of artistry like all good wrist spinners do.
It's a very simple action, but gives it a very good rip at the end while delivering the ball. Look at that again. Given as wide.
Well, this is the one for me as a wrist spinner. It used to drive me insane. That's pitched. Watch where this is pitched. Probably on middle stump. That's given as a wide. I understand why. I understand the laws. I understand the playing conditions. But you want to encourage people to turn the ball, not punish them for it. Shiraz Khan, he's weaving a web here, weaving his magic. Expect some wickets from him in this spell. 25 bowled, it's 112 for 3. So it is going to be a change in bowling, but not the one we maybe expected. We thought Yasin Patel, the left arm spinner, might be recalled upon, and instead it's going to be a new bowler. We'll see Bilal Khan, who mainly known for his left-handed batting,
Come on, boys.
up the order. He's going to come in and tweak a few part-timers. See some off breaks from him. Coming in now from the Chobar end of the ground. Is this an opportunity for Aravind and Mustafa in particular, to catch up their strike rates, start to push UAE on towards what we think would be a par total to 280 and above?
Yes, I think that will be a par total, let's say 270 or 280 or above.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys.
Looking at the condition at the moment at the halfway stage, they are 114 for 3. Still 7 wickets remaining. The crisis man at the crease, and Arvind playing very well.
Yeah, I think one thing UAE have done very cleverly, in my opinion, is hold Asif Khan back. Lost those 3 early wickets. Playing a miss from Mustafa. Mustafa was originally listed as number 6 in the batting order that we received. And the youngster Ayan Khan down at 7. But instead, with the 3 early wickets, they said, let's send Mustafa in to do a job. And you might look at his numbers and say 19 off 51, that's not scoring quickly enough. But he's done a job. They'd lost another wicket and been 4 down early, exposed Asif Khan early. It takes away his power hitting game that all of the Nepali fans in particular, they know about, don't they, at this ground. 4th fastest ODI century in history, 41 balls, devastating attack. So they would rather him coming in the second half of the innings, and that now will be the case whatever happens, even if there's a wicket this ball. So Mustafa has done a job. Now's the time to start to nudge it around, maybe start to look for some boundary options for the left-hander.
Yes, we don't often see this kind of a strike rate from Mustafa, 19 or 52, but he has done a job. He has kept one side off the wicket. In the other hand, Arvind has played very well. Talking about Bilal Khan, he has done a good job in his first over. Only given a run in his 5 balls. After getting hit for 2 sixes and a 4, the captain Mohammad Aslam keeps him out from the attack. Oh, there's a mix-up. I don't know what Mustafa was doing there. 26 gone. UAE 114 for 3.
You know, call me, you know, inform them the umpire. You know, inform them. What? Something fall down, what is that? Huh? Something fall down, what is that? Yeah, it's a grip. Come. Yeah, that's it.
So keep your eyes on this man throughout the tournament, Shiraz Khan. He was excellent in that Asia Cup qualifier last year in the T20 format, but to me as a wrist spinner, you end up with 2 very different approaches to the T20 game and to the 50 over game. So in T20 cricket, you've got those 5 men on the fence, right out in the rope. You're basically trying to bowl dot balls if you can, 4 fielders in the circle, trying to dry up the runs and challenge the batter to hit over. Reverse swept, good stroke. Gets on top of the bounce, Mustafa starts to go at him. Hitting against the spin, albeit, but he's exploiting the field because there's only 1 fielder behind square in the offside and gets it away for 4.
This is what experience does. Right, you said, right on top of the bounce. It's not a reverse sweep, it's a reverse pull, in my opinion. And wonderfully done by Mustafa. He's showing his class, he's showing his repertoire in batting as well.
Yeah, very clever stroke, though. So in the T20 game, you've got those men and you're almost challenging the batter to hit over them. Try and hit 6s, and a lot of the great wrist spinners in T20 cricket are getting their 2 or 3 wickets in their 4 over spell caught on the rope. Player trying to hit over long off for long on. But in ODI cricket, you've got a chance in these middle overs to establish a spell and to bowl wicket-taking deliveries. That's why... Is this a wicket-taking delivery? Well, it very nearly was. I think if the 45 fielder, Shahrukh Kudus, had picked it up a bit quicker, this was a chance. Again, it's the turn and the bounce. It's a bit shorter that has caused the problem. Aravind in no control. I think a more athletic effort could have made this the 4th wicket.
Yes, look at the replay again. We'll come back to that. Yes, it was a good effort by Shiraz bowling that ball. Very ordinary effort. Look at that, a very slow turn there from the fielder.
I'm always going to be on the side of the wrist spinner. I think that was a chance. I think I'd be frustrated with the anticipation of the fielder. I know he didn't get his hands on it, so it's not a drop technically. The initial movement didn't anticipate that this was going to go into the air and be a chance. Mustafa takes on a second. The cat on the hot tin roof, he gets home with some manic running between the wickets. An interesting over all happening here. 27 bowled, 1, 2, 3 for 3. Really good partnership this for UAE. Really Aravind. He's got a good conversion record in ODI cricket. He tends to go big when he gets in. Only once been out in the 90s. Do you think he's setting his stall out to bat the whole innings? What will the approach be? Obviously there's got a big hitting Asif Khan to come, but what's the approach going to be with 20 overs or so remaining for the UAE? They want 300 here, surely.
Yes, they definitely want 300 to put pressure on Kuwait. Talking about Vreti Arvind, I think he'll play the whole 50 overs. If he does so, he'll definitely score in excess of 150 individually. I think that is the plan. A good cut shot. But straight to sweeper cover. There's always happening something when Rohan Mustafa is at the crease or even at the field when he's fielding.
I'm going to ask you a question and give you the answer at the same time, sorry. So the question is, do you think Rohan Mustafa is like this even when the cameras aren't on him? Because he knows these are broadcast all around the world, like all of the ICC pathway events, the ACC pathway events. That's not a great effort at backward point. It's going to be 4. Outfield very quick. Part-timer, Bilal, maybe just drag that down a touch. Stylishly played, but it's a misfield really, isn't it? It should have been maybe a single, instead it's 4.
Now, this is a very good shot. Open his face off the bat to get the gap to Vreti Arvind. A very ordinary effort by the fielder. Nicely driven. And talking about Kuwait's cricket, they have only played T20 games, and I think that is why they're a bit lousy in the field after the 25 overs.
Well, that's what we said the test was going to be. Give you the answer to that question in a moment. Dropped, put down. And despite the acrobatics after the edge, it's the youngster. In fact, correction, it's not Meet Babsar with the gloves, it's Usmangani Ibrahim. We'll get that corrected. It's definitely put down though. Our 2 keepers in this side. There's no point in tumbling after it after it's been dropped. It's the end of the 28th over. We'll have a commentary change now. And the score, 130 for 3.
That's nicely bowled by Siraj, the leg spinner. Lenny was talking so much about him. I'd like to welcome again Mudassir. Yeah, talking about the drop catch, Kuwait had 3 drop catches so far. What do you think about it? They have been playing T20 cricket. They're playing 50 over game here. Is the fitness counting on that?
This point was raised by Andrew in the 15th or 16th over in my first stint with him. And straight away he said, we need to see, can they survive in the longer format? Fitness, Kuwaiti players coming into play. They were brilliant starting 10-15 overs. Now slowly they're draining out here the players of Kuwait.
Yeah, we can see the body language of some of the fielders.
No!
Nicely bowled. Yeah, talking about the body language, not the youngsters though, but the fielders who are, let's say, around 30 years of age. It looks to be a bit tired because this is the longer format of the game. Nicely fielded. Who else? The captain himself.
Mohammad Aslam, excellent piece of fielding at short covers. What a partnership worth more than 100 between Vritti Arvind and Rohan Mustafa. Cut hard this time, finds the gap between the short third man and point ball, races towards the fence. On fire, young Vritti Arvind.
Yeah, whenever it's short and wide, Vritti Arvind pounces on it, gets the gap in this occasion, right in between backward point and cover point. A good shot, very well played. Weight on the back foot and played it late to get the gap. Good shot, moves to 81.
29 gone, 136 for 3.
Come on, Siri. Come on below, come on below.
Good shot,
Okay, below.
but straight to the fielder at sweeper cover. Looking for two. There's always something happening when Mustafa is at the crease. The question that Lenny put on, does he do that when the cameraman in the media is in front of him? He's told me to answer that. I think he does that
Come on, Bilal.
because the camera is always focusing me.
Very active on social media, Rohan Mustafa. He loves to be on camera.
बहुत बाहर हो गया,
It
अंदर हो
comes
गया
up
मिट्टू,
something special always.
अंदर हो गया मिट्टू.
Especially he has taken that wicket, the cotton ball against the jersey. The way
आगे से रखना
poked
बिलाल,
the
आगे से रखना.
non-striker
Come on boys, come on boys.
was viral. It was all over the social media. Loves to be in the limelight, Rohan Mustafa. And why not? He's performing well for his team.
Ball, shabash.
Yes, I still remember that. I recall that incident in Namibia against Jersey after he'd taken the cotton ball. I cannot say that on air. What did he do?
Reverse shot. Was there an edge? He's bowling brilliantly but not getting help from the wicket keeper, Bilal. Rohan Mustafa on 29. Came in when the team was in a bit of bother. Worked hard for these 29 runs.
नहीं बिलाल.
On the back foot,
सही
cut
डालना, आगे
hard.
से डालना.
This time finds the fence. Rohan Mustafa. Excellent piece of batting continues.
The placement was very good. Played it in front of square, into the gap of long off and sweeper cover. Got the gap to perfection, beating the infield and going to the boundary. Now I think his Mustafa is opening his arms.
आने दे, थोड़ा आगे से आने दे, below.
If the ball is too short or too wide, he'll pounce on it. In the initial stages, he was very watchful because 3 wickets were already down.
ये अच्छा है, ये अच्छा है. फिरो एक
Again
ऐसे.
played with its soft hands. Very good running between the wickets. Good running.
Taking on the fielders. Rohan Mustafa yet again quick. Lightning between the wickets. Putting the pressure, and with those couple of runs, 30 gone, 144 for the loss of 3.
चलो 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 boy.
Come on boys, come on boys.
Shiru come up. Below him.
Look at the batting card so far. Wasim gone for 8. Lakrab for naught. Arvind still there, 82 of 96 deliveries. Rami's gone for 9. And Mustafa, 35 of 67. He's improving his strike rate. He'll definitely reach the 100 mark at the end of the innings. What an innings Arvind has played till now. A very promising innings. 20 years of age. Yasin back into the attack. He's bowled 5 overs, given away only 5 runs and taken a wicket. Very good youngster.
Up against yet another youngster. A fuller delivery. Singles and doubles has been key in this partnership. They always try to steal those runs from the fielders, especially Rohan Mustafa, putting that extra effort between the 22 yards. Partnership worth almost 120 runs between Arvind and Mustafa. 21 years old Ritya Arvind, what a knock he's playing when it required for his team.
Yeah, he matured himself. That was driven over extra cover, but straight to the fielder. Yeah, talking about the UAE team before, let's say 2 months back, they were in a very, let's say, in a hard situation, not finishing at the top 3 of the League 2 and going to the playoffs after the change of the head coach. They qualified for the qualifiers, ending up at the top 2 in the playoffs. And talking about Ritya Arvind, he hadn't had a good outing here itself in the last series of League 2, but in the last game against Nepal, he scored 94. I think that made his confidence a good quick single taken by these 2 batsmen.
Back home we were all disappointed the way these lads were performing. So many criticism coming on the social media for the team UAE, but they got that right momentum at the right time, especially in Namibia. Except that loss against USA, they went on to win their other matches and retained their ODI status as well. And, so with that single, 31 gone, 148 for the loss of 3.
Come on, boys, big pass, boys. Come on, boys. Sampai. Coming.
The captain brings himself back into the attack from the showbar and has bowled 7 overs.
Come on, boys.
That particular over that Arvind hit him for 2 sixes and a 4.
Wal ball. Siapa?
That changed his figures, but he was doing very good.
Still a lot of work to be done by these 2 batters. Stepping down the track. Was there a chance at short mid-wicket? Not in control, trying to go big. Rohan Mustafa survives.
Yeah, Mustafa trying to go over the long on, but got the inner half of his bat straight to short mid. Let's look at that. Was there a chance there? It was up in the... Oh, brilliant effort by the fielder. We can say that it was a drop chance, but that was brilliant diving effort. Surely saved 4 runs for his team.
Unable to hold on that catch, but excellent effort. Definitely saving 4 runs for his team. Rohan Mustafa survives. He continues. Look at that. Excellent camera work.
Aslam bhai, only one here.
almost in the air, could not hold on that. The story was same with the Nepal. They made couple of changes in the management. Now see the results. The same thing is happening with the UAE. So it's always good you make the right changes at the right time.
Yes, absolutely. Right changes at the right time is the perfect phrase for that.
Aslam bhai,
That
come
is
on,
what
Aslam bhai.
Nepal did, and that is what UAE did recently.
Ravi,
It was for 12 or 16 months before it was a black hole for Nepal cricket. They needed 9 out of 12 to retain the ODI status, and appointment of the new head coach Monty Desai changed a lot of things. That is why they qualified for the qualifiers of the 2023 Cricket World Cup.
yes.
Checking on the field yet again. 151.
Come on, boys, come on, boys, come
Worked
on, boys.
really hard, Rithi Arvind and Rohan Mustafa, to take the team out of the trouble. Now it looks like a good batting surface. They survived that first session where they have lost those 3 quick wickets. Aslam continues to bowl his tight line and length. 32 gone, 151 for the loss of 3.
Yasin Patel to continue with the 7th over of the innings. Yeah, talking about UAE, if they can reach around 170 to 175 in the 35 overs, just losing 3 wickets, I think they can double the score in the last 15 overs. Ashif Khan, the big hitter yet to come.
Well said and rightly said. Reverse shot, loud appeal, loud appeal. Putting that extra pressure on the umpire, but not interested. Need to see the replay here, Paresh.
Yes, that was a very, very big appeal by all the fielders and the keeper close to the stumps. Look at this replay again. Was there a glove involved in that? It's very hard to see from here, and the match referee might look at this. It shows a bit of a dissent there from the bowler right at the end of the appeal. Very, very close. We couldn't see anything from here, but looked like there was a brush on the gloves.
Not sure. Don't have that technology of DRS in this tournament, but full marks should be given to the umpires the way they are officiating in this tournament. In Malpani, we have seen some excellent decisions last day, the match against Hong Kong, and this time on the front foot. It was in the air, one bounce towards the short third man. Talking about the standards of the umpiring, it has been excellent. Some excellent decision I have witnessed yesterday against the match Singapore taking on Hong Kong.
Yes, the umpiring has been very, very good. We couldn't see or hear anything else, but there was a very big appeal. Nicely bowled. Nicely bowled. That went with the arm. Very good over. 33 gone. UAE 152 for 3.
Come on. There.
Mohammad Aslam to continue with his 9th over of the innings. I think he's going to bowl out his overs. And talking about Rohan Mustafa, he moves to 40 of just 76 deliveries. He opened his account on the 17th ball that he faced. Nicely clipped away off his pads by Mustafa for 2 runs.
This innings of Rohan Mustafa it's all about the patience and the placement and running between the wickets. Excellent and very good partnership, getting some help from the partner Vritti Arvind. You need to trust your partner. Running between the wickets has been excellent. They both complemented each other very well.
Yeah, and the dressing room of UAE looks very relaxed. A big hitter, Ashif Khan, yet to come. And Ayan Khan, he's a very good batsman, very good all-rounder, the youngster, 17-year-old kid. He's yet to a big appeal, but I think that was going down the leg side.
Clearly they are getting frustrated. They are appealing for each and everything. Sometimes it may go the other way. The umpire thinks they are keeping on appealing for each and everything. What are the options do they have in the bowling? He has 1 over up his sleeve, Aslam, 3 for Yasin, and nothing much to talk about the lineup.
Yeah, I think it's a high time to bring their medium paces for a short burst for Kuwait. 34 gone, UAE 155 to 3. And I think the umpires have called for drinks. We'll take a short break here in the comm box. See you soon. Welcome back after the second drinks break of the innings. Good position, UAE. Talking about this youngster, has bowled very well today. 11 runs in 7.1 overs and taken a wicket of Aryan Lakra.
He was a brilliant his early days in his cricketing career. Yasin, very, very talented left-arm orthodox. And talking about youngster, we do have youngster from UAE, Vritya Arvind, who's batting on 86. He loves to play here, especially at this venue. Whenever he came here, he scored heavily.
Yes, he has scored heavily. The last match he played here in this particular ground scored 94. He was unlucky not to get 100. That was an one-day international. He's already scored 2 ODI hundreds. Nicely bowled. Got the outside edge. Very impressive youngster Yashin. Left-arm orthodox are always impressive, like we've seen the captain Mohammad Aslam.
Into the 35th over, 159 for 3. As a captain, what message you would like to send during the drinks break for the batters?
Well, the message would be to Arvind especially, would be to play the whole 50 overs. And for Mustafa, once you reach 50, just accelerate. I think if I was the captain or I was the coach, I would do the same.
Trying to sweep, misses the line completely. See some banter going between Rohan Mustafa and Yasin. 35 gone, 159 for 3.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Yeah.
Partnership for the 4th wicket between Rohan Mustafa and Vritya Arvind. Aslam bowling his final over. And joining me, this will be my second stint with Andrew. Welcome back to the Combox, Andrew.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Good to be with you, Mudassir, and good to be with you all around the world. Great numbers tuned in on day one. As Aravind plays an audacious stroke, a stroke of the highest quality, an extraordinary one, in fact. Wasn't even that short, and somehow he's got it inside out, over extra cover, all the way for 6. Oh, remember his name, Varitya Aravind. What a star.
This is the 3rd time he has targeted in that region and 3rd maximum. Vritya Arvind looking in good touch, moves to nervous 90s, 93.
Well, that had more than a touch of Kyle Mayers to it, didn't it? The West Indian Open. I know he's a left-hander, but you don't see many players off the back foot be able to muscle it all the way for 6. And particularly Aslam, who's been very consistent, very economical, apart from that one over where Aravind got after him. And look at him, he's shadow batting still at the non-striker's end. One big blow shy now of what would be a very well-earned century. He's batted beautifully.
Came out a bit early after the loss of Mohammad Wasim. Played out that tough session, initial 15-16 overs. Now looking good to go past that magic figure. One big hit away, Vritya Arvind. Last time when he was in Nepal, he missed that century, getting out on 94.
I think the big thing we're going to see in this final third of the innings is UAE use that experience, that knowledge of these conditions. They played a lot of cricket here in recent times, bilateral tour and then that Cricket World Cup League 2 series. Gets us to the end of the 36th. It's 168 for 3.
Gloves भी देना, black helmet भी देना.
Yeah, you only can bowl 1141. Can bowl? Cannot. How many times you have? What? You have to finish, you have to come. Who's bowling? Captain? He's not bowling. He cannot. Shahrukh. Shahrukh. He cannot. Take.
UAE really starting to build good partnership together here. Had their fortune though, 4 drops. Any one of those gets taken, it could be a very different looking scoreboard. This has been a wonderful innings. It also shows any youngster, I know Verdi Arvin's only 20, but if you're a 13 or 14-year-old boy or girl watching on at home, watch the way he has paced his innings. Analyse the way he's gone about it. There's a method to building a big score. Paresh Lahani said if Aravin's still there at the death, he might get 150. I think he could get 200 if he's still there in 14 overs time. Such is his acceleration and his quality. And we've seen batters here can cash in towards the death. It's a very good batting surface. Short boundary straight. We're at 1500 metres or so elevation above sea level. The ball travels. I think Aravin shouldn't just be thinking of 100. He should be thinking of 150 plus.
Dancing down the track, Rohan Mustafa rightly said, you have the time, you have the overs on your side, you have worked really hard. The first target would be get to that 100, then target that 150. Excellent fielding by young Yasin. This innings of Rithi Arvind is all about the temperament. He showed out in the middle, paced his innings really well.
And understandably now he might choose to take 4 singles to get to that landmark and then go big again. We saw as soon as he got to 50, he went bang, bang, bang. 6, 4, 6, just like that. He has that ability, and that's one of the things I love about the modern 50 over format, the modern ODI game. I know this isn't an official ODI. Only the UAE, Nepal and Oman have that status here, so we'll see an ODI here in a couple of days' time on Friday as Nepal take on Oman at this venue. Quick single is going to be dash. Good call from Aravin. Mustafa's always going to get home. The modern ODI game has been affected so heavily by T20 cricket. You can see really big hitting in the last 10 in those slog overs. We're headed towards power play 3. The partnership's worth 148, and the score moves now to 172 for 3.
No man, left arm spin.
Gorgeous shots sponsored by DAFA News, showing us the TU International Cricket Ground in all its glory. Is it your first time here, Mudassir? What do you think? It's a special venue, isn't it?
Surprised, especially after seeing the Malpani wicket and coming back to the venues here in Nepal. It has been brilliantly taken care by the Cricket Association of Nepal, and full marks should be given to the crowd as well, the way they support this game here in Nepal.
Change in bowling. We see Shahrukh Kudus return to the attack. Change of ends as well for him, coming in now from the Chobar end of the ground. So the reason this is called the Chobar end of the ground, across to our right, you can't really see them sadly because of the haze. They are the Chobar Dada, which is the Chobar Hills. And I made a very amateur error the first time I came to commentate here, which I'm not going to let you fall into, my friend. I called them the mountains across to my right. In Nepal, they are not mountains. That's just a little hill, even though it's probably, what, 2,500 meters high.
See, this is what you need, an experienced partner in the comm box, so that I don't make any errors. Looking for that breakthrough. The captain opts for the medium fast bowler Shahrukh. Couple of runs away from the 50. Rohan Mustafa. Loud appeal. Just drifting towards the leg.
A bit of bat involved, giving us runs. So an inside edge from Mustafa gets him to 49. I won't hang the fellow commentator out to dry who did it to me, but the person who told me that did it live on air. They said, Andrew, they're not mountains. They're hills. Was it? I can't remember actually who it was, so I can't hang them out to dry. But whoever it was back in 2018, my first trip here. And in Ireland, those Dada, those Chobar hills across to our right, they wouldn't just be mountains, they'd be higher than any point in my entire country. In fact, right now where we're sitting, I think it's about 1,450 meters above sea level here in the valley in Kathmandu. That's higher than anywhere in Ireland. The highest mountain in Ireland is about 1,000 meters high, Carrantoul, down in the southwest in County Kerry. So that'll give you a sense as to the different atmospheres, the different climatic conditions you experience around the grounds. And in fact, this isn't even the highest cricket ground in the world. Of course, the Wanderers Stadium down in Johannesburg, and one other ground, you won't believe this, you'll think I'm making this up, Mexico City. The women's qualifier there for the ICC Americas last year, 2,600 meters above sea level, and you could actually feel it. It was definitely thinner atmosphere, thinner oxygen. Some people, even at that height, get some altitude sickness. So if you do go for your treks here in Nepal, you need to be well equipped. As Mustafa wants to get to 50, but he won't get there just yet.
Still early days for me in the comm box. Still learning. This is the lesson I have got today. It's not all about the cricket. You also need to have the knowledge about the place where you're visiting. It's always good to know about the cities and about those special areas and what exactly should be called on 49 Rohan.
Well, most famously on Test Match Special, they often don't talk about the cricket in England. They end up talking about the cakes they get sent in the commentary box. So if you are watching on, we haven't received any cakes. No cakes sent just yet. We'd love a cake. Paresh, would we like a cake? Paresh is in the back of the commentary box. No, Paresh is on a diet, he tells me. Okay. I'll have cake. Will you have cake?
I do love cake, but unfortunately I am on diet.
God, I'd love to say that makes three of us, but you two can do the dieting. I'll eat the good food. As Mustafa is going to get to 50, very well played. It's been a pensive, watchful innings, but it's been a critical one. And he has given the UAE a platform. He points to the sky, loves his celebration, and he celebrates heartily. 95 balls, it's taken him just the 3-4s in there. The youngster and the experienced Andy Mustafa have played brilliantly. 38 bowled, 176 for 3.
Once again, the experience of Rohan Mustafa for the rescue of UAE. Excellent 50 and hard-fought 50 for Rohan Mustafa. The help of 3 boundaries and a couple of runs away from that 100 Vritti Arvind. They both complemented each other very well. 152 runs partnership worth of 206 deliveries between Arvind and Mustafa. 38 gone, 176 for 3.
After I've scored it, they'll have gone for break. Not on the YouTube. So with Mustafa having got to that landmark, he says now is time to go. The young left arm spinner has bowled 9 overs for 18. But Mustafa, with the ball turning into him, is going to get out the long handle. He's got Asif Khan to come, and rightly so. It's time to get on with things. Aggressive stroke, 1 bounce 4.
Shifting the gear, Rohan Mustafa after reaching his half century. It's time to raise the tempo here. Rohan Mustafa on 54. Dancing down the track, clears the mid-off fielder. So back-to-back boundaries for Rohan Mustafa.
It's actually gone all the way along the ground. He's just carved this. We actually saw him warming up a little bit at the non-strikers end, almost like a sort of samurai warrior. And look at this, a flashing blade. A couple of bounces, skews quickly off the turf. Mustafa says, time to go. Oh my, that would have been the catch of the tournament, and it may not have been surpassed. It's Aslam who's put down another. I think that's drop number 5. The captain's put down 2 of them, but this one, oh, it would have been very special indeed.
What an effort by the captain at short fine leg. It was going over his head, almost in the air, just flying over Aslam, and look at that effort. Excellent. Survives Rohan Mustafa. Full mark should be given to the captain Aslam.
Oh, well, I'd say the gathered photographers, you've got official ACC photographers, plenty of the Nepali gathered media, 30 or 40 of them over in the media box there. That could have been one of the great photos of all time if he'd held on, maybe even without the catch. Flew through the air. He hung for what felt like an eternity. It wasn't Michael Jordan out there. No, it was Mohammad Aslam, the captain of Kuwait. And he so nearly held on. Very unlucky.
We have seen a couple of overs back at the short mid-wicket. There was an excellent effort by the fielder, but could not able to hold on that catch of Rohan Mustafa. Once again, the risk comes into play. Wanted that second run. No chance of that this time.
Well, here we go. Aravind on 99. He's just been starved to the strike for a couple of overs. He's at a bit of a wait. Can he get to that landmark? What a young player this man is. Has all that experience of Mustafa at the far end. He's got 2 ODI centuries to his name. And there's the moment. Long off is going to make him sprint through for it. But Aravind does it again. He gets to 3 figures. And he shows once again why he is maybe the hottest young property in associate cricket. He points, I'm not sure to what, maybe to his veins, maybe to his body. It's the push-ups he's been doing, he says to his coaches. He's a special young talent. And it's another 3-figure effort from him. 118 balls, 7 fours, 3 sixes. Outstanding from young Varithya Aravind. That will get us to the end of the 39th over. 190 for 3. Big 11 overs coming up here. There is going to be action aplenty. I think we're going to see lots of runs, maybe a few wickets. As UAE from here, they want 10 and over. They want 300.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys.
What a 100 by this young lad, the wonder boy of UAE, Ritya Arvind. This time he gets to his 100, and this was the effort the previous over by Captain Aslam. He was a live wire in the field. This is Rohan Mustafa trying to accelerate in this over.
I think another one may have gone down here. This could be drop number 6. I'm running out of pieces of paper to keep a counter of this on. And this is the easiest of the lot. He can't believe he's put it down. It's Parvinder Kumar who's going to kick the turf in frustration. It's rushed him for pace, and Shah Rukh Khan has done everything he should have done as a fast bowler. And if we can get a replay, we're going to see it's the easiest of catches being put down. There it is. Oh, that's a dolly. Back live with you now, and Mustafa's going to add insult to injury, or try to. Single, good stop this time. Oh God, what is Mustafa doing? Direct hit. It's going to be close. All happening. We're going to go upstairs. A drop chance. Mustafa wanted to. Aravind said no. The direct hit from the keeper as the throw went to the wrong end has led to a third umpire review of whether or not we have a run out. I was just up in the press box. I said to all the journalists, whatever happens the next wicket's going to be a run out. Mustafa's trying over and over again to give us one. And the other reason I feel it's going to be a run out, Kuwait, they just can't take a catch.
It will be in touch and go this time. Just made it. The fielders doesn't want to catch, and Rohan Mustafa giving them all the chances. And the green light is on. Survives yet again Rohan Mustafa. I think the Kuwait fielders, they don't want Asif Khan to come in. That might be the reason they're not taking those catches.
Well, look at this. It was a rather farcical piece of running again, because it was straight to the fielder. Now, if the throw had gone to the non-strikers, then Mustafa's gone. He's gone for all money. Again, the bowler may be a little bit guilty of not getting back to his stumps. As back live with you now, be a single to fine leg. Mustafa just has this terrible habit of, even if he isn't going to run the run, he runs those first 2 or 3 steps, and if you haven't batted with him often, as the batter at the far end, you can get panicked, and he's so scattergun with his running. He's so emotional with his play. He can always give the opposition an opportunity with a run out. Been a good over from Shah Rukh. It should have had the wicket with a catch. It should have had a run out. Right now, Kuwait, they're showing that lack of 50 over cricket in their legs. They're showing that lack of stamina, that lack of conditioning, that lack of depth to their play. There's plenty of potential. Look at that really good bouncer at good pace, but they're not able to put the finishing touches on it.
Feel pity for the fast bowler, putting his all effort, hitting the deck hard, but no support coming from the fielders. It was brilliant in his first spell, Shah Rukh. Rohan Mustafa quickly moves to 63. He knows this is the right time to accelerate here, get those quick runs, go for big shots. Still a lot of batting left in this lineup. Likes of Asif Khan, Behrooz, Sanchit, Mohan Sharma, Afzal Khan yet to come.
Hacked away, and hacked away for 4. Final ball of the second power play will at least give Kuwait some relief, with 5 fielders allowed outside the circle now. Going into the last 10, into power play 3. That's 40 bowled, 197 for 3.
Number 18 coming to board. Number 18 coming to board.
So with 10 overs remaining, we're going to see a bit of a wild card pick here. Parvinder Kumar hasn't bowled yet. Is he the death specialist, or is this an SOS call because things have not gone Kuwait's way? He just dropped a catch. He gets a chance at redemption with the ball. I might be wrong, particularly with Asif Khan in the wings. I think we could see carnage in the last 10 here. They won't just want 100, they may want more than that. They're thinking of 300 plus. They're not thinking of 280 right now, Mudassir.
Definitely 7 wickets in hand. Both the batters got to their milestone. And especially Rohan Mustafa has been aggressive after getting past his 50. Is Parvinder for the first time starts off a wayward delivery. He was the man who dropped the catch of Rohan Mustafa in the previous over. The captain putting that extra responsibility on Parvinder, giving him the ball and asking him, now you get me the wicket.
And one of the challenges you'll often have as a sort of what I would describe as a lower ranked associate side, so not in the top 8 teams that will make up the next cycle of Cricket World Cup League 2. Don't play that much 50 over cricket, even if you're in the Challenge League, which Kuwait aren't. Oh wow, big hit. We're going to see carnage in the last 10 here. Hold on to your handsets, don't go anywhere, do not change that dial. Fireworks are incoming and they're starting right now. The 200's up, Aravind goes big into the leg side. It's the shorter side of the ground. Cracking stroke.
Under pressure, clearly Parvinder stayed in the crease and it was an easy picking. Strong lad, Ritya. Maximum, this is the 4th maximum in this innings. Moves to 108. But the bowler is clearly under pressure. Parvinder, 7 runs of just a delivery. Trying to bowl that Yorker. Well managed by Ritya, and excellent piece of running between the wickets continues by Rohan Mustafa, and Ritya with a couple of runs has been added to the total.
We spoke about the challenges for Kuwait with their lack of 50 over cricket and the conditioning and the fatigue that kicks in. So when you see a drop catch, you just see that moment of the drop. You don't think about the 35 overs leading up to it. Slower ball. Picked and smashed for 6. Aravind is thinking of 150 plus. UAE are thinking of 300 plus. And one of the favourites for this competition are thinking about sending out a statement in this last 10. Remember, Asif Khan hasn't even come to the crease yet. And this SOS to the 7th bowler, I'm not sure it's a good choice.
The one man who wants Ritya Arvind to get to 150 is my co-commentator Andrew. He's sure he has the potential. Young Ritya Arvind, 116. Second maximum in this over. It was an easy picking. Under pressure, the bowler Parvinder.
Picks out the man. Looks for the wide block hole there. But yeah, I was just making the point that you just see the moment of the drop. You don't see actually that it's the fatigue and the fact that you're out in the hot sun for 2.5, 3 hours leading up to that. And because you don't do that in a T20, even if it's 30 degrees, 35 degrees with humidity, which they would get in Kuwait, you're only out in the field for 80 minutes, or you should only be out in the field for 80 minutes if the opposition, or if your team are bowling their overs in time. Aravind might have just hurt his wrist a little bit as he tried to open the blade. Gives him a chance to get a drink as well. So all of a sudden you're out there for double or triple the length of time. And then when the catch comes to you, you don't know quite how to react. And that's something that's hard to replicate in training, because you can't really go and do fielding training for 3.5 hours. So you have to find a way in the field to switch off and switch on. And doing that for 120 balls is a lot easier than doing it for 300.
Absolutely, and the physio out in the middle, helping Ritya Arvind. Rohan Mustafa has been dropped a couple of times in his innings of 67 of 103 deliveries. Magic spray working.
Going to get a look at some of the drop catches here. Now, some of these are tough. This one is very difficult. In fact, it's a brilliant effort. The 2 that Aslam has dropped were outstanding efforts. This was a poor effort. He hasn't even got his hands on that one. The anticipation not there. that another outstanding one. Flying through the air. Going to come back live with you now. Baller just running up. And Aravind ramps it over his shoulder and gets enough of it to get it for 4. We spoke about that 360-degree player that he is. My oh my, what a talent. He can stand there and pump you out of the ground over the leg side. He can ramp you over his shoulder too for 4. This is excellent batting. An exhibition we're watching from Viridia Aravind.
This time opting to be a little bit cheeky. Going over the wicket keeper, scoop shot. He loves to play behind the square. Viridia Aravind.
Picked out the man this time. End of the 42nd over. 216 for 3.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Only 9 over, boys. Only 9 over, boys.
Okay, 9 to go. Into power play 3. That means 5 fielders are allowed out. And interestingly, a real risk, mid-off and mid-on are being kept up in the circle. So that means that the third man and fine leg are back. Will Mustafa go down the ground? And he's going to try and go down the ground, but it goes a bit more over extra cover. 2 runs to the total. I think the real license that these two have, even if one of them gets out, it's Asif Khan coming in, one of the biggest hitters in associate cricket. So every single ball now, really, for the last 9 overs, they should be targeting a boundary.
Definitely, and technically he's not a sound batter, Rohan Mustafa, but he knows how to get those runs. Trying to go aerial, couple of runs on the previous delivery by Rohan Mustafa. Cuts hard, gets the thick outside edge. The poor effort, a sloppy work by the third man results in a boundary for Rohan Mustafa. 4 runs and more runs for UAE.
Well, the fatigue is very real now. You can almost visibly see it on the Kuwaitis. This again, in my book, this should have been stopped. It's the experience of Rajiva Sundarowan as well, who we'll see as one of the key batters for Kuwait. And now he's being moved. He's one of the older players in this squad. He's been tossed into backward point, and the youngster Meet Bavsar has gone down to deep third, and he's been stationed a little bit finer. Again, that's about getting to know the conditions. The outfields are so quick here. You need your third man, your fine leg, much straighter than you usually would have them. Strike 1, swing and a miss for Mustafa. I think Shahrukh Qadoos's figures don't do him justice. I think he's bowled really well here.
He was excellent in the first spell, and as we have told earlier also, he did not got that support from the fielders. Was that column of wickets? It could have been easily 4. 3 more, 2, couple of drop catches, bowling off for Shahrukh, the 2 for Rohan Mustafa.
Straight down the ground, mid-off and mid-on up. That's the problem. If you look to bowl the Yorker, you miss it. You've got your 2 men up in the circle. It's a free hit. And Mustafa's got enough of it to get it all the way for 6. And he smiles and he says, "You can do it, youngster. So can I."
It was a bazooka, played with the straight bat, straight over the bowler into the side screen. Raising the tempo here, Rohan Mustafa, what a knock. He's playing for his team. What a comeback for this veteran player, Rohan Mustafa. Was dropped from the squad which travelled to the World Cup. And a good comeback by Rohan Mustafa. He's known as a fighter, the rescue ranger for UAE.
Still think that was one of the worst selection decisions in not just the history of Emirati cricket, the associate game. Carved into the leg side, 4 more. We are going to see carnage unfold over these last 10. Moments ago, the score was less than 200. In the course of 2 overs, it's over 230 now. UAE, if they end up less than 300 here, they are going to be very disappointed. They're thinking of 320, 330, maybe even 350.
You're asking for too much here. Partnership worth of 208 runs between Ritya Arvind and Rohan Mustafa. Quickly moves into 80s. Somehow he manages to get the wood on the ball, and placement and timing has been excellent by Rohan Mustafa. A lawn tennis kind of shot, back of lane delivery. A single to end the over number 42, 233 for the loss of 3.
Leg spinner is going to come back. Now, I'm not sure if this is a miscalculation as I am rejoined by Paresh Lahani, but Shiraz Khan can't bowl out his allocation now. Even were he to bowl overs 43, 45, 47, 49, he can only bowl 9 of his 10. And I thought he was probably the pick of the attack outside of Kudus. And now it's a lamb to the slaughter. He has to bowl in the last 8. With UAE, they don't just look like they're on the charge, Paresh. They look like they are reaching for the moon in this third and final power play.
Yes, they are charging up. Arvind on 120 of 126, and look at Mustafa. He's looking for a 100 here, 85, 110. If they can score another 100 runs in 8 overs, they don't need Asif Khan. The way these two batters are going.
Nicely bowled. It's really good from Shiraz against the drift that has deceived Aravind a touch there. The line of that ball starts out outside the off stump, but as you'll see here, look at the drift. There it is. So that takes it out of his hitting arc. Don't think it's out. It's probably pitched outside leg. Maybe some bat involved. So a good decision. Sometimes a leg spinner. At this time, he doesn't mind a batter coming at them. Can generate wicket-taking opportunities too. And he's got his fielders in the right places. If we look back though to that game, UAE Nepal, at this ground just over a month ago, the 16th of March, after 44 overs, you're going to think I've got this wrong. They were 208 for 5. 6 overs later, they were 310 for 6. They scored 102 runs off the last 6 overs. Now obviously that was some outrageous hitting from Asif Khan, but they are thinking of something similar. They're thinking of 320, 330 from here.
Yes, like I said, 100 runs from now on. They still have 7 wickets remaining. Asif Khan yet to come. These two are going very good. Mustafa on 85. He's looking for 100 now. He opened his account on the 17th ball that he's faced. And look at the conversion now. Mustafa, a crisis man. Full toss. Nicely swept away. Behind square. 2 runs taken. Yeah, talking about the Kuwait players, they are used to playing a shorter format, T20 format. I think that is why after 25 or 26 overs, The body language of Kuwaiti players were a bit down.
Yeah, also all those drop catches. Okay, that's a really good over from Shiraz Khan. It's only gone for 5 with both batters trying to hit every single ball for 6 pretty much, or at least 4. Good nerve from the leggy. Maybe he's the death option for Kuwait. 43 ball, 2-3-8 for 8. Just correct myself, 2-3-8 for 3. Getting carried away in the heat here, Paresh. He'll stay with us through this over break. UAE, they do end up with, let's say, 310, 320. Is that going to be far too much for Kuwait, or could we see some fireworks from what is a batting attack with plenty of power in it?
Yes, we might see a 20-20 game by Kuwait in the first 10 overs of the power play. Just to remind you that the bowling attack of UAE is pretty much good with Junaid Siddiq. Zohar Khan as well. Ayn Khan, the youngster, the 17-year-old left-arm orthodox. Karthik Mayapan. And even Aryan Lakra, the left-arm orthodox as well.
Oh, you're in trouble again. You're in trouble in the Mustafa household. You forgot Rohan Mustafa. Remember those off breaks. He'll probably bowl all 10. He likes bowling at the death. Yeah, probably the most impressive thing about this partnership, I know it's had lots of fortune with the drop chances and all of those near missed runouts, but it's the stamina they've shown. They've been out there since the 5th over. It's for the best part of 3 hours now. Shown wonderful endurance, and for Veritia Aravind, you should think, okay, well, he's 20 years of age, he should be able to do that. But Rohan Mustafa, 34 and maybe 35 now, and he's still going, and going at the attack in a big way. Unbelievable. That's gone all the way for 6. What a marvellous stroke. How's he got that all the way to the longer side of the ground?
Yeah, that's sheer power by Mustafa. What a connection with the ball. That was an unbelievable shot played by Mustafa over extra cover. Look at that. Slashed that over extra for a maximum.
Yeah, that's the incredible thing about it. Sometimes you see boundaries like that on the offside, but they go behind square. They go over a sort of deep backward point. That's gone miles in front of square, right out of the screws. If he repeats that, he'll get to 100. 6 away now, Mustafa. More runs. Going to be a couple into the offside. That's the longer side of the ground, and the frustration is very telling now in the field. Yelps of exasperation from them. UAE hunting down a big total.
Yes, Mustafa is just taking a breather there, trying to adjust his trousers. Yeah, good fitness shown by Mustafa. And talking about Arvind, he's just 20 or 21 years of age. Talking about Mustafa, he's a very experienced player, probably in his mid-30s. And very good fitness shown by Mustafa here. I think it's a pleasant weather for the UAE team.
Yeah, I suppose with that extreme heat they do get in Dubai. Oh dear, it's going from bad to worse here for Kuwait. Do get back for 2. It's the captain. I don't know if he's ended up wearing this on his foot. Don't think he made any contact with his hand. It just struck him on the right boot.
Come on, boys. Only 6 over, boys.
He is still down on his haunches, taking in some heavy breaths, but we've been out there for 3 hours. I think he's 34 right now, Mustafa. Been around for an eternity, Paresh. First played for the UAE a long time ago. Good off-cutter. That's a good option for Manib.
Yes, this is all about strength and conditioning training that they go through. They've retained the ODI status, UAE. The fitness is very important nowadays in all the formats, T20 or 50 overs or a test match. In this heat, Like I said, it's very much hot in UAE, in Dubai, in Sharjah, Abu Dhabi.
The leg cutter. Oh, nearly evasive action needed. And it's 100 for Rohan Mustafa. The joy, it's back in Emirati cricket. And he is going to love every second of this moment. A special innings for him. Redemption in many ways. He looks up to the heavens to thank the Almighty as well. And what a knock it's been. It was very, very slow at first, but look at how he's caught up. His 100 comes up of 118 deliveries. Well batted, Rohan Mustafa.
Yes, a brilliant knock by Rohan Mustafa. Full toss again, played on the off stump. Oh, it's going to pierce the field. Running down to the boundary for 4 runs. What death overs for UAE. 256 for 3 at the end of 44 overs. And look at the shot again. Over cover, beating the sweeper cover. Yeah, the length of the innings getting tall for the UAE fielders there. Taking a breather, these two batters having a drink. 44 gone, 256 for 3.
Six overs remain as the carnage is really in the midst of unfolding. 2 set batters who've been at the crease for nearly 40 overs. This is the moment. Look at that. You do worry about fast bowlers these days. That was, what, half a yard to the right of where it was hit. It could have been really nasty. Back live with you now. Shiraz Khan continues, and Brady Aravind gets it away for 4. Kuwait cannot find any way to stem the runs, and they are flowing. They are flowing very heartily here in Kathmandu now for the UAE.
The UAE batters, they are scoring 4s and 6s at will at the moment. Look at the shot again, opening his face to get the gap. There was a very wide fielder at the boundary on the offside. Nicely played. Another 6 for Brady Aravind. Now here's over on a ball.
You got a feel for Shiraz Khan here. This is quite well bowled. He's landed it pretty much where he wants to. It's a short leg side boundary. He's bowling from the wrong end is the issue. And again, the left-hand right-hand partnership is forcing that. That's a miss hit for 6 from Brady Aravind. Bowling so nicely here. Again, his figures don't do him justice. Shiraz Khan and Shahrukh Kudus have been the pick of the attack alongside the youngster Yasin Patel. Again, it could have been a wicket. Instead it's 4, and there's a kick of the turf in frustration. And everything is going UAE's way.
Yeah, Aravind just toying with the bowling here, and we can clearly see that the body language and the Kuwaiti players, they are very tired. Look at that effort, a very ordinary effort by the fielder at backward point. They're just used to playing T20 cricket. This is completely different format. Very tired, the Kuwaiti fielders.
Yeah, exhaustion kicking in, and you can understand why. They've been out there for 3 hours and 10 minutes already. They haven't picked up a wicket. for about 2 hours and 50 minutes of that.
Shot of the day, man.
That's a glorious shot. A shot of a player who's very special. Nearly takes out Nick, one of our cameramen, up in the gantry there. And he knows his cricket well enough to sway out of the way. That one is one of the best shots of the day. Well done, Nick. Good to see you're in one piece.
Yeah, he waves. And let's say very good evasive action taken by Nick there. Look at that. Played it straight towards the side screen. Oh, that was a nice duck.
Needed as well, wasn't it? He was in trouble. Another big over. The leg spinner may have been hit out of the attack now by Vertia Aravind, who races ahead of Mustafa again. And he'll keep the strike. 45 ball, 275 for 3.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys.
Five to go. Credit to the crew. They do the hardest job possible. And not only has he saved the camera there, he saved himself. Really quick thinking Nick Bixter, one of the team, up there on the gantry. And our thanks to everyone involved with the production. We know that yesterday we had a few teething problems, but hopefully we'll get better and better throughout every single day of this competition. The great thing is every game is live as well, not just from here at the TU International Cricket Ground, but also the Mulpani Cricket Stadium. All 24 matches across 15 game days beamed live around the world. As we're going to see the return of Parvinder Kumar, who was only brought in the 41st over. He's at a change of ends. His first over went for 19. Aravind, I think, will be licking his lips.
Yes, he started off with a variation, bowled way outside the off stump, given as a wide. 5 overs still remaining. Another wide. This very ordinary bowling, very ordinary effort by the bowler.
So I think the tactic here is to bowl towards that guideline, which is the white line out there outside the off stump. But look at the swing he's generating. That's very nearly a no ball. That's nearly pitched off the wicket. Still, it's given as a wide. Beautiful shot. Don't think this is a good tactic. Verdia Aravind is good inside out over extra cover. It's the shorter side of the ground on the offside. Aravind is counting up where the fielders are. Mustafa smiles. And that 150 that you called a long time ago, Paresh, very much on the cards now.
Yes, he's inching towards 150 and beyond. If he bats the full 50 overs, we might see a double 100 from him. He has to keep the strike for that. He's striking it well.
He just lost his shape there, didn't he? Dragged into the leg side. And the big problem here for Kuwait. Parvinder is going to bring the ball back into Mustafa. That's a short leg side boundary. So what Mustafa's going to try and do will be clear that front leg, get that right leg out of the way. You can already see how open his stance is. And he'll try and impersonate a bit of Christopher Henry Gale and get it up towards the grass banks. Clears the front leg, gets it out of the screws, gets it up to the grass banks. Easy old game. 6 more.
Yes, that is what he's been doing throughout this innings. In the latter part of this innings, clearing his front leg, the right leg. And that helps him swing his bat throughout the line. A big hit. Arvind on 147 and Mustafa moves to 111. Look at that, clearing his right leg, the front leg.
bit of a naivety to this bowling plan right now. Back live. This time misses out. 10 sixes already. You might see a few more in the final 4.5 overs, even though no contact made this time. Leg bye given. Mustafa moves to 111. Two outstanding innings. They've been contrasting ones as well, very different in style. Even though Mustafa's strike rate looks okay now, for the vast majority of his first 60 or 70 balls, he was very slow, very, very cautious. Built up this innings. Now they're trying to make hay whilst the sun is shining. And even this one, not out of the middle, not able to carry down towards the subfielder. That's Clinto Anto. As Aravind just starting to tire, having to stretch out. What was the longest you ever batted for at this ground, Paresh? These two have been out there for 3 hours now.
Well, in the 3-day game, when we played against Singapore, I think I batted around 60 or 70 overs. I scored a century in this particular ground, that is.
Great memories from Paresh Lahani, former national team captain of Nepal. 46 ball, 292 for 3.
Number 25. Come better.
It's a 269 run partnership, this, between Varitya Aravind and Rohan Mustafa. Batting to the highest quality, the left hand, right hand. Partnership has worked in tow and complemented each other beautifully. And if we look at the acceleration in the last 5 overs, Mustafa's taken 45 off 19, and Aravind almost as quick, 28 off just 11 balls faced in that 5-over period. Nothing has gone right. For Kuwait, they've dropped 6, maybe 7 chances. Their bowlers, with the exception of Yasin Patel, the captain, Mohammad Aslam, and those few part-time overs of Bilal Tahir, are all going at more than a run a ball. In fact, Parvinder Kumar has bowled 2 overs that have travelled the distance for 34. So Manib is going to be the latest one asked for an effort, but he's going at 8 and over. And UAE might even be thinking of something outrageous like 350 still. Remember, Asif Khan hasn't even got to the crease yet.
White.
It's the biggest sale of the year here right now in Kathmandu. Everything must go.
Yes, it is. That is what these two batters are eyeing for. Every ball, they are going after the ball. That is why they've been able to pick extras like wides. Look at the Kuwaiti fielders there. The shoulders are dropped. No one moving around.
Everything, and I mean every ball here, is going to go. And they're going to target the distance. 6 runs up towards the media centre. Sajan Lamachani, the official cam photographer, I think he gets his hands on that ball. You missed the block hole on a very good batting surface with 60, maybe 62 metre boundaries and a thin atmosphere. You're going to go the distance. And Kuwait are being taught some very tough lessons here by 2 high quality batters, the 11th 6 of the innings.
Yes, that was wonderfully done by Mustafa. Again, front leg moving across towards the right hand side and playing over long off. Hey, it'll be interesting to see from the side angle if he's batting very deep in the crease. He's getting under the ball every ball he's faced.
Swing and a miss, change of pace. Saw it from an alternative angle there, but she got a nice demonstration of good off cutter. Change ups. At least now with the field has changed. So third man has come up into the circle. Fine leg up as well. At least long off and long on are back. At least you got a chance then. I think before, when I'm not sure what the plan was with long off and long on up in the circle, because they weren't bowling the ball into the wicket. They're still trying to bowl Yorkers. Again, learnings that are different to the T20 game here in 50 over cricket for Kuwait. They think it's out, Kuwait. Instead it's given as a wide again. And now it's given out. My oh my. Haven't seen that too often. Again, we saw it from a strange angle. Not an angle we're used to. Wide was initially indicated, but then I think credit to the umpire. He's looked across at his partner at square leg. His partner said no, he's hit that. And it's carried through to the keeper. So finally the partnership is broken. The 300 won't come up just yet. A run shy of it. That partnership has been excellent. It's been probably match winning as well, you'd have to think. Worth 275 as Mustafa caught behind.
Yes, that was a very bizarre moment in the center. Initially it was given as a wide, and the umpire, that was good by the umpire, asking his partner at square leg. Mustafa gone for 118, 299 for 4.
Three more. Yeah, okay. 2 more. Yeah. 3, correct.
Yeah, very difficult one for us to describe, Paresh, wasn't it? Because we didn't get a look at that angle. You see that now. Can't remember this happening in international cricket before. But I actually think credit to the umpires. A lot of people are going to look at that and say, oh, well, that's poor, isn't it? I disagree. Umpires are humans. They make mistakes. And they work as a team out there together. So he's looked across to his square leg umpire, who said, no, I've got a really good line on that from my angle, and I am clear and certain that Mustafa has hit it. And there was no argument from Mustafa. I think Mustafa deep down probably knew. So, good decision in the end. We got there eventually, as Asif Khan is going to come to the crease. Probably the last man you want to see walk to the wicket in this situation for Kuwait. But credit to Monib for cramping up Mustafa and getting him caught behind for 118. Usman Ghani Ibrahim, the keeper, took the catch. What is Asif Khan going to do? Here we go. Fireworks incoming. First ball slaps it through the offside, but mid-off is out there, and the left-handed Meet Bavsar does well to keep it to a single. 300 comes up in the 47th over.
Yes, that was very good umpiring. Even computer gets hanged. Humans makes errors, and he rectified his error and gave it out. That's very good umpiring. Asking his partner, they have to work together in the field. In the meantime, Irvin, 148 not out of 137 deliveries, and Asif Khan, the big hitter, just in. And look at that, we can see the deflection from this angle. We couldn't see anything from the other angle, the behind the batsman angle, and immediately gives a wide and talks to his partner and gives it out.
Oh, extravagance again from Aravind, and gets it away for 4. It's almost a no-look boundary, that one. 150. I'm certain that's his highest score for the UAE. I know it's not an official ODI. I think it does have List A status though, and what a knock it's been. Oh, he's back to his brilliant best. And there is maybe no one more promising, no one with a higher ceiling in the entirety of associate cricket, in my opinion, than this young man, Varitya Aravind.
Yeah, look at him. The head was all swinging around, but got the connection and got the gap as well. It all started in this particular ground for him over a month ago. Scored 94 runs against Nepal. Since then, he hasn't looked back.
Very, very special. That's all I can say. Such a talent, a precocious talent for Varitya Aravind. This one's carved down to third man. He will keep the strike. He'll have 3 more overs to work with as Monib completes a wicket, taking over his first wicket. And the partnership's finally broken. 47 ball, 305 for 4.
ले सामने पे किधर क्या आप चाहिए अंशी अंश यार इधर देखो ना क्या प्रॉब्लम Sira Siru Siru check this one okay
3 overs remain. They're going to go back to the leg spinner. They couldn't go really back to
center
Parvinder Kumar, who's gone the distance. He's been smashed around the park. So it's back to the leg spinner. And Aravind stands and delivers. It's a short side on the offside, so he targets there. 360 degrees of this ground we have seen this youngster play, and it's 4 more.
Yes, what a brilliant batting performance by him.
normal feeling like
Gave himself room. The ball was a bit slower from Siraj. Got the gap. Dealing in boundaries. 17 more balls remaining. Can they reach 350?
Going to be 4 more. The problem is he's turning the ball that way, so Aravind is giving himself room outside the leg stump to target the offside. This is an exhibition, a clinic. What a batter.
Yeah, even that is the shorter side of the boundary, because the pitch is on the right of your screen, and he's eyeing the shorter part of the boundary, giving himself room, going to the leg stump and creating that room outside the off stump, playing it over backward point. He wants to change the bat. Why would he want to change the bat? I think it's slightly broken.
Well, maybe he's retiring the bat. He's saying that one's got enough. Okay, bat 1, you've done your job. You've got 160. Into bat 2. I only use it when I bat 48 overs. That's my bat 2. These kids these days, I only ever had 1 bat, and I never hit it well enough to use it. You might have. They've got 10, 12 bats. I don't know what's going on. Oh, yeah, this one's pretty good as well. Going to be good enough for 4 more. This could be a day really Aravind is not going to forget, and don't rule it out. He may need 35 more. A double 100 is still on the cards here.
Yes, he'll have to deal with 6s, not 4s, to do that. Look at this again. In this instance, he went on the off stump, wide on the off stump. The bowler coming around the wicket, the right-hander, leg spinner. A good manipulation of the field.
Tries to go down the ground. Now, this has gone higher than it's gone longer, but it's still gone for 6. He's taken the catch and he's carried it over the rope. Nothing is going their way, and good honesty from the youngster Yasin Patel in the deep. He did all the hard work, but then he needed to flick it back in. Oh, Shiraz Khan, you really have to feel for him.
Yes, I don't think the youngster knew that the boundary line was very close to him. He took the catch, and while the momentum of the run took him away from the boundary line, he didn't have a clue about that.
I'm back live with you now, and it's 4 more. It's raining boundaries. And Kuwait, oh, they're being hit to pieces. This over, I don't even know how many it's gone for. I think it's gone for 22 from 5 deliveries, 1 to come. It's all happening here. And Aravind is toying with the leg spinner. Have to feel for him, he hasn't bowled badly. And this one helped around the corner again. Going to be 4 more. It's a 26 run 48th over. And Aravind is on the cusp of something very special. A double century, 48 bowled, 331 for 4.
Monib to continue with his 8th over. And Ashif Khan is on strike. Will he take a single and give strike to Arvind, or he will go for it?
You know me, Paresh, I love my statistics. I love my nerdiness. 8 overs ago, the score was 197 for 3. They put on 134 in 8 overs. And Asif Khan is going to try to add to that, but this is a good result. Not just for the game, but for UAE and for Vidya Aravind. Oh no, the overthrow is going to rob him of the strike. He would have needed 21 off 11, a real chance of a double 100. Instead, he just shakes his head. He says, I've got to put the team first, got to take that second. And we got all the threes on the board now. 333 for 4, would you believe it?
Well, we can see a carnage here by Asif Khan. They can reach 360 or above if he gets going, if he deals in boundaries and sixes. Oh, that's very well bowled.
Another misfield. It's going to be 4 more. How has this one gone to the rope? Oh, the wheels, they haven't just come off. They have gone catapulting into the barrier. Byes signalled 4 to the total. Well, that's regulation. You've got to get something behind it. It's nearly hit the helmet. I'm surprised it didn't hit the helmet. Would have been 5 then.
Yes, everything going against the Kuwaiti players. That was very well bowled and off-cutter bowled, but a very poor effort by the keeper there, not putting his body behind the ball. Good head. A huge one by Asif Khan.
Somebody call the police. There's a murder going on. It's here in Kathmandu. Asif Khan has murdered this one. This one's nearly gone to Timbuktu, not Kathmandu. It's huge. Oh, he's got broad shoulders. He hits it miles. That is massive. And we need new balls, please. Because we don't have someone outside the ground to catch this one like we saw a month ago. Right now, Kuwait, who were brilliant, they were outstanding for the first 15 overs, are being torn asunder, torn aplenty, torn around the ground. What an exhibition, what a display by the Emirates. We saw 2 statement victories yesterday. That came from Hong Kong and it came from Nepal. UAE are blitzing that one away right now.
Yes, the 6 hit by Mohammad Wasim a month ago was taken by one of the spectators behind the white wall.
Don't run for that. Watch out up here in the commentary box. 6 more. This is extraordinary. Hitting of the highest quality. First from Rohan Mustafa, then from Vidya Aravind, and now from Asif Khan. He loves this ground.
Yes, he definitely does. 4th fastest ODI 100 came out of this ground for Asif Khan. Look at this. It's total carnage. Back-to-back 6s for Khan.
Well, I see our drone is just flying up. I think that's a risky manoeuvre with the way the ball is flying around the ground. Look out, drone pilot. You could be getting 5.5 ounces of white leather smashed towards you. Wide outside the off stump. This partnership and this acceleration at the end has been possible because of the hard work that Aravind and Mustafa did when they were in trouble. You might just be tuning in. You could be waking up back in Europe or Africa and enjoying the coverage around the world. And you would never think, looking at the scores, that Kuwait were not just in the game, they were well on top of the game. It was 24 for 3 in the 5th over. They were all over UAE. They were causing problems. They then dropped 7, 8 catches. Okay, drone pilot, fly back. No, get back. You're too close. You're in trouble there. He could go over extra cover. The 350's up. Still 8 deliveries left. Comes over the wicket now. 6 from the moment it left the bat. You miss the block hole, you get punished. Asif, he might be thinking, can I get to 50? Only 7 balls left.
He sure can if he hit 6s. The 7 balls remaining now. This was right on the slot. A full toss. He could have hit it anywhere in the ground. Went over the fence to the grass banks.
Well, that's a safer spot. That's a clever drone pilot. Just a little higher, maybe a little higher. Slower ball, pumped down the ground now. Is Khan going to get back on strike? Oh no. Well, that sums it all up for the last 45 minutes for Kuwait. Nothing has gone right, and the runs are flowing. UAE putting on an exhibition here. 1 over remains, 360 for 4. He's actually done well to get there, and then he's gone the wrong way. He needed to go head first. This has been sensational hitting. So a game within a game now is going to begin because 6 deliveries remain. And young Veritia Aravind needs 21 to make history. I know Paul Radley, fantastic journalist from the national newspaper back in UAE. He's not here yet. He's hopefully going to come in later in the tournament, but he's watching on live there in the UAE. And he'll know, I don't think anyone's made 200 in a limited overs game at any level for the UAE. Or he's going to WhatsApp me in a moment and correct me if I'm wrong. So this is a special opportunity for a very special young man. And interestingly, Asif Khan has said, take the helmet off. That indicates to me, I'm going to give the youngster the strike, whatever the case. 6 balls left, a chance at history, a chance at 200. Parvinder Kumar, who's bowled 2 overs for 34, at an economy rate of 17, is given the task of bowling the final over. Can Veritia Aravind do it? 21 to get. Pulls it away. Does he start well? Of course he does. He gets it all the way for 6. It's just 15 needed now. Asif Khan is not going to face a ball in this final over. They're not going to be running a single or pushing for 3. Aravind stands 15 away from history.
What a strike. It was a short ball, nicely controlled shot. Over square leg for 6 runs by Veritia Aravind. Only 15 required to get to a double 100. 5 balls remaining.
Edged and taken. And the dream, it dies, it diminishes, but it doesn't take away from the most special of innings. Veritia Aravind has made 185 from just 147 deliveries. The last 85 of those have come in rapid time. Parvinder gets some light relief as the keeper hangs on. What a knock, one I will not forget. As Veritia Aravind, his star continues to grow and shine across the world.
Yes, a brilliant knock by Veritia Aravind, the 21-year-old age, 185 of just 147. And look at all the UAE bench, they are applauding him. And look at Rohan Mustafa as well. UAE 166 for 5.
Slightly lost a shake. Slightly. What a knock.
Thank you.
That was the actually shouldn't. Yeah, they shouldn't have run that second. He should have said. Sanchit Sharma to the crease. He's got a pretty simple task for me. Get a single. Give 3 balls to Asif Khan to go for maximums. And that's what he does. Does his job. What a knock we just seen. 185, and Paul Radley
on like a flash. Of course I was wrong. Of course. We all knew I was wrong, even as I said it. Arshad Ali did it in this exact competition. Oh, Paresh, you're telling me now you know. Okay, now you know, do you? It was in Malaysia about 17 years back. You probably played in that competition, Paresh. You did, of course. Thanks, mate. Going to be given as a wide outside the off stump. So you knew, but you didn't tell me. You wanted to wait for Paul Radley to tell me.
Yes, I knew that. Arshad Ali, one of the best opening batsmen I've ever seen in associate cricket. He played for UAE. He always made runs against Nepal. It was pretty hard for Nepal to get him out in the earlier stages. I knew all about that.
Spanked away, but straight to the man. So just be a single.
Back up, back up, back up.
For Kuwait, it's very clear where the issues lay, the fielding, and obviously a lack of death bowling options as well. But they're going to be so disappointed because in reality, we could probably say 25 or if not more than that, maybe 30, 35 overs of the game. They were right in the contest. Swing and a miss, given as a wide right on the margins. If we look at the score after even 38 overs, it was 176 for 3. You're still in the game at that point. Problem was being the last 12, they've not just doubled that score, they've put on more than 200. Extraordinary hitting.
Yes, credit goes to Rohan Mustafa and Vritti Arvind, the way they batted. And that partnership of 270 odd runs between them. And a match-winning partnership, I must say.
Yeah, they really are incredible, those numbers, when you consider them that way. 176 for 3 after 38. And in the last 12, if this one goes for if it goes for 6, it's going to be more than 212 overs they've scored. Can Asif Khan do it? Skews off an outside edge. I don't think he can, because Yasin Patel will hold on to the catch in the deep. The smallest of pieces of relief for Kuwait at the end. The last 12 overs, they have travelled all around the park. They've gone for 195 at an economy rate of in excess of 15. Asif Khan played a good little hand at the end. A very happy Mohammad Wasim, the captain, up there in the dugout, as UAE have plundered the highest score of the tournament thus far. 371 for 6 from their 50 overs.
Yeah, Lenny, you were talking about UAE posting 310 runs, like what they did against Nepal a month ago. There were 10 overs remaining, and you were talking about 310. And they surpassed that by 61 runs.
Oh, I think I said 350 at one point. You're stitching me up here. I reckon I said 350. I also said Verdi Aravind a double 100. Nearly got there. What a knock we've seen. And what an innings of entertainment, of high quality batting after an excellent start from Kuwait with the ball, who, remember, won the toss and chose to bowl first. They have learnt some hard lessons. And right now, the captain, Mohammad Aslam, is understandably just speaking to his team and saying, we've got to be better than that, and we also now have to take something from this game. Taking a victory and 2 points might be a bridge too far, but they have to stay in the contest and start to put some runs on the board to at least, the very least, keep that margin of defeat as narrow as possible. Tough 3.5 hours for them out there. In fact, 3 hours 45 minutes those 50 overs have taken because of the number of boundaries that have been hit, and we'll take a look at some of the highlights. As we saw a couple of boundaries to get things going, but then 3 wickets and 3 early wickets. They all came in the first 4.5 overs. As Mohammad Wasim, Aryan Lakra and Ramesh Shahzad all departed early, and then it was a magnificent 275 run 4th wicket partnership between Rohan Mustafa and Vritti Aravind. They batted brilliantly, Paresh.
Yes, they did a very good partnership. Like I said, a match-winning partnership between Mustafa and Arvind. 270 odd runs in a quick time, more than a run a ball. In the initial stages, Mustafa was very slow to start off with. That was understandable because 3 wickets were down already inside 5 overs, 24 for 3 to be precise. And then the partnership slowly started to build up. Arvind played beautiful shots, played it late against the spinners, and Mustafa started off after getting to 30 odd runs. He started opening his hands and then didn't look back.
What you're going to see now from this part of the innings onwards is the onslaught, and it was so blatant as to when it was going to come and going to start. With 12 overs to go, landmarks had been achieved. Aravind had just got to 100. I think Mustafa had just gone to 50, and they said that was it. Now's the time to press the accelerator, to show the skill and the quality and the power hitting. That one very nearly cleaned out. Syed Manib as well. Yes, the bowling was a bit indifferent at points, but my oh my, the quality of batting and ball striking that we saw all around the ground, and the way in which they targeted the vacant areas, the unprotected areas in the deep, was probably the most impressive part about it. Aravind again and again, if the men came up on the offside, he hit it there. If the men came up on the leg side, then he went to the leg side just like that. He's a special young cricketer, that man. Even the misheats were clearing the rope. I think that was the 100 moment for Rohan Mustafa. It was a moment of redemption for him.
Yeah, talking about Kuwait, and they need 50 overs match practice now. They've just played only T20s recently. They need 50 over match practice.
Did see some good bowling, the occasional dot ball in there as well, but generally the boundaries just rained around the ground from the heavens, and it gives this incredible looking scorecard with Aravind and Mustafa combining 300 runs between them in a partnership of 275 as well. And then Asif, well, we all know about his big hitting. He is coming into maybe the autumn of his career, but he's in a real purple patch. Good innings of 26 off 9. Here's the wickets. 3 early. That was a nice delivery, wasn't it, by the youngster, dragged on. Early turn for the left arm spinner, and then a poor shot off balance from Ramiz Shahzad. At that point, Kuwait it was that were soaring to the skies. And then the late wickets. Mustafa initially walked on that one. I haven't seen that angle yet. He walked, and then he saw the wide, and then the umpire overturned his own decision and said no, that was out. And a wicket off the final ball to give Parvinder Kumar something to cheer. But the drop catches, 7 of them, very, very costly indeed, as are these bowling figures, because they've gone around the park with the exception of Yasin. How good does his spell look now? And the captain Aslam. Everyone else has gone the distance. Parvinder at 15 and over, Manib at 10 and over, and I think maybe an injury to Shahrukh Kudus has prevented him from bowling his final 2. That was costly too. I think that's going to get us to the halfway stage of our coverage. We're going to take a break here. Kuwait, they need a speculative 372 to win. Be back with you with all the action inside 30 minutes time.
Welcome back after the lunch break. Welcome back after the drinks break. Good afternoon, all the viewers. A very good performance by the batters of UAE. They scored 371 runs in the allotted 50 overs. Kuwait need 372 runs to win from 50 overs. A very steep ask for Kuwait. You can see the two umpires in the field. I would like to welcome Mudassar Ali in the com box. Good afternoon, Mudassar.
Very good afternoon to you, Paresh, and good afternoon to all of our viewers. 1x Bat ACC Men's Premier Cup Nepal 2023. A mammoth total have been posted by UAE lads. They were in deep trouble. Couple of centuries by the young Ritya went on to score 185 and Rohan Mustafa 118. And some sloppy work in the field by the fielders, helping Rohan Mustafa and Ritya to score those big runs. 372. Mammoth total, Paresh, but the wicket looks really good.
Yes, the history tells us that batting in the afternoon in the second innings is much better than batting in the morning. And this wicket, because I played here, the experience here, batting in the afternoon is much better than batting in the morning. So it's a very steep ask for Kuwait. Ravija, the opening batter for Kuwait, a left-hander. And Junaid Siddiq is going to start off. It's Sajid Sharma who's going to start the proceedings for UAE.
The young talent who was with the champion side in the ILT20, which was concluded in Feb of this year. Sanchit Mohan Sharma, part of Giants team, runs in Sanchit for the first time.
A bit of a shape into the left-hander, starts off with a Yorker length. A good start for UAE. Yeah, I've heard of Sanchit Sharma. He's a very good bowler. He was not in the squad here before in the World Cup League 2 when UAE travelled here for the Tri-Series against Nepal and PNG.
He tried to get that extra swing with the new ball. He needs to work on his pace, Paresh. He bowls around 115, 118. That will be an easy picking, and this time a no ball and nicely played towards deep square leg ball, racing towards the fence. First boundary from the blade of Bhavsar of the mark Kuwait.
Yeah, overstepping here. Sanchit Sharma. Free hit signal by the umpire. A good way to start off the innings, and we can see the overstep. Yes, that's clearly a no ball. Good decision by the umpire. The field cannot be changed because the same batsman is on the strike. A freebie for Bhaskar. Very well bowled, right on the block hole. Yeah, he looks to be a natural outswinger for the right-hander. That is why it's going into the left-hander.
With smooth action and easy run-up, young lad Sanchit Mohan Sharma and his sibling, his younger sister, plays as well for UAE women's national side. His father has worked really hard on both Sanchit Mohan Sharma and his sister Khushi Sharma. A very good all-rounder, early days for Sanchit Mohan Sharma in international cricket.
Oh, that's very well played. Beautiful cover drive over extra for 4 runs. Vaskar on his way. A good start for Kuwait.
Boundary number 2 in this over. A bit over pitch delivery, and look at that shot in the gap. Glorious shot. Second boundary for Bhavsar, Meet Bhavsar, the left-hand batter. Intentions are very clear. They want to go and chase this target. It's highly impossible, but you never know.
A nice length bowled by Sanchit. They need 373 to win in 50 overs. They have a good start. 9 of 4 balls at the first over. They need at least, let's say, around 70 to 80 runs in the first 10 overs of the power play without losing any wicket if they want to win this match, if they want to get a chance in this match.
Partnerships are very key for Kuwait. Thought of a single, but no chance of that. Good comeback after conceding that boundary. Back-to-back dot deliveries by Sanchit Mohan Sharma. It was a treat to watch. Rohan Mustafa and Vritya Arvind went on to score that 100. The start of the tournament, scoring those big centuries, it gives as an individual that confidence as well as for the team. As I have witnessed in the last game, Hong Kong, Babar had getting that 100. So always, as a batter, you are riding high on confidence.
Oh, that's very well bowled. Again, nicely dug out by Vaskar. At the end of the first over, Kuwait 11 for no loss. Junaid Siddiq has taken another new ball from the Chobar end for the second over of the innings. Yeah, he's a very good bowler, Junaid Siddiq, a premier spearhead of UAE team. What an innings played by Vritti Arvind. He's behind the stumps now as a keeper. 185 of just 147 deliveries. And even Rohan Mustafa started up very slow in the initial stages because 3 wickets were already down for UAE. Very nicely bowled.
Slight movement for Junaid Siddiqui, straight into the hands of wicket keeper. Talking about Vritya in the first innings, he got some cramps. I thought he won't keep the wickets in the second innings, but fitness looks good for Vritya Arvind, scoring 185, and it's not an easy job in the 50 overs to come back and do the wicket-keeping job for your team.
Yes, the strength and conditioning training helps a lot these days because UAE, they are an ODI nation. Outside off stump, just trying to fish around, given as a wide.
The first wide conceded by Junaid Siddiqui. Way outside the off stump, an easy decision for the on-field umpire. 12 on board. What a turnaround of events for Junaid Siddiqui. Initially, he struggled a lot in UAE, and suddenly he got a call from the national side in 2018, and everything changed in his life.
What a catch by the captain himself, Wasim. Diving to his left, low to the ground. Beautifully done.
He's a live wire in the field, the captain Mohammad Wasim. He loves to put that extra effort in the field. The captain leading from the front. departs Sandaruwan, and over pitch delivery. It was almost there in the gap, but then came in Muhammad Wasim, electrifying. A stunner taken by the captain. That's the end of the batter Sandaruwan without troubling the scorers.
Kuwait 12 for 1. A very smart catch taken by the captain Mohammad Wasim at mid-off. Parvinder Kumar is the new batsman in at number 3 for Kuwait. Early breakthrough for Siddiq. He's a wicket-taking bowler. Oh, that's a pretty good sharp delivery. Ball nipping in after pitching. There was slightly appeal, but it was going above the stumps. The height is the issue there, but it surprised the new batter.
He has no clue, Parvinder. He is in two minds whether to play or leave the delivery. Talking about that catch, Paresh, it was a poor delivery. These kind of catches will help the bowlers. You need that support from the fielders, which was lacking in the first innings when Kuwait dropped those catches.
Oh, that was coming into him. Had no clue about that ball. Tried to just slog it out of the park, but couldn't get connection. Hit it straight towards his thigh pad. Now they need to go from the start. They've had a start in the first over, but lost a wicket. There's a batter still there who's batting well. He hit 2 fours, playing on 10 of 7. Now they need a partnership, but in quick time to chase this target. A very mammoth total by UAE.
I expect the Kuwait batters to put on some fight. Coming into the right-hand batter, not in control, but managed to put the wood on the ball. Couple of runs off the mark, Parvinder.
Yeah, Aryan Lakra, the youngster, chasing the ball. He was also beaten by the pace there. Parvinder couldn't get the middle of the bat, got the inner half of the bat, going to the deep square like boundary. A good chase by Aryan Lakra just to keep it under 3 runs. 2 to be precise. There's a slip, backward point, cover point, short extra, mid-off, mid-on, and mid-wicket. The boundary right is third man and fine leg. Swing and a miss. After 2, Kuwait 14 for 1. Sanchit Sharma to continue the third over of the innings and his second over. A very steep ask for Kuwait to chase this target. Nicely bowled. Yes, that's out. Second wicket down. UAE right on top.
Peach of delivery by the youngster Sanchit Mohan Sharma. Strikes on the first delivery of his second over. The batter has no clue. Ball on the right channel. Slight movement. Taking that inside edge and excellent catch taken by Vritya. Wicket number 2 goes down for Kuwait. It's Meet Bhavsar to making 10 with the help of 2 boundaries in deep trouble. Kuwait losing both the openers. It's 14 for 2.
Yeah, there was a slight inside edge onto the pads. A nice take by Ritti Irvin, the keeper. Good decision by the umpire. And Ibrahim is the new batsman in. Yet another right-hander. There's a slip. Point, cover, extra cover. The same field. Oh, nicely bowled again.
The new batter Usman Ghani Ibrahim. On target Sanchit Mohan Sharma. Though he doesn't have that much pace, but he knows where to bowl. And that swing helping Sanchit Mohan Sharma to fetch his first wicket of this match. It's now Parvinder and Ibrahim out in the middle.
Yeah, if you don't have so much of pace, if you're not express pace, the line and length is the key for you. Got the outside edge again. Over backward point, running towards the boundary. A lucky 4 runs for Ibrahim to open his account.
Off the marker with that boundary, Usman Ghani Ibrahim. A fuller delivery, he was not in control, but taking that advantage of the power play, clears the 30-yard circle and very quick lightning outfield. They have worked really well. The groundsman, credit should be given to them.
Fuller delivery at this stage, playing straight down the ground. A beautiful shot. It's an eye-catching shot by Ibrahim to score his second boundary.
A bit fuller. This was much better shot than the previous one. Played straight down the ground. No stopping. Back-to-back force for Ibrahim.
Yes, you can see that wicket is very true to bat on. The ball is nicely coming onto the bat. If you bowl seam-up deliveries, quick single taken. I think Sanchit tried to roll his fingers towards the ball. That is why the ball went into the right-hander.
The second day of this tournament. 1x Bat ACC Men's Premier Cup Nepal 2023. We are coming live from TU International Ground. Excellent ground. Is the outfield lightning throughout the season?
Yes, throughout the season, not only in rainy season, because we don't have cricket in the rainy season, in the monsoon. But apart from that, the outfield is always lighting like this. Oh, good hit, massive hit, down towards long on for a maximum. A good start for Kuwait here, apart from losing those 2 early wickets. 29 for 2 in 3 overs. Junaid Siddiq with his second over and the fourth over of the innings. He's bowled very well the first over, only giving away 3 runs and taking a wicket. I think that's wide. Yes, it is. Just doing a bit of more by the ball, exaggerated movement outside the off stump. Talking about the chase, they need to go almost 8 runs per over. If they do so, they've lost 2 wickets, 2 early wickets under 3 overs. If they can keep the wickets in hand and let's say reach at least 50 or 60 in the first 10 overs of power play, I think they're on the right track to chase this target, but it's a very, very high task.
Adjusting is the line and length. Junaid Siddiqui. This time, the marquee talking about this mammoth total. You need to plan, you need to play session by session. Initial 10 overs are very crucial. We have seen in the first innings they lost 3 wickets in 6 overs, UAE, but that partnership between Vritya and Rohan Mustafa turning it in favor of UAE. Same exactly what is needed for Kuwait. Parvinder on strike and it was Ibrahim on strike. They need to build the partnership, go at around 6-7 runs per over, and if you have wickets in hand then you can accelerate at the right time.
Yes, exactly. Looking at this, it's 30 for 2 in the fourth over. They need a partnership. They need a plan in the center. They need to rotate the strike. They need to do something to disorder the UAE bowlers. UAE right on top at the moment. They were 3 down, mind you, in the first innings. In 5 overs, 23 for 3 to be precise. Ball into the right hander. He's trying to get that correct length, Junaid Siddiq. He's trying to bowl in the slot because to get that swing and to get that edge, but he's not able to do so that he's trying to find that length, the back of the length, the right length in this wicket.
Absolutely, you need to bowl the right channel to get that swing. Yes, he has got initial movement, but it was called the wide, generating that pace, hitting the deck hard. Junaid Siddiqui, Parvinder on strike. Did it hit the toe of the batter? Excellent work by Vritya Arvind, definitely saving a boundary for his team. It's a leg bye given by the umpire. Excellent work by the wicket keeper.
Yes, that was a good glove work by Arvind behind the stumps. And talking about the chase, UAE, they were 24 for 3 in 5 overs, and after the big partnership between Rohan Mustafa and Vritya Arvind, they were able to post a mammoth total of 372 in 50 overs, the highest so far in this tournament, with 2 centurions, Arvind and Mustafa. Again, he's trying to bowl into the right-hander. After pitching, the ball is going in.
When you're in Nepal, it feels like you're in paradise, and that's what we got. A batting paradise here in TU International Stadium. A lovely atmosphere. Early days in this tournament. It keep on going with the matches coming in, especially the Nepal versus Oman. We'll see some crowd coming into the ground to support the Nepal.
Yes, that'll be a cracker of a match. Talking about that, 4 overs done, Kuwait 33 for 2. The 17-year-old boy, Ayn Khan, is into the attack from the pavilion end. A very smart bowler, left arm orthodox. He's impressed a lot of people here in Nepal and across the globe. He was declared the player of the series in the bilateral series against Nepal and UAE here in November 2022.
He's the wonder kid of UAE, the left arm orthodox, Ayan Afzal Khan. He was also the part of the champion side which won the ILT20. The Gulf Giants, upcoming talent in UAE.
Starts off right on the money. Oh, if that was a direct hit, the umpires surely would have gone upstairs. A very good start by Ayn Afzal Khan. He's not trying to turn the ball. He's not just slowing the ball up. He's just bowling with himself. The first over, he's bowling here. Ah, perfect delivery. The ball going with the arm. No turn whatsoever for him.
He's too young, but he has that maturity level. He has won a couple of matches with his batting skills as well for UAE. This time an easy picking. Whenever we praise the bowler, the commentator's curse comes into play. The next delivery put towards the fence. The 4 runs for the batter Parvinder.
Yeah, you can see the approach of the Kuwaiti batsman. It's similar to the T20 format. 1 or 2 dot balls, they just swing the bat. That is because they have recently playing T20 cricket, not 50 over cricket. Again, this one trying to heave that down to mid wicket. It's a mammoth total. We can understand that they need to go every ball, but they need to understand the ball. They need to understand the wicket. That is not their doing.
The boundary, couple of dot deliveries to end the over number 5. 38 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Junaid Siddiq to continue from the Chobar and the 6th over. Kuwait 38 for 2. The run rate is quite good. Up in the air. Down towards long off. 1, 2 bounces over the rope. 4 runs for Ibrahim. The third for him. The over has started off good for Kuwait.
Positive approach adapted by both the batters. Doesn't matter whether they have lost those 2 quick wickets. It was there asking for the punishment in the slot. Nicely played over the mid-off fielder. Boundary for Ibrahim. Looking good. Moves to 16 of just 12 deliveries. Runs in Junaid Siddiqui. Back of line delivery on the leg side. Getting that inside edge. And a good catch taken, a loud appeal. Unlucky, I would say, Usman. He was looking good, but going after that poor delivery. This is the second time he got a wicket on the very poor delivery.
Yes, Junaid Siddiq, he always is amongst the wickets for UAE. Yes, I think that brushed the gloves. And a good take by the keeper, Arvind, even though he played the full 3 hours, batting, scoring 185 runs. And the umpire has given that out. Ibrahim gone for 16 of 13 deliveries. Kuwait 42 for 3. Muhammad Amin is the new batsman in. He looks like Mohammad Wasim with that beard and stuff. 330 more required of 44.4 overs. Ah, that's plumb in front. Doesn't get plumber than that. Beautiful delivery, beautiful ball by Siddiq on a hat-trick now.
Just came in, watched the surface and going back in the hut. A brilliant delivery. This time a better delivery, fetching him this wicket on target. Caught in front, and he knows straight away, not even looking at the umpire, runs in to celebrate Junaid Siddiqui. An easy decision. Wicket number 4. It's Muhammad Amin for the Golden Duck. Strikes Junaid Siddiqui. Back-to-back wickets in this over. 42 for 4.
Junaid Siddiq is on a hat-trick. Aslam is the new batsman in at number 6 for Kuwait, in deep trouble, chasing a mammoth total of 373. Well, it'll be interesting. What field does Junaid Siddiq keep? I think Mustafa is coming to the second slip. Yes, 2 slips. Backward point, cover point, short extra, mid off. Only one fielder inside the circle at the leg side. I bet he's going to bowl that similar delivery that he got the last wicket. Pitching an off stump and ball moving into the right-hander.
On a hat-trick, Junaid just going towards the leg side, trying to bowl that Yorker, misses the line. So wide has been called. Still, he has a chance to get that hat-trick. It's the captain on strike, Aslam.
Yeah, the idea was right, but the execution was wrong. The line was on the leg stump. If the line was on the off stump, I bet he would have got a hat-trick there. It was way down the leg side. The second slip is off. I think he needs to attack now. Keep a statement. Just bundle out Kuwait for a very low total. Nicely driven towards cover. 2 runs taken by these 2 batsmen.
Of the marker, captain Aslam. It's an excellent drive, but not power generated on this shot. Just couple of runs.
UAE, they have taken 4 wickets already under 6 overs. Why don't you go for the kill? Keep on a statement what Hong Kong and Nepal did yesterday. Give that strong statement to the rest of the 9 teams that we are here to win.
The experience, Aslam out in the middle, struggling with the line and length, though he has got 3 wickets to his name. He's clearly struggling. Those 2 wickets, early 2 wickets, poor deliveries fetching him that wicket, except that LBW, which one excellent delivery. He's struggling clearly, Junaid Siddiqui.
I think Junaid is trying to bowl an extra pace or 2. That is why he's missing his line, going down the leg side. Just bowl within yourself, stump to stump. That's good. That's better. Better length and better line.
Going almost 8 runs per over, but the wicket column is hurting Kuwait. They have lost 4 wickets in just 5.5 overs. Parvinder out in the middle to keep the company. It's Muhammad Aslam, the captain. Like the approach of the captain. Mohammad Wasim still slip in place for Junaid Siddiqui. Very watchful Aslam. Dot delivery to end the over number 6. 46 for the loss of 4.
Time he visited Nepal for the Cricket World Cup League 2. Very talented youngster. What a find for the UAE team. Even Aryan Lakra is also, I think he's 19 years of age, Aryan. 21, I beg your pardon. Trying to heave it over mid-wicket. Yes, crosses the fielder. A much needed 6 for the batsman. Like I said, they are here in a T20 mode, the Kuwaiti batters.
No stopping. It's the Parvinder show in the second innings. Doesn't matter whether you lose your partners from the other end. He's scoring. He's playing his shots with ease. There was a man, but clearing that mid-wicket and getting that maximum. Parvinder moves to 18. With that maximum, 50 comes up for Kuwait. In 6.2 overs. Left arm orthodox. Ayan, a slip in place. There you go, back-to-back maximum. Parvinder goes big and sends the little kid out of the park.
Yeah, this one's even bigger than the first one. What a hit, and there's a bit of smile on the youngster's face, the bowler. What a hit. Like I said, Kuwait in T20 mode. Look at this shot. Slog sweep over deep mid-wicket boundary into the grass banks. The run rate, current rate is not an issue. The wicket column is an issue for Kuwaiti batsmen. Hit it over mid-off. Trying to take 2 runs. Almost touching the cushion, boundary cushions, the captain Mohammad Wasim. But it's fine. 2 runs taken.
Trying to go aerial, clear that mid-off fielder, chased by Mohammad Wasim, couple of runs. The intentions are very clear from Parvinder. He's in no mood to defend the deliveries. Once again, slog sweep. This time, just a single.
Yeah, he wants to go every ball towards the mid-wicket boundary region. Credit goes to the youngster. He bowled it a bit slower, and then he bowled the other 2 balls. That went for a 6. And Aslam, the captain, is on strike now. The required rate, they are going at the required rate, but the issue is the wicket column. 4 down already. Nicely bowled to end the 7th over. Kuwait 61 for 4. And there'll be change in the commentary. Well, a very good start for Kuwait, apart from losing those 4 wickets. The current rate is very good. Siddiq was on a hat-trick in the last over that he bowled. 3 for 14 in 3 overs. Oh, that was very well bowled, and I would like to welcome Andrew Leonard in the commentary box. Good afternoon, Lenny.
Oh, blink and you miss it here, isn't it? Kathmandu. We saw in the first 7 overs lots of runs and wickets. Now there is a team that will enter the tournament tomorrow, the champions of the Challenge Cup. Beneath this, that's Saudi Arabia, working hard in the nets under the watchful eye of the former Pakistan player, their head coach. That's Kabir Khan, obviously former Afghan head coach too. Well, the action continues, the fireworks aplenty. Parvinder goes down, down. And Junaid Sadiq wonders what's going on and flies all the way for 6.
Yes, he has been doing that quite often, 2 back-to-back sixes against Ayan Khan. And this is the first one against Sadiq. All he knows is how to play shots, to hit 6s and 4s. That is what he's doing in a T20 mode, rather in a T10 mode.
Well, I tell you, if you did just tune in, maybe you're coming in for the second innings and you're wondering what is the T20 total that Kuwait are chasing. It's not a T20 international, no, it's a 50 over match as part of the ACC Premier Cup. Slower ball helped into the leg side, but there seems to be a real T20 mindset, understandably, for Kuwait. It's the vast majority, in fact almost exclusively, the type of cricket that they play, so they have taken quite a lot of adjusting to that format. And you can understand, if you only play T20 cricket maybe 90-95% of the time, just 4 50 over games in the last 6 years for this Kuwaiti side. So that's the challenge that they have. They have to adjust to this format, to the conditions. They did it well for 25 or 30 overs in the first innings, and now set this huge task of chasing down what would be a mammoth total. They are off to a helter-skelter start. Good Yorker from Sadiq. But if you look at it here, Paresh, 68 for 4 in the 8th over. It's a manic start.
Yes, it is. Like I said, the rate is not an issue. The wicket column is an issue for Kuwait. It's just because of lack of practice of the 50 over format that you said for the last 6 years they have only played around 4 to 5 50 over matches. You have to play more than that.
Yeah, and I think in fairness there's been good reasons for that. Firstly, the pandemic, and then that squeezed the T20 World Cups into 2 calendar years. 11 months gap between those 2 events in 2021 and 2022. So all of the focus, not just of these associate teams, but many of the larger teams, the test nations as well. Ireland didn't play a red ball game in 4 years. Zimbabwe played very little test cricket in that time. Bangladesh too, intermittently. So as a consequence, the focus went on to the shortest format. And with the 2 formats trying to be balanced, this one's helped around the corner. Very well played. A swivel pull shot. He's got on top of the bounce. He's a class act. Mohammad Aslam. I reckon he is Kuwait's best player. The captain gets a boundary to close out the 8th over. It's 72 for 4. So Horkan is going to come into the attack. Really hope you're enjoying the coverage here, being broadcast around the world. Day number 2, we've got 15 game days all together. 24 matches between these 10 sides, duking it out for 1 place in the Asia Cup qualifier. That will go to the champions, and then 3 places in the ACC Emerging Teams Cup. Andrew Leonard here with you as always, and I got Paresh Lahani, the former Nepal national team captain. Paresh, you enjoyed the 2 days of action so far?
Yes, absolutely. Yesterday, Nepal chased the target. Now today, UAE posted. That's a appeal. I don't think that brushed anything. Rightfully so, called a wide.
I quite like that delayed decision from the umpire. He's thought about it, he's considered it, and he said no, it hasn't made contact with the glove, so I'm going to give it as a wide down the leg side. And I have to say, it may end up being a losing cause, but I'm quite enjoying the approach from Parvinder Kumar as well. He's throwing the bat at everything. Not going to see it from that angle. Bottom glove came off the bat as well. What about Vritia Aravind out there for 47, 48, 49 overs in fact, wasn't it? Kumar keeps going. It's not Asif Khan out there, it's Parvinder Kumar. 6 more.
Yes, what a good pickup shot by him. It was not a short ball, but he picked it very nicely down to mid-wicket. Look at this. This is a pickup shot. Nicely done. Quick hands towards the boundary, into the grass banks. 6 more to Parvinder. Moves to 40 of just 19 balls.
Another short one. Flies off a little bit of a top edge, not out of the middle, but it's going to go a long, long way. Bang, bang. 6 more. Parvinder Kumar says, I'm eyeing Asif Khan's record at this ground. And the smattering of fans who've come in get a bit of reward as Khan's going to send his deep backward square back now. 6-6, what a start.
Yes, this was more than a hook than a pull. Look at that. Did it very well behind square. A big 6, bigger than the last one he's hit into the grass banks. Back-to-back 6s.
My question is, where has Parvinder Kumar been hiding? He wasn't part of that Asia Cup qualifier last year in the T20 format. You cannot run if you don't play a shot. That would have been a dead ball. He's ended up almost nutmegging himself. All happening. But yeah, he wasn't part of that squad, Paresh. I was there as part of the Star Sports team, bringing you the coverage of that, where Kuwait very nearly upset Hong Kong and UAE. They beat UAE. That was the last time these two sides played. And they chased down 173 it was to win at that fantastic academy ground there at Muscat. But it was a helter-skelter chase. I remember it very well. They lost 9 wickets. Nobody scored more than 34, and they somehow still got the 174, excuse me, that was required to win. Everyone, from my recollection, from 1 to 11, batted in a pretty similar manner. They went at it. And although it's probably going to be highly unlikely they can keep going to win this game, aren't they having fun right now? It's already the highest power play of the tournament, going at 10 and over. Slower ball, mid off up in the circle. What a stylish stroke. It's going to be 50. 22 deliveries. Parvinder Kumar is putting his name up in lights. He thuds the pad in frustration. He's still giving out about his bowling effort earlier, and isn't he making up for it with the bat? A strike rate, 236.
Yes, carnage here by Parvinder. Zaur Khan in this over. This is the third 6 conceded by him. Look at his eyes. Parvinder Singh raises his bat to his dressing room. If he continues for another 20 overs, you might have a game in hand.
I think it's fair to say he's only going to bat one way. And sometimes, when you're chasing down a total like this, you've nothing to lose. Go at it. Have some fun. And once you're having that fun, put the bowlers and the opposition under pressure and show what you can do. This has been clean ball striking. Look at the flourish, the kick out of the back foot. Oh, I love to see that. over extra cover. 6 more. As soon as it left the bat, he signalled to the sidelines. He knew it was 50. He was counting his runs, and a waggle of the bat to indicate there's more to come too.
That's nicely bowled, and after 9, Kuwait off to a very good start. 10 runs per over. The current rate 92 for 4.
Take away the 4 wickets from that wickets column. Oh my, we'd be talking about a massive upset here. The reality is 4 down. These two are going to need to keep going, not just for another 9 overs, probably for another 20 or 25. But I have to say I'm enjoying the approach. I really am. The way in which Kuwait have shown fearless cricket. I'll tell you one thing for nothing. Paresh Lahani never batted like this.
Never ever. I was kind of a stylish batsman.
Well, that was my point. Gonna go upstairs. Varitya Aravind is certain he has his man, and we have the third umpire in place. Ayan Khan just went a bit slower. No contact made by Parvinder. And is this little cameo going to be just that? Is it going to end after 24 balls? Rohan Mustafa is staying out under the big screen. He wants to see how close this is. He doesn't want to run in 70 yards and run all the way back unless it's a wicket. We'll go up to our third umpire. Did you think he lifted his foot? Arvind's convinced.
Yeah, first checking the front foot no ball. That's fine. That's a fair delivery. And let's look at this. Yeah, he dragged it out.
Safe?
Yeah, he's safe. I think he's safe, yes. There are some part of the boot behind the line.
Well, I think the TV umpire, Rahat Ali, will want another look at that. Oh, he won't. Good. Good work from everyone involved. The production team getting those replays spot on and up in the box as well. Credit to Rahat Ali. Green light, not out. We've actually seen a trend towards this, even most recently in the IPL. I think the third umpires are trying to make their decisions a little bit quicker. When they see it's clearly in, they're indicating as such. That's good to see. Interesting though, wasn't it? Because Aravind was certainly had him. Ayan Khan just losing his run up. One of these trio of really talented youngsters.
Nice, Ayan. Nice, Ayan.
Watchful this time from Singh. Excuse me, from Kumar.
Ayan.
If you think
Coming,
about it,
coming here, boys.
Ayan Khan, Aryan Lakra, Varitya Aravind, Karthik Mayappan, all products of that brilliant UAE development system.
Yeah!
And that is going to be that slower through the air. He's such a quick learner, Ayan Khan. It was brief and it was beautiful while it lasted, but Parvinder Kumar, he's going to fall for 53.
Yeah, it all started by a good captains by Mohammad Wasim. Ayan Khan was bowling from the pavilion end where the boundaries are a bit shorter, and he changed his ends, brought it from the Chobar end. That is why he got this wicket. Parvinder wanted to go for another big one, gone for 53 of 26. 7 sixes including in that, with a solitary 4. Strike rate 203. Kuwait 92 for 5.
Well, that's a great moment. The youngster He may still be a teenager. He says, Parvinder, you're double my age, but off you go. That's the way cricket works. You only get one life. He says, well played, but enough's enough. I've cleaned you up. And lovely to see Verdi Aravan give him a pat in the back. Great camaraderie between these associate sides. There's a real sort of brotherhood, isn't there, between all of them. They all go through the same sacrifices, these players. They give up a huge amount to chase their dreams.
Yes, in the meantime, Siraj Khan is in at number 7, the new batter for Kuwait. Yeah, Ayan Khan was bowling from the pavilion end. The leg side boundary from this end is quite shorter. That is why he was hit for 2 sixes by Parvinder.
Oh yeah, Ayan, good.
And he changed his end, gone to the Chobar end. The leg side is a bit bigger. That is why that created that wicket. A very well bowled, the youngster.
It also speaks volumes of the depth of UAE cricket. You think of the players that aren't here. Chirag Suri, he's out of favour at the moment. CP Rizwan, not selected either. Just a smattering of spectators in. Nice to see some tourists maybe here for their trekking. Taking in some international cricket on the grassy banks. That's the end of what has been a helter-skelter power play. It's all happened. 5 wickets, 92 runs. It's the highest power play of the tournament. Kuwait 92 for 5. Well, what a difference between these power plays. Completely different approach. Kuwait have gone out, and I have to say that the head coach of the Kuwaiti side, Pushpak Amara, the former Sri Lankan player, he must be tearing his hair out up in the up in the team dugouts, because he'll have told his team, go out and bat some time, go out and show what we can do. Instead, well, at least 5 of the top 7 have done the opposite. They've played a shot of ball. It's been brilliant to watch, but it hasn't really given them a chance of chasing this total down. And instead, they're in real danger now of being bowled out well shy of the 50 overs.
Yeah, apart from Parvinder Kumar, the rest of the batsmen didn't have a start. They scored a couple of boundaries, but they didn't go throughout their innings. That's nicely bowled again. Mohammad Aslam, the captain of Kuwait, looks to be a very formidable batsman.
He's got a lot of first-class experience in Sri Lanka.
Boys, every dot ball hurt.
Emigrated over quite a while ago. The last of his first-class games was for the Sri Lankan Army side back in 2016. Before debuting for Kuwait in 2019 after serving his 3-year residency requirements. And he's absolutely an out-and-out all-rounder. Very good with bat. He's got a first-class century to his name. You can see technically correct. So I suspect what he's going to do is just try and bat some time for 10, 15, maybe 20 overs alongside Shiraz Khan. The interesting thing though, Paresh, is what will the approach be from the other batters?
Yes, it'll be interesting to see the approach. We saw the approach of Parvinder Kumar and the rest of the batters who were already back in the dugout. The intent to go after the bowling. And Aslam is very calm and composed in the center. Zaur Khan first over went for 20 runs. Down to the leg side. I think he got a bit of bat on it. Yes, he did. Nice little flick.
Yeah, that's what the product of trying to bat time and be defensive will gain you. The bowler will go looking, go searching for a bit of a miracle ball. 40 boundary fours we've seen today already. Plenty of sixes too. Zahor smashed around the park for 20 from his first over and then just tickled around the corner. Nice shot. Good old school orthodox stroke, the leg glance. It was always a really satisfying one to play, wasn't it? You just knew when you got enough of it to get it fine at that fine leg fielder. Nicely executed by Sami Aslam. Excuse me, by Mohammad Aslam. Sami Aslam, the former Pakistani opener, who's now thrown his lot in with America. May see him play for the United States. Let me ask you about that Cricket World Cup qualifier playoff down in Namibia. Were you following much of that?
Yes, I was following it. The US topping the group there amongst the 6 teams, and UAE retaining the ODI status. I feel very sorry for PNG. They lost their ODI status, and Canada gained their ODI status after 8 years. That's good to know that. Nicely bowled again. Yeah, talking about the playoffs, it was a very good contest. 11 gone, Kuwait 96 for 5.
रामबो थोड़ा आगे रामबो हर ओवर में बोल रहा हूँ चेंज फील्डर्स रेडी है यू गुड पता नहीं
Nicely played off the back foot. A good piece of work at extra cover will keep it to a dot ball and immediately pull the slip out. Not sure that's needed. 5 down, you want to encourage Shiraz to play shots, which I'm sure he's going to do. But they're going to stack that extra cover region. So there's 2 of them in there now. One a more conventional cover, one very much an extra.
Nice Jura lovely Jura
This youngster, you and I have seen a lot of him over the last couple of months. He's almost, in some ways, I know Verdi Aravind will always get the headlines with those big centuries. He's almost as exciting as Verdi Aravind.
squeeze now guys big squeeze now
Yes,
guys.
he's not only a bowler, but he's a perfect all-rounder.
Don't say boys
He can bat well. He had a second highest ODI last wicket partnership in the bilateral series against Nepal last year in November,
3 overs quickly now guys come on
and he was named the player of the series in that tournament. A very good youngster.
Yeah, you talk about that crop. I know there's plenty more outside of them. Some of them have had some senior team experience or in and around, but just those 4 alone, Lakra, Ayan Khan, who are watching here, Karthik Mayapan, who we'll see with his leg breaks
guys run it through
shortly, I would expect, and then the Centurion today, Verdi Aravind. Can't think of 4 more exciting youngsters maybe in the world game, let alone the associate game. Future very bright for UAE. It's 97 for 5.
Sanchit Sharma comes back into the attack with his 3rd over. He was a touch expensive in his first spell. 2 overs, 26 for 1 his figures. Shiraz on strike.
Sorry, add a 5th name to the list, Sanchit Sharma. He's only got 6 full first team appearances or senior appearances to his name for the UAE, but he's just 21 years of age as well. I love the way that they have promoted youth in the UAE in recent times, and this hasn't been an overnight success. This hasn't happened over 18, 24 months. This has been a 10, 15, 20 year project in the UAE with the Emirates Cricket Board, putting in big investments into their facilities and their youth development. Quick single. Going to be successfully and safely home. They have had world-class facilities for a long time, but it's only in the last 5 to 7 years that they've really put a major emphasis on getting those youngsters through. Been excellent in the Under-19 World Cup. They've deprived Nepal of a place 3 times, and in fact they won the plate last year. It's their best ever finish, finishing 9th in the world in the Under-19 World Cup. So they've invested heavily, and even though they missed out this time, Nepal beat them in a thriller in the UAE. They are reaping the rewards of a long-term vision of growing the sport in the country. Nicely bowled outside edge for a single. I think Nepal have done that too. For me, maybe the 2 flag bearers in the Asian region in terms of youth development, and no surprise as a consequence, maybe 2 of the very best associates in the region too.
Yes, absolutely right, Lenny. UAE and Nepal, for the last, let's say, 18 to 20 months, these team have done very well in the age group as well, and in the senior team. Like I said earlier, when I was playing in those days, there were no youngsters, apart from Nepal, there was no youngsters in the associate countries in Asia, like UAE, Qatar, Oman, Saudi Arabia. Only the youngsters were seen in Hong Kong, Singapore, Nepal. From nowadays, we can see each and every team, associate team in Asia, we can see youngsters coming from the age group. I think that's would have been slightly missed leg stump.
Maybe just angling down. I think this is closer than maybe on first view. Because of the shape of the shot, he's attempting to whip it into the leg side. You think it's angling down, but at the last second it just straightens a touch. At best, maybe umpire's call on the leg stump if we went to DRS, but I think a safe and a good and a correct decision to give it not out. Yeah, I think you're spot on, and again, the benefit of being in the Asian region, the work the Asian Cricket Council are doing, the structures they have, phenomenal. Under 16s, under 19s, youth women's, women's senior, and all the way up towards the Men's Asia Cup like we're playing 8-4 here. 13 overs bowled, 99 for 5. There's my call. Youngster's going to continue. Left arm spinner. One of the things I love about left arm spin, Paresh, all the different approaches you see, they're all left arm orthodox. But look at Ayan Khan's run up compared to Sami Aslam's run up. Neither of these are wrong. Just their own method, their own approach. So Ayan Khan starts very straight, but all of his body weight is going straight through the middle of the crease towards the target. Mohammad Aslam, who's on strike, he comes through and around the wicket, but he still gets all of his body weight and his momentum going towards the target. Lots of different ways to skin a cat. There's lots of different ways to deliver your spin. These two, they couldn't be more different in style. Aslam much more round arm as well, but both equally effective.
Yes, the key point is that you should be right on the target. That is what they are doing. Oh, that was a very good delivery. There was a drift, dip, and as well as a slight upturn. Getting the outside edge and running down to the boundary. And Lakra just chasing the ball in vain.
Well, the hundreds come up and the scorebook is going to say 4, but that doesn't tell you the tale of that delivery. That is a beauty. And I have to give great credit to Mohammad Aslam as well. He's a man who, particularly back in Sri Lanka when he was playing first class cricket there, will have faced hours and hours and hours of left arm spin. We just saw Jayasuriya tear Ireland apart in the test match I don't want to look at that result again, beaten by an innings and hundreds. But that was very well played too.
Yeah!
This has hit the glove, can't be given out. So it was the angle in, but what Aslam did brilliantly was he just knew it was going to turn on him late. Here's the drift, definitely glove. So because he's being caused problems by playing with a straight bat, he goes to the sweep.
Yeah!
This one I think is going to angle down because it hasn't turned enough. What a fascinating over, really interesting passage of play from two brilliant left arm spinners as we get to the end of the 14th over. Take one more look at it quickly. Didn't straighten enough, it's just skidded on with the arm. Put it into the pad, gonna miss leg stump. Another good decision. Umpiring has been excellent as Kuwait gets to the end of 14. 103 for 5. Clipped away. Gonna be 4. Really nicely played, and finally Shiraz Khan starts to get some reward. The youngster Sanchit has plenty of promise, but just errs in line this time. With another shuffle in the commentary box. You've enjoyed the action so far, my friend?
It has been an exciting day. The first innings, a seesaw battle initially, then it was one-way traffic. Couple of hundreds from the UAE batters. Now half of the side of Kuwait back in the hut. They started off really well, but the concern is that wicket column, losing those 5 wickets. Interesting tactics by Mohammad Wasim. No leg spinner has been introduced till now. Mayappan and Rohan Mustafa.
I think one of the reasons for that, they want to get overs into Sanchit Sharma. Ayan Khan is the man who's provided the breakthrough. This one's chipped. And I don't think that the UAE, rightly or wrongly, are worried about net run rate. I think that they have more than enough to get through to the semi-finals, that they're one of the favourites for this competition. If they were looking at this in a much more competitive way, they'd be wanting to kill this game now. But right now, they want to get overs into the youngster. He's only 21 years of age. He's only played 6 times at the top level, at senior level in international cricket. So they want to get overs into him, and then they'll go to Mayappan. They'll go to the wrist spinner. They'll show his variations. If they wanted to kill the game, they'd get him on now. I think it's a good move. It also shows a confidence and a growing belief and a very happy camp all of a sudden in UAE. They're saying they're going to win their 4 group games, or at least win 3 of them, get through to the semi-finals. And to do that and then profit in the semi-finals and potentially the final, they want all of their 14 players at their best.
So better to get these 5 wickets quickly, go back to the hotel, take some rest. We also need some rest.
There are 2 ways to look at it, isn't there? That's another good point. Get home and get out of the afternoon sun in Kathmandu. But I actually think this is kind of a better mid to long term view for the UAE, not just for this tournament but going forward. Looking ahead to Zimbabwe, everyone's in 50 over mode right now. They're not thinking about T20 cricket, particularly UAE, Nepal and Oman. They're probably the 3 favourites for this comp, but they've got a big challenge ahead in June as well, that Cricket World Cup qualifier. And I think there's the potential in this UAE squad to beat anyone there in Zimbabwe. Might be a big ask to qualify for the 10-team World Cup, but as Zimbabwe and others have found out, Afghanistan are very capable of beating anyone on their day. 15 overs bowled, 109 for 5. Time for us to take a drink. We'll have a quick break here in the commentary box too. Do stay with us. We'll see you very shortly. State of play at the end of the drinks break. Welcome back to Kuwait. They need a very speculative 263 more runs from 35 overs. And the problem is not just the required run rate, they're 5 down already. We saw an all-action start to the chase, the highest number of runs and the highest number of wickets in any power play so far in the competition. As Kuwait, flattering to deceive a touch. Did get a couple of quick words with Mohammad Aslam, the captain, at the halfway stage, just out on the pitch. And I said 30 overs very good, 20 overs not so much. And he just said that the drop catches had killed him and really sucked the momentum and the energy out of the team. So even though it's the 371 we see on the board, had they taken even 2 of those 7 drop chances, it would have been a very different match we're talking about.
You never know, they could have kept UAE below 250 the way they are batting. Yes, I completely agree. They have lost 5 wickets, but intentions are very clear. Drifting towards the leg side. No fine leg chase by the fielder Mayappan. Couple of runs added to the total. Need to wait for the signal of the umpire. It's a leg by for Kuwait. 260 runs needed from here onwards for Kuwait. Small partnership flourishing between Aslam and Shiraz.
And again, that scoreboard, particularly maybe if you're just tuning in now, you're wondering, oh well, 371, they must have dominated the whole innings. They didn't. 38 bowled, it was 176 for 3. And also, that was only thanks to a big 4th wicket partnership that rescued UAE from 24 for 3, from real early trouble.
Nice.
Those last 12 overs went for 195, 16.25 an over. The clinical display of hitting we saw, world class.
Boys, quick change between overs, lads, come on.
This is how you approach end of your overs. Wickets in hand. They went after each and every bowler. The 26 runs scored by Ritya Arvind. 16 gone. It's 113 for the loss of 5 wickets.
So Kuwait just trying to rebuild, trying to find a partnership, trying to find some kind of normality really in this chase. And Sharma going to continue to get overs into the youngster. My first time, I think, seeing Sanjit Sharma live. Got all the assets that you'd want in a young fast bowler. He's tall, he's athletic, he's got a good wrist position on release. We see tends to favour the ball swinging into the right-hander. Do you know a little bit more about him?
Sanchit Mohan Sharma, he lacks that pace. He has that knack of getting the ball away from the right hand batter. And his younger sister, the part of UAE women's national side, Kushi Sharma. And lately he was with Gulf Giants, the champions of ILT. He started off really well in the tournament. Because of his lack of pace, then the batters adjusted against him and they went after Sanchit Mohan Sharma. I think the coach needs to work on to increase his pace. That will benefit him.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think in the modern game, particularly the T20 game, unless you've got real kind of variety and incredible slower balls, you have to be getting that speed gun up north of 130 at least. Ideally, you need to be able to bowl balls up around the 140 mark. Sharma to me probably looks in the 125, something like that right now. But building up pace isn't an overnight thing. It's something that will come in time with strength and conditioning and workload. they're doing the right thing. They're getting overs into him here. Tell us a bit more about that ILT20. It probably didn't capture the imagination in terms of the crowds, but on the whole, a successful tournament and something that was giving good exposure to the UAE players. Maybe not in terms of volume of games they play, but just being in and around those squads must have been very beneficial to their cricket.
Definitely, that ILT, some big names are coming in to UAE, and these lads getting that exposure, sharing the dressing room, the likes of Pollard, Puran, helping these youngsters to how to build their career. Apart from all these things, what I like, they went on to become richy rich in a night's time. Talk about the Ayan. He was in the champion side of Gulf Giants. His father was so happy for him. He's very hard working. His father, he works as a PRO in UAE. So it's a big achievement for Ayan and his family. So ILT is something, it happened at the right time in UAE, which brought so many good things for these players, especially that they got the benefit of getting financially stable.
And that's why I would personally love to see in all of these franchise leagues one guaranteed associate spot. Obviously in ILT20 it was more than that. End of the 17th, it's 118 for 5. End of the over prior. 118 for 5 was the score. We just have a look at the other game in progress, which is at the Mulpani. And you down the leg side, flicks the pad so it won't be given as a wide. Oman versus Qatar. Oman will be, prior to the game, they'll have been big favourites coming in. But they're being given a real battle by Qatar and showing again why there are no easy matches. 81 for 3 Qatar in the chase. They're going ahead of the rate at the moment. That would set the cat amongst the pigeons in the two groups if Oman were to lose today.
Keep going, Ayan.
It's all about the experience and do they have the strength in the middle order. Teams like Qatar, Kuwait,
No run. Nice, Ayan.
they have a good batters in the
Good pace,
top
this
of the
Ayan.
order, as we have seen match which is going here in TU International Ground, Kuwait. They started off really well, but they lack the strength in the middle order, I reckon.
Yeah, sometimes the associate sides, particularly at various stages of their involvement as they develop and bring players through, they can be over reliant on one or two in the batting department at the top of the order and then one or two at the ball.
No run. Good set,
And
good
Oman
set,
may
good
end
set.
up showing their class and pulling through, but at the moment they're being given at least a little bit of a fright. 18 overs bowled here at the TU ground. It's 118 for 5. Going to see a change in bowling. Karthik Mayapan will come into the attack for the first time. Today he's going to bowl from the pavilion end. Such a talented leg spinner, of course. The world got to know exactly all about him with that hat-trick in the T20 World Cup. chat to him before the start of play,
Tanchi,
and he's bowled an awful lot of googlies in recent times due to a slight change in his action because of an injury. He told me this morning the leg break is back, so hopefully he'll be able to bowl a few more of those. He said it with a big smile too. I haven't seen a UAE player not smile on this trip. I've never seen a happier UAE camp. It's great to see, isn't it?
Oh, they're enjoying playing together. Especially they're there celebrating the success of other players, helping each other. They have got a very cool coach, Mudassar Nazar. No big lectures before the game, after the game. Just want these lads to go out and perform and enjoy. It's made a big difference in this unit of UAE.
Helped around the corner. There is a man on the fence out there protecting that short boundary, so just a single. I wonder if UAE looked at what Nepal have done incredibly quickly as well. Over the course of really 6 or 8 weeks with Monty Desai, turned things around from what seemed like a very unhappy camp with rumours and rumbles of discontent and cliques to a very happy dressing room, and put the priority on that. A good googly from Mayappan. So maybe have they looked at what Monty Desai has done for Nepal in a very short period of time and said, we need a happy camp, we need a happy dressing room, that's our sole focus right now. We have the talent, we just got to bring them together.
You need to take those harsh decisions to get results in your favor, and they have did right. They got that right move. Kudos to the ECB management. Brilliant shot inside out, managing to get that boundary. At last a boundary after ages from the bat of Aslam.
That's a classy stroke. That's a shot of a player of real quality. Someone who has all that first class and list A experience in Sri Lanka. Only fractionally over pitch, but I think he's also picked the fact it was the leg break, so he's hit with the turn. As soon as you get it over the head of the man who's probably only, 20 yards away from the bat there at extra cover, you're going to get good reward. You'll get 4. And he follows it up with a nice sweep around the corner to get 9 runs from the over without too much risk. Good batting from Kuwait. It's 127 for 5. Here in Nepal. Okay. So if you want a Nepali IP address, you have to go to OSR Sports. Anywhere else in the world, barring fan code, India, your Indian IP, you've got to go to fan code. But the way to buy Asian cricket. 20th over is in progress, and they're going to pick up a couple to the longer side. Ramesh Shahzad back into the team. Tell me about the possible holes within this UAE side. Is that slot of Shahzad's at number 4? We've seen Rizwan CP there. We see Basil Hamid back into the squad, not in the team today. Is that something that's a concern? Obviously the discovery of the power hitting of Asif Khan is a big boost. But where are the possible holes in the UAE team? Is that middle order?
I still believe they need one proper batter in the middle order. But before coming here, I spoke to the former captain CP Rizwan. I told Ramesh Shahzad came in the side and you are out. And in the meanwhile, the boundary coming from Aslam going down on one knee. Targeted towards the deep mid-wicket region. So the runs are flowing. Now the partnership is nicely building up between Aslam and Shiraz.
Yeah, good shot again. This time it's a slog sweep. It's the one that Ayan Khan just kind of spears in, angles in. And because the man in the deep is square of the wicket, got it out towards mid-wicket. Runs and wickets continuing to come here Run rate's over 7 and over right now.
Yeah,
Right around 7 and over. So the required rate isn't utterly absurd. It's not out of hand, but the 5 wickets down is going to make this task very tough. It also shows the quality of the batting pitches here at this ground, the TU. Batsman's paradise.
They're enjoying these conditions, both the team batters. Associate countries having such a ground. And to get these kind of curators, kudos to the management. These small associates countries taking part in this Asian Cricket Council. A dot delivery to end the over number 20, 134 for the loss of 5.
Karthik Mayappan into a second. One of 2 games live in action right now at the ACC Men's Premier Cup. And Sami Aslam has picked out the man. A little counter attack. He was just trying to accelerate, and even though he batted gamefully for 35 balls, the leg spinner does what they're introduced to do, and that's take wickets. Was targeting the shorter side, but he neither went up into the air nor into the ground with a sweep, and it was just hit at a catchable height, and the captain of Kuwait has to go.
Just got carried away this time, the captain of Kuwait, Aslam. A well judged catch taken in the deep by young Sharma. And Karthik Mayappan getting his first wicket of this match. Departs Aslam, making 33 of 36 deliveries with the help of 5 boundaries. It's 134 for the loss of 6 wickets. Before you leave Nepal, you lose some more pounds. I'm sure.
The problem is, mate, in the evenings I'll just go. That's the problem. I would love if that was the case, though. I need to lose some weight. Too much. Six wickets picked up. It will bring Bilal Khan to the crease. About a few overs of off breaks, and he's hitting away all the way down at number 8. What will the approach be now the captain's gone? I thought he was actually leading the fight back quite nicely in terms of the approach was a correct one. He hasn't taken much risk. The first chance he's given, he's perished. He's gone for 34. Our numbers 7 through Jack here are going to really go at it and throw the kitchen sink, or are they going to maybe bat some time and get used to these conditions?
Guess you enjoy these conditions, stay in the middle. I think they did not concentrate on those singles and doubles, the batters. They just went after the bowlers, each after each delivery, trying to go big. So it's now the new batter, left-hand batter Bilal. Mayappan. Full toss off the mark using the wrist. Played towards the deep mid wicket. Thought of a second run, but no chance of that. Just a single.
I'm not sure that's a great piece of running. There's two there all day. I think, might be wrong, I think Bilal Khan is carrying a bit of an injury. Would have expected to see him higher up the order. He looks to be limping a bit. Wasn't fluent between the wickets, so that may answer my question to you a moment ago. I think that Kuwait, particularly if Bilal Khan's a bit injured, he's going to start to play some shots. There is, in theory, 30 overs to bat here. Great opportunity for a number 6, 7, 8, 9 to show to the coach, I can bat for 30 overs, I should be up the order. Something coaches back in Ireland always would have taught us. If you lose early wickets, it's your chance to show why you should be up the order and put pressure on the batters ahead of you.
That's Shiraz on 14. He's hanging there in the middle. It's a Bilal on strike. A dot delivery to end the over number 21. It's 136 for the loss of 6. So 21 overs gone. At the same stage, UAE were 88 for 3 and Kuwait way ahead in terms of runs and way ahead in terms of wicket. And it's a time for Andrew to take a short break. And joining me in the comm box, the former Nepal captain, it's Paresh Lohani. Welcome back in the comm box, Paresh.
Thank you, Mudassar. Siddiq in his second spell here, 3 for 25 his figures. Very going a bit slower here. It was quite exciting in the initial stages where Parvinder was smashing the ball around the park. 136 for 6. And Shiraz and Bilal. Shiraz playing on 14 of 38. Siddiq was on a hat-trick in his first spell. Slower bouncer there. Kind of a tennis ball bounce.
Excellent captaincy, I would say, by Mohammad Wasim, giving his fast bowlers those overs in short spells. Sanchit Mohan Sharma, though he was expensive, is getting Sanchit Mohan Sharma used to these conditions. A couple of more important games coming up for UAE in this group. I think the next encounter for UAE is up against Hong Kong, if I'm not wrong.
Another short ball, well accurate, but given as a wide, I think because of the height. 1 for the over signaled by the umpire. Yeah, I think UAE is going to take against Hong Kong. That'll be a very good battle between these two teams. It's very marginal. We should look at this from the side-on angle to see if the ball was over the head high. Anyway, Kuwait still need 235 runs to win in 28.4 overs.
Again hitting the deck hard, banging in Junaid Siddiqui, let it go. Very watchful Shiraz. Get some runs, get some confidence on this surface. It's a batting paradise. After there's still 28 overs left in this innings. Partnership, they were unable to build those partnerships. They got those quick runs, but they have lost those wickets at regular intervals, Kuwait.
Yeah, 3 consecutive short balls. I think he's eyeing for a Yorker now. Another short ball hitting the deck hard, getting the purchase. but not bouncing that much that he wants. A very good spot of place here for UAE. 6 wickets already down. And like I said earlier, when 4 wickets were down for Kuwait, UAE should go for the kill, put on a statement that they are here to win, not just to compete. Short ball, 5 short balls rather. Almost getting a run out there. A misunderstanding between the two batsmen there.
Yes and no between Shiraz and Bilal. Luckily, no damage has been done towards Aryan Lakra. Missing the direct hit. Batter not even in frame. He was not in control. Aryan Lakra. The last delivery of this over. Once again sticking to that short delivery. The fast bowler, you have that aggression. A dot delivery to end that over. Number 22, 137 for the loss of 6.
Karthik Mayappan to continue his take on a wicket already in 2 overs that is bowled in his first spell. Bilal on strike, the left-hander. They always say that it will be relatively easy for the left-hand batsman to face the leg spinner. Very well bowled. Talking about this chase, Kuwait 137 for 6. Good partnership between Vritti Arvind and Rohan Mustafa in the first innings for UAE. Try to heave that down to mid-wicket. Straight to the fielder there. Ayn Afzal Khan, just a single.
They need to bowl out a couple of overs, the next 6-7 overs in a quick time. They are way behind the time. UAE bowlers. This is what they faced against Nepal. They took a lot of time to deliver those 42 overs, and it went in the favor of Nepal.
Yes, they took around 4 hours 15 minutes to complete just 44 overs. That is why the light was an issue. It was very, very dark. It was past 5 o'clock in the evening. Very well bowled. That is a perfect leg spinner delivery.
A quicker delivery. Beaten the batter, and Vritti Arvind quick behind the stumps. Lightning asking the question. Goes to the TV umpire upstairs. 138 for 6. Mayappan, the leg break bowler.
We cannot see from that angle the stumping. We have to see from the side-on angle. It's a fair delivery. Shiraz completely beaten, and quick glove work by Vritti Arvind, who smashed the ball around the park in the first innings. Scored 185 of just 147 balls. Yes, this is much better angle. Is he on the line? That's the question. Some part of the boot should be inside the white line. Touch and go. A very difficult decision for the third umpire, the TV umpire.
He's getting tested. It's, it's a matter of millimeters. And it's a not out. The green light is on. Touch and go. It should go in the favor of batter.
Yes, the benefit of the doubt should go to the batsman, and I think that was a correct decision by the TV umpire. Shiraz getting a life here. A millimeter, like you said. A perfect, a quicker one. Quick leg spinner. Such quick glove work by Britt Irvind. What a talent, what a youngster that UAE cricket has developed from the age group. Good appeal and given. Much needed wicket for UAE.
Straight away. He raised the finger. Shiraz. He needs to walk back after making 14 runs. It's Mayappan getting his second wicket.
Yeah, 7 wicket down. Shiraz has to go for 14 of just 46 deliveries. It was dead straight. I think that is a very good decision.
A googly by Mayappan. Caught in front. This is the end of Shiraz Khan managing 14 of 46 deliveries with the help of a boundary. And it's 138 for the loss of 7.
For Kuwait, he had a disastrous outing with the ball. What can he do with the bat for his team? A long way to go for Kuwait to chase this target. A short and wide, just cut away down to sweeper cover. And Khan does the cleaning up there. Only a single. Yeah, I think Kuwait needs to get as much as close to the target to get that net run rate in place. At the end of the league stages, the net run rate will play a vital role in the event.
139 for the loss of 7, 23 gone.
Siddiq to continue with his 6th over. Munib on strike. Again, starts off with a short ball. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. No one for the over and not signaled as wide. So it's below the head high. I think this is quite interesting by Siddiq. He's bowling short balls. Every ball that he's bowled in the last over, as well the first ball of this over.
Can he surprise the batter by bowling full Yorker? Already 3 wickets in his kitty. It's time to get a 5 for a couple of wickets for Junaid Siddiqui. It will be his first 5 in UAE colours. Oh, hitting on the helmet, trying to dug out. Yes, and a poor Vritya Arvind. What were you doing there? Look at Syed Munib. He was in no position. He continues to bowl the short deliveries. He was in trouble, hitting the shoulder.
Yeah, that hit behind of the shoulder, and because he ducked the ball, it has been called a dead ball by the umpire. Look at that, he's running straight in the center of the pitch. And what was Vritya Arvind doing there? it was a clean run out. It didn't bounce as much as what the batsman thought. That is why he was struck behind the shoulder. A good aggressive bowling by Siddiq. Again a short ball.
Body line. Bowling continues here by Junaid Siddiqui. It's a bit hot out there in the middle, but he has that aggression as a fast bowler. Junaid Siddiqui just waiting for that Yorker delivery. Last over, he stick with that back off length. 3 deliveries so far in this over. All were short deliveries against the tail-ender, Syed Munib. Runs in the Siddiqui. Yorker, and there's the reply. Clears the mid-on, races towards the fence. Some intentions shown by Syed Munib.
Yes, missed his mark by a couple of inches. It was right on slot. Nice pickup shot by Munib. One bounce over the fence at long on. Yeah, it's 31 degrees Celsius here in the commentary box. I think it's 1 or 2 degrees more in the center. In Kathmandu, I think that is much hotter than it used to be.
Luckily, we have the AC and the fan in the com box. We are surviving. This time on the back foot. I've seen him when he was playing for Kuwait in Oman, the 2022 Asia Cup qualifiers, the 20 format game. He can hit those big shots. Syed Munib batting low down the order. So far 3 wickets in kitty for Junaid Siddiqui. The last delivery, it looks like he's not interested to get that wicket. Just want to make sure to bowl those short deliveries and go after the batter.
Yes, I think it's time for Zahoor Khan to come into the attack to finish it off. He has very good Yorkers at the end. Another short ball, a good length. 24 done. Kuwait 144 for 7.
पीछे जाओ ना ये मारता है हाँ
Mayapan to continue. He's taken 2 wickets in his 3 over spell, the first spell for him. Munib won't strike. There's a slip for him. Way outside the off stump. Tried to slash that over cover but couldn't time it. Got the inside edge. Talking about the other game in Multani, Oman scored 249 in 50 overs, whereas Qatar chasing 250 are 102 for 4 in 24.2 overs. Qatar need 148 runs from 25.4. The required rate is 5.76 for Qatar. Beaten completely.
This is what happened. The pressure has been put up from the other end by Junaid Siddiqui. Now the batter wants to go big against the leggy Mayappan. He has a chance to get his 3rd wicket of the match, Karthik Mayappan.
Yeah, that was played off the back foot. You're talking about the UAE youngsters. There are 5 who came from underage group. A good prospect for the future of UAE cricket. Briti Arvind, Ayan Khan, Karthik Mayappan, Aryan Lakra, Sanchit, Nicely played. Played it late into the gap, down to third man for a boundary. Much needed boundary for Kuwait. Bilal, his first boundary.
That boundary. Score moves to 149. Googly managed to find the gap, and 4 runs for Bilal. And trusting the youngsters and putting him in the team. This is how you build your team for the future. The mixture of young and experience. Clearly the results are coming for UAE. Fuller delivery. Dot ball. If we talk about the bench of UAE in this tournament, they have one more young lad in this squad, Ansh Tandon, a very stylish left-hand batter and a very good fielder.
Clean him up. The third wicket for Kartik Mayappan. A bit of a flight, a slower through the air. It was a leg spinner. The ball pitching and turning into the left-hander, cleaning him up. What a delivery by Mayappan there.
Trying to go big, the batter was Bilal. Regulation leg break. Misses the line completely and strikes Kartik Mayappan on the last delivery of the 25th over. It's 149 for the loss of 8 wickets.
Yeah, Bilal Khan gone for 6 of 10 deliveries. That was bowled a bit slower in the air and gave a bit of a flight. That is why the batsmen were deceived and was cleaned up. Junaid Siddique is going to bowl his bouncers again to Munib. Look at Kartik Mayappan, his celebration. Another bouncer, hit it straight but didn't time it whatsoever. Got the manufacturer's stickers. Able to take a single. I think this is the plan for Siddique, to bowl short balls continuously and try to bowl a Yorker. The new batsman in for Kuwait at number 10 is Yasin Patel. Bowled very well in the first innings with his orthodox left arm spinners.
Back-to-back overs for Junaid Siddique. This is the third over he's bowling in this particular end. Once again, back of line delivery. What is the end we call here? From where Junaid Siddique is bowling?
That end is called Chobar end. The place behind that is called Chobar. That is why it's called Chobar end, and this end is called Pavilion end because the pavilion is at this end.
Luckily, I did not say the same. Hill end, Chobar end. Excellent work. Kartik Mayappan sharp at the point. Thought of single, but no chance of that. Munib on 8, and it's a new man in Yasin.
Yeah, you can see the difference between Kuwait and UAE in the fielding. That in this particular situation, in 25 overs, the Kuwaiti fielders were a bit down, a bit tired. It's a 50 over game, not a T20. Whereas the UAE fielders are very energetic because they are used to playing 50 over match in recent times. But Kuwait, they are not used to playing 50 over games in recent times. They've only played T20 for the last, like Lenny said, in 6 years they have played only 4 50 over matches. That's not enough.
Moreover, I think we have floodlights grounds, almost 25 to 30 domestic circuit. They play on daily basis. Some tournaments happening in Sharjah, some in Dubai. So these players are used to for playing those back-to-back matches. Especially they are getting that help from the board. They have that strengthening and conditioning taken care by the physio and the board. It's always important as a professional. You need to have the team behind you to take care of your players.
Yeah, that is very important. Strength and conditioning training that helps your fitness level to go up. And even though Mohammad Wasim is a big unit, his fielding is very good. Beating outside the off stump. At the end of 26 overs, Kuwait 150 for 8. Still, the current rate for Kuwait is slightly under 6, 5.77 to be precise. Kartik Mayapan to continue from the pavilion end. Monib on strike. There's a slip. Big head. Down to long on. Almost cleaning up our fourth umpire, the reserve umpire.
Asif Iqbal was in trouble, the fourth umpire. A lucky escape. Good looking shot. Syed Munib. He has that muzzle to take on the spinners. Mayappan. Once again a flighted delivery, this time not in line. Slow in the air.
Yeah, he's not afraid to throw it up, give that air, and that was really picked well by Munib down to, and look at that evasive action taken by the fourth umpire.
Goes big. This one coming towards the comb box. It's maximum number 2 in this over. Enough is enough, says Munib. He's targeting the leggy.
Yeah, that was hit very hard. It went on our roof in the comb box. We could hear the sound hitting the roof. What a strike. 2 big strikes by Munib. Look at this strike again. Way over the roof. Even though 8 wickets are down, the Kuwaiti batters are entertaining us here in the commentary box, and some people, countable people on the grass banks. There was Googly.
It's UAE taking on Kuwait here, but we do have some spectators watching this game closely. This shows the interest they have for this game. They have the love for this game. It was in the air. Dive put in by Kartik Mayappan. Unable to grab that.
Well, did it carry? This is the best angle to see whether it carried or not. Valiant effort. Oh, almost through his fingertips. It would have been a blinder of a catch if that would have stuck to his hands. A very valiant effort on of his own bowling. Googly to end the over, a dot ball. 27 gone. Kuwait 162 for 8. There's a bowling change. Ayan Khan comes into the attack with his 9th over. 34 for 1. His figures in 8 overs.
Proceed out, Johnny.
Nicely ball. Slower through the air. A left arm orthodox. Two left arm orthodox. Two youngsters battling each other. Look at this catch again. Attempt. Got his fingertips to it. Very good effort by Mayapan.
Getting the turn. Ayan Afzal Khan enjoying out in the middle, always smiling. What a find for UAE. Young lad, he can bowl, he can field, he can bat. He has a record to his name for the last wicket.
Catch!
This is what happens.
Another big hit down to the grass banks for a 6. Yeah, and kind of enjoying his bowling, enjoying his cricket, smiling around. 4 balls that is given air. That is why 3 dot balls and a 6. I'll not be surprised if he bowls an armour, a quicker one in this delivery. That was a clean strike by Yasin. Again, a bit slower in the air.
Bowl it.
Just enticing the batsman to go over the top.
Don't look for the wicket, lads. Come on, stay patient.
And
lads.
challenge
Come on.
equally taken by Yasin Patel. Look at that, a big hit. Just a 6 in that over. After 28, Kuwait 168 for 8. Well, 204 more required of 22 overs. I would like to invite Andrew Leonard here in the comm box again. Had a good rest, Lenny?
A bit of a novelty factor for you and I. Rest, and that's going to be 4. Just helped away. That's the leg break, which Mayapan's been working hard on. He has picked up 3 wickets, but just going for a few too. Syed Manib is showing the power. Look at that, a whip of the wrists as it flies away for 4.
Yeah, that was way in front of square. The sweeper cover had no chance to stop that. 47 fours in today's match, and still many to come, I guess. That was a googly.
Another googly. This time it's been picked. Look at the power that Syed Manib has. He's barely tapped that, and it has sprinted to the rope. We're 29 overs into the game. We've seen 176 runs. We've seen 8 wickets. Been great entertainment. I know Kuwait are probably going to come out on the losing side, maybe by a big margin. I have plenty to take from today's performance.
Yes, just go and have a batting practice there. Played it late into the gap of short third and backward point. Another boundary for Munib. Moves to 32.
Well, we've seen some raw power down the ground. One that hit the rooftop of our media building here. And this is touch. And a touch of class from Syed Manib. Look at the timing on that. He has just merely flicked the wrists. Beats the sprawling dive of Zahor Khan at backward point and thuds into the Turkish Airlines advertising triangle. As Kuwait are giving us plenty of entertainment. They really are. Picked up down the ground. Long off is out there. Not going to carry to him. He should be able to run two here. I'll get on pretty comfortably. Ramesh Shahzad will do the fielding. Everything is there for Kuwait. They have it all. It's really just that kind of match experience, that game management that has been very poor today. We'll come back to that in a moment. I think that gets us to the end of the 30th over. Unless it's a 5-ball over. We don't think that's the case. And it's 182 for 8. So that was only 5 balls that have been bowled. We will hopefully be back from advertising break and with you. We should never question our graphics team, should we? They're always on the money. They had it right, the umpires just had it wrong. I think they got the message from the TV umpire. Still a ball to go. What is this almost extra ball going to do? Will it be a boundary or will it be a wicket? Let's find out.
Yeah, Rohan Mustafa hasn't bowled yet. He was ready to bowl from the far end, the Chobar end, but still ball remaining in this over.
End of the 29th over. It's 182 for 8. Rohan Mustafa, full of confidence after what was an outstanding century. He's going to come on and bowl some off spin with his cap on backwards. What do you think of that, Paresh? Don't see it too often in the men's game. See it a bit in the women's game.
Well, he does it all, Rohan Mustafa.
First over for him.
No run.
He'll want 2 wickets to his name as well, won't he? I think it looks a bit village. I'm going to have to call it. I'm going to have to say it on air. Ronnie, you're better than that. The question for me is, when the UAE play the West Indies, or they play Ireland, or they play Sri Lanka, one of the test nations there, or Zimbabwe in June, is he going to bowl with his cap on backwards? I don't think so. Give it to the umpire, mate. Come on.
Yes, I don't think so either.
Who do you want front?
Nicely driven down the ground. Yeah, still a slip for Mustafa in the 30th over. Why not just go for the kill? I think it's a high time for Zohar Khan to have a spell here, a quick burst with his Yorkers in the middle overs.
And good onside, Manib, for pulling out there. He's not ready. Mustafa's very quick between his overs. He can surprise batters by just running at them. And the batter more than entitled to pull out. Playing a miss across the line. Wonder, is he looking for a clip here for social media? Mustafa, is he looking for a wicket? And are we going to see some ludicrous celebration with the hat? Why is it still on, Ronnie? I don't think you're going to get too many wickets if you bowl there, as this one's helped away to the protection. Out in the deep. 30 overs bowled, he just corrects the hat, now puts it on the right way, and it's 184 for 8.
might happen to continue from the pavilion end. There's a sleep, short third, backward point, short extra, long off, and a boundary rider at the sweeper cover. Long on, deep mid wicket. Short ball pulled away. 4 runs.
Well, Mayappan's smiling, but inside he'll be hurting because Syed Manib is taking a real liking to the young leg spinner, isn't he? Hit him down the ground, hit him into the offside, now hits him into the leg side. One thing certain, a few of these Gulf sides are similar in this way, as we see the 50th 4 in the match come up. They bat all the way down, and that's a byproduct of 2 things. 1, the amount of T20 cricket they play, and 2, maybe a little bit of a lack of depth in their domestic structures. Well, that one is massive. That has gone miles, all the way for 6. Another big hit. Rolls up the avenue at the TU International Cricket Ground, tossed up and dismissively smashed out of the ground.
Yes, that was a very big one. Almost 600 runs in this match today. Look at that. Hit it on the up. Massive. And we are getting entertained by the Kuwaiti batters. Monib, you can see the ball just landing, almost hitting the freezer there.
Nearly gone into the roof of the Pepsi fridge, isn't it? Manib did this a bit at one of the first tournaments I covered with him, which was the ACC regional tournament, the Western T20. They split it into Western and Eastern, which is in essence the sub-regional qualifier. More than capable of clearing the ropes. Mayappan round the wicket. Long on fielder comes a little square, so able to cut that off from the ropes, but he's just 4 away now from what would be a 28 ball 50.
Yes, and they're itching towards 200. Kuwait, just the 31st over now. The current rate is over 6 runs per over. Only the wicket column is the disaster for Kuwait.
I have to say, the way the youngsters batted alongside Manib has been really impressive. Still 20 overs to go here. Definitely be able to close the net run rate gap, and how heavy that net run rate defeat will be. But if Yassin just keeps knocking it around and Manib keeps clearing the ropes, anything could happen over the next 90 minutes or so. He's 4 shy of 50. Can he get there? I'm going to try and get there in 1 ball. And the answer is yes. Oh, Nick Bista. He's lost something. What's he lost down the back? He's kept held of the chair. He's lost his cover. It swerved on him late. I think the jacket's taken the fall. And Manib goes to 50. It's come off 28 deliveries. More entertainment. 200s up. Oh, it's all happening again at TU.
Yes, right off the middle of the bat. Look at the power of him. What a hit. Look at the replay here. He was just standing there. The ball is coming. He's just duck it. He got hold of the chair but lost his jacket.
He's not even wearing shoes up there. Nick, put your shoes on, man. No wonder you nearly fell off. Oh, he's okay. I said to him at the halfway stage, why is it always you, Nick, that ends up on television? He's done it again. This one goes into the leg side to the protection midfield. Basil Hamid on as a sub fielder. This is getting sloppy now from UAE. As Manib's going to keep the strike. 31 bowled, 203 for 8. Well, we got to get a cameraman. Nick, we need a helmet. We're sending you a helmet, okay? We got to get the helmet on. Yeah, that's a good idea. You can hear us there. Great work up there, boys. Keep going. Day 2, plenty more to come. And show us your nerves of steel as you dodge the big bombs, the massive sixes being hit all around this ground. Paresh, we have had 81 overs of cricket. We've had 575 runs. We've had 15 wickets, something like that. It's been highly entertaining.
Yes, very highly entertaining. And credit goes to the curator who has created a belter of a track for the batsman. Mustafa with his reverse cap coming to bowl again, his second over.
I'm probably going to be wrong. I think Ronnie take a wicket and he's going to, I don't know what it is. The cap's going to be thrown into the air, land back in his head. If he takes a wicket, that is. But he's got something nefarious at mind. He's thinking of something here. He wants another social media bite, another celebration, another bit of fun. Guided away, lovely shot. It's going to be four, using the pace of Mustafa. Deep in his crease. Might have taken it off a round off stump, but it's good enough to get four.
Yeah, played it late, played it right under his eyes. A neat touch. Look at this again. Right under his eyes. Played it behind the stumps. That is why he got that fine gap. Down to third man.
Worked away for a single. Good partnership this building up for Kuwait. 32 bowled. 209 for 8.
Welcome back after the drinks break. Much needed drinks break for the players and for us here in the commentary box. This is a good move going for the kill. Zohar Khan is back into the attack. He's a very good middle over and the death over bowler. He bowls Yorkers at will in the later part of the innings. 60-run partnership between these two batsmen of 47 deliveries. Well bowled outside the off stump. He's been a touch expensive today. 24 runs given by him in 2 overs in his first spell. It's very hazy out there because of the air pollution, because of the forest fire around the valley. And what do you think about 60-run partnership between these two batsmen? Majority of runs scored by Munib.
That's why batting is all about partnerships, isn't it? You talk about the impact that Munib has had in that half century that's come off 28 deliveries, but Yasin's played his part. Without his efforts at the far end, Munib couldn't have shown his power and his brilliance. I think the head coach of Kuwait, Pushpa Kamara, is going to be in some ways delighted with what he's seen, and in other ways utterly infuriated. There's been so many good things happen for Kuwait today. They may end up on the back end of a 150-run defeat still. There's been really good patches with the ball. There's been excellent individual performances, bowling and batting. Fielding was very poor. That needs work, and they have to remedy that quickly. But they almost have all of the different components that you would need to see in a winning team in 50-over cricket, but it's just their lack of exposure to this 50-over version that has seen them probably come up very short today. But if you look at things in a glass half full way, and he's a positive head coach, I think that's the way Pushpa Kamara will look at it. There's been a lot of good things to be happy with today for Kuwait too.
Yes, and the fielding of Mohammad Aslam, the captain, leading from the front in the field. He had some difficult chances to take those catches. 7 drop catches, mind you, by Kuwait. Four dot balls in this over by Zohar Khan.
Yeah, and we're still just waiting on complete confirmation. These games will have List A status. We think they will. Hopefully get that clarified over the next 24, 48 hours or so. But if this is a List A game, it's Kuwait's first ever List A game. Unlike many of the other teams, I think 7 of the 10 competing nations in this competition, including the 3 that have ODI status, have played List A, primarily through the old World Cricket League structure or through the current Challenge League structure. But here at the Asian Cricket Council level, if it is List A cricket, Kuwait making their debut in it, and again it shows 2 things. 1, the lack of exposure historically, but 2, all of the wonderful opportunities that are coming up for associate cricket now. Munib keeps going. Also just saw in the background the head coach Mudassir Nazar of UAE going for a walk, I think maybe to have a chat to a few of his players. He wants this game done, not happy with the efforts over the last 5 or 10 overs. 33 bowled, it's 211 for 8.
Mustafa with his reverse cap coming to bowl with his 3rd over, and I think it's just a simple walk for the head coach of UAE. A good pull shot by Munib down to the boundary. I think the umpire are checking there either it's a 6 or a 4.
Well, I think we've got one very unhappy Rohan Mustafa right now, because the youngster, it's Ayan Khan, isn't it, who has leaked in. He might have been asked to be 5 off the rope. I'm not sure if he was asked to be 10 or 15 off the rope, which is what he ended up being. And as a consequence, this could have landed inside the playing field and gone for 4. And instead of it being a catch and being out, Manib keeps going. Let's take a look. Oh, not going to be easy to tell there because the ball follows missed it. Could be in for a bit of a delay here.
A different angle will do the trick for the TV umpire.
Brave thing to say. What about this one? Will we get a sense here? Oh yes, hopefully we will. 6, Paresh Lahani reckons. I think my eyes are going. I'll leave it to you.
Get your power checked, Lenny.
Well, I won't tell you who I was sitting with, but I may have lost a gentleman's beer place with someone in the evening, because I thought that ball earlier hit Saeed Manib in the helmet when you boys were commentating. Hit him at the back of the bat. It was the shoulder as well. Okay, 6 is given. But I was certain, watching now from a good distance, 80 yards away, and the person I was sitting with said, no, that's hit the back of the bat. I won't tell you who it is. 29 6s over 54s. Wonderful entertainment. It continues as it's a wide, speared in down the leg side. Manib is striking at nearly 200. I'm not going to put the mockers on him. This game could get interesting if he keeps going, though.
Yes, Mustafa not happy with that 6. With the fielder, Ayan Khan. That was pulled straight down the ground. Just a single. Didn't time that whatsoever. Spearing that in, Mustafa.
I think what we're seeing, though, is very much an example of how you can't be complacent at any point of international cricket, and how there is an ever-growing depth to all the associates. These two, numbers 9 and 10, putting on really good partnership and exhibition of batting. Completely contrasting styles. Yasin Patel is very technically correct and taking his time, striking at 1 run every 2 balls. And Manib is smashing it everywhere, picking up 2 runs every ball he faces.
Yes, he's just defending the ball, just frustrating Mustafa there. He rushes through his overs. Mustafa again played on the back foot. 34 gone. Kuwait 219 for 8. Zaur Khan is going to continue from the pavilion end. He's bowled 3 overs. Gave away 26 runs, a touch expensive today. The current rate is over 6 runs per over for Kuwait.
Well, how big's this one? Massive. My oh my, we've hit some big 6s here today. Hit them, seen them, lived them, loved them. Extraordinary. What a batting wicket we're seeing. And UAE's performance has been very tidy the last 30 minutes, and Manib is having a day out.
Yeah, the total number of 6s hit today would have been 6s in all around the world ground. Massive ones. 36s hit today in this ground.
How can you not love this venue? It's one of the world's great. I think it's an iconic cricket venue, this, the TU International Cricket Ground, and long may it go from strength to strength. Those scenes last month, 30,000 people in and around the venue, they really caught the attention, the imagination of the cricketing world. I think this tournament's going to do the same. What a rollicking, entertaining 84.2 overs we've seen thus far. Are Kuwait now starting to think that this game is still alive? The equation at the bottom of the screen, it's manageable.
Yes, it's definitely manageable, but the wickets are remaining only 2. If Yashin just plays like this, just rotates the strike, and Monib just strikes the ball cleanly, you never know. It's the game of cricket, and cricket is a very funny game.
You have to say, cricket in particular is a great educator as a sport. If you disrespect it for even a moment, if you presume you've won, if you're complacent, if you don't play to your very best, even for a short period, it can come back and bite you. It teaches you such great lessons, this sport of ours. And right now, UAE are getting a lesson. You cannot just presume the game is done. They may well still win. They could win by 145 runs. Could be 2-2 here. But Kuwait are showing great fight. And I think UAE have been a bit complacent for the last 7 or 8 overs in particular.
Yes, they have been, and I think they've brought Zohar Khan up very late. It's given as a wide, I think because of the height. Yes, it's given as a wide. 1 run added to the total. I don't know what Irvin is signaling there. It was above the head high.
It's a beautiful time of day now. It's about 4 o'clock local time. UAE have taken nothing like as long as they did a month ago to bowl those overs against Nepal, but if they're still here in an hour and a half's time, it means that we're going to have a thrilling finish. And Zohar Khan is trying to find something. He's trying to find some spark. But Yasin Patel is really playing his role. It's a supporting role. It's maybe even just a bit part role compared to what Manib is doing, but it's equally as imperative that he stays there for Kuwait. They've only 2 wickets in hand, and they are giving us really something very special if they're still here in 90 minutes time.
We don't often see that Zohar Khan gone for 10 runs per over. Good entertaining cricket here by Kuwait. That's again speared in, nicely defended by Yasin Patel.
Look at the way he's got into line. Zohar Khan is no slouch in terms of pace. Clocked at the T20 World Cup up towards 140 kilometers an hour. And he's got into line. He's given himself the 2 parts of his defence, his bat and his pad. Got a good setup as well. Very technically correct young Yasin Patel. He's impressed me today with the bat. I thought he bowled beautifully, definitely the pick of the attack. Right now, UAE being posed a few questions by this late fight back. Again into line, smartly. 35 bowled, 227 for 8.
Catch!
Changing commentary is going to bring about the crucial breakthrough. Just about to welcome Mudassir alongside me, and Rohan Mustafa has had the last laugh. No exuberant celebrations with the backwards baseball cap. Oh, there's some now, we've missed them. He's got the chainsaws out. All happening as Ronnie has ended the fun of Syed Manib. Good catch, held it long on. Looking maybe for one big one too many, but what a knock it's been. 68 coming off just 36 deliveries.
At last a wicket for UAE. It was Rohan Mustafa trying to go big. Munib on the back foot. This time finds the fielder. It was Sanchit Mohan Sharma. Safe hands. That's the end of an brilliant knock. Syed Munib, 68 of 36 deliveries with the help of 6 maximum 5 fours, is 227 for the loss of 9.
Shahrukh Kudus is in at the crease. He's here because of this dismissal of Syed Manib. He knew as soon as he hit it, didn't he? Didn't get it out of the middle. Might have wanted to get it squarer. There's a big vacant area between long on and the deep mid-wicket fielder. But instead, it's because of the pace that Mustafa spears it in at. It comes a bit straighter, and it might be the end of Kuwait's fun. There's been plenty of it. As the number 11 comes to the crease, who I think's battled an injury, didn't bowl his full allocation. It was fun while it lasted. Syed Manib, a great knock.
He entertained everyone out here at TU International Cricket Stadium. 599 runs have been scored so far in today's match. The last man, Shahrukh, very watchful. 145 more needed. Couple of more deliveries left in this over. Can he get this wicket? Rohan Mustafa. An excellent day out here. Rohan Mustafa getting that all important century. Now wicket to his name. So last delivery of the 36th over. Very watchful with the dot delivery. 36 gone. 227 for the loss of 9.
Stars of the show with the bat for the UAE and brilliance from Junaid Siddiq and Karthik Mapan with the ball, sharing 6 wickets between them, has put this game out of sight. I think though there'll be plenty for the UAE to improve upon as well. Fragility at the top order, losing 3 early wickets. Very questionable 8 or 9 overs there where they kind of went through the motions with the ball. And in a funny way, that's what a head coach will want. He'll want things to work upon. And it's going to be a big, big victory for UAE.
Definitely, but I think it's because of the way the batters of Kuwait played. They went after every delivery that benefited the UAE team. Zahur, bit expensive, wicketless, struggling with the line and line with that wide. As my co-commentator says, 600 runs been scored throughout this match. 228 for the loss of 9.
Well, what more would you want from a day out? 15 wickets, 600 runs, entertainment aplenty, some real skills on show, some great power hitting. No shortage of entertainment. It's much maligned, this format of the game. It's almost the poorer cousin these days of the T20 format, the 50 over version. I adore it. I think it's got better and better since the advent of T20 cricket. We regularly see scores in excess of 300, sometimes even 400 now. England threatened 500, didn't they, against the Netherlands in that world record total last year. It still rewards wicket taking in a big way, and it's got all the brilliance of kind of a mini test match in a day. I love ODI cricket or 50 over cricket as we're watching here. Highly entertaining, and today be a great example of that. That is going to be it. He's cleaned them up. Zohar Khan has his first wicket, and the UAE are going to run out victors, and big victors. 143 runs the margin of victory, and just as we were summing it all up, the game closes. And a marvellous occasion, a marvellous game of cricket. It may well be Kuwait's first ever List A game. We'll just wait for the double check on that. Been great to be a part of here today.
It was all about the entertainment. The crowd loving the way these two teams have battled. They put up on some good fight. Kuwait before going down. 145 runs margin. Victory margin. It starts off win in this tournament. UAE. The last man to get out was Yasin. Zohar Khan at last getting a wicket, trying to play towards the third man. Just played on the youngster Yasin. What an excellent effort, I would say, by the Kuwaitis. They lack that experience here. Shake hands all over there.
Yes, a total of 600 runs scored in this match today against UAE and Kuwait. 2 centuries for UAE and 2 half centuries from Kuwait. A quick one by the batters of Kuwait. Handshakes all around. You can see Britte Arvind and Rohan Mustafa, the Centurion today. 185 of just 147 balls for Britte Arvind and 118 for Mustafa. A quick fire 25 odd for Asif Khan. UAE scoring 372 in the allotted 50 overs. Handshakes all around for both the teams. Good sportsmanship shown by both the teams here at the end of the match.
Almost 30 sixes have been hit in this match. It shows it was a batting paradise here in TU Cricket International Stadium. Got 2 important points in the first match. They were in a bit of bother, but an excellent partnership between Rohan Mustafa and young Britte Arvind rescuing the team.
Let's look at the batting highlights of the second innings. Started off with that boundary. Kuwait making 228 runs. We can see a lot of fours hit by the Kuwaiti batters.
Especially in the power play. The first power play, Parvinder was outstanding, going after the bowlers. Junaid Siddiqui initially went for runs in his first spell. Good looking shot on the back foot, then a nudge towards the fine leg to It was all about those quick runs and back-to-back wickets. This time flick of the wrist coming from the batter. Sanchit Mohan Sharma, a bit expensive. Then came in Mayappan. Some good-looking strokes have been played by these batters, trying to go big. The captain finds that boundary. Then came this man. What a cameo he has played for his team. Syed Munib, hitting some big, massive sixes.
Yes, that was an attempt by Mayappan. Played very well, Munib, to score 60 odd runs. Beautiful shots all around the ground and hit massive sixes as well. We'll show that in a short while. These are the boundaries hit by the Kuwaiti batters. Another full shot by Munib. This was a neat touch by Yasin Patel, the youngster. He stayed there for a long time, and these are the sixes for the Kuwait batters. Clean hits out of the fence, out of the ground. Almost cleaned up our cameraman and the fourth umpire as well.
Clear is a statement by these batters that they can go after any bowler. The two against Junaid Siddiqui and Zahoor Khan, getting those maximum shows the amount of talent they have. They just targeted each and every bowler. Syed Munib, lucky escape for our fourth umpire Asif Iqbal. Then this was a brilliant shot, going down on one knee. Yasin Patel going big, taking Ayan Khan out of the park. A straight hit over our camera team. It was clean hitting we have witnessed by Syed Munib. This time targeting the cameraman. Certainly a award if you hit the cameraman.
Yes, clean hitting by Munib. So many sixes. Every six would have been six in any ground in the world. And look at the batting card here. 10 for Bhaskar, 0 for Sandrawan. Parvinder 53 of 26, Ibrahim 16. Amin got out on the first ball. What a beautiful delivery by Siddiq. Aslam gone for 33, the captain. Shiraz 14, Bilal 6, and the main batter Munib 68 of just 36 deliveries. Yasin 14 of 37, and Shahrukh not out on 0. We'll look at the wickets to fall for Kuwait. 10 wickets down for them. This was the first catch by Mohammad Wasim, a brilliant one. And the inside edge towards the keeper. Good smart catch by Britti Irvin. 2 catches for him. And this was plumb in front. A good delivery to get first up.
Then came in Ayan Khan, cleans the batter. This was an excellent catch taken in the deep to get rid of the captain Muhammad Aslam. A googly caught in front of the wicket. A slow one getting better off Bilal. Then Syed Munib trying to repeat the heroics. Got caught in the deep by Sanchit Mohan Sharma. This is a lovely view of the city Kathmandu. And talking about the bowling, 6 bowlers have been used by the captain Mohammad Wasim. Clearly the pick of the bowler is Junaid Siddiqui. 7 overs, 32, 3 wickets to his name, and Karthik Mayappan, the leggy. Though he has gone for runs, he got 3 wickets in his kitty, and in wicket each for Sanchit, Ayan, Mustafa and Zahoor, and 14 extras has been conceded by UAE fast bowlers, I beg your pardon, the bowling unit. And what they manage, Kuwait, is 228 before getting bundled out in 36.3 overs.
Yeah, the current rate, the run rate of Kuwait was 6.25. They were right on track chasing this target. Let's look at the match summary here. Arvind, a brilliant knock of 185. Mustafa also the centurion today, 118. Asif 26, a quick fire 26 of 9 balls. Parvinder 2, Shahrukh 2, and Yasin amongst the wicket takers. 1 wicket, a pick up the bowlers for Kuwait. Yasin 10 overs 32 for 1, chasing this mammoth target. Munib 68, Parvinder 53, and Aslam the captain 33. bowling department of UAE's Deek 3 for 32, Mayappan 3 for 60, a touch expensive, Mustafa 1 for 15, UAE winning the game by 143 runs. And Andrew Leonard will be back with you with the post-match presentation in a while. Stay tuned.
Yes, hello and welcome to the post-match presentation for a highly entertaining game number 3 here at the 2023 ACC Men's Premier Cup. It's been a rollicking affair. We've seen over 600 runs, we've seen 54s, we've seen more than 36s, would you believe? But in the end, the UAE have proved too good and they've run out victors by 145 runs altogether. We're going to hear from both captains and we'll also find out who the player of the match is. But before we like to thank the Cricket Association of Nepal, the rights holder, the IPG Group, for their support of this 1xBat ACC Men's Premier Cup 2023. It's off to a flying start. We'll speak first to the losing captain. That is the losing captain of Kuwait, Mr. Mohammed Aslam. Mohammed, you had almost everything you wanted from that game. Lots of runs, lots of wickets, but you just couldn't piece it together with your death bowling at the end.
Our power play did well, but unfortunately there few catches dropped. So end of the day, Arvind and Rohan played very well.
Yeah, superb batting effort from those two to recover. You won the toss, you chose to bowl first. Were you happy with that decision? You did get those 3 early wickets.
Yeah, actually I am very happy for our decision, but end of the day, is that main issue came from our fielding side. So we try to fix that one for the next game and we will come, but I'm okay with that. What we get the decision for the first ball decision is I think personally okay.
Finally, what about your batting? There was plenty of high 60 side MENS as well. Were you pleased with the batting effort or maybe a little too aggressive at points?
No. They are not our proper batsmen. Pravinder, we just sent to him and we said because go for it where you coming. We didn't give any restriction for him. Free bat hand, so he did well. And Munib also, we knew he's a hard hitter, so he did well. But I feel end of the day, our proper batsmen, who played, they should be need to take the more responsibility and need to play.
Okay, lots of positives. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's the captain. Disappointed, but plenty that they are going to take forward into their remaining 3 group games. We'll speak now to the winning captain. That's Mohammed Wazeem of the UAE, who I'll call up to stage. Mohammed, great to see you smile. A very happy camp at the moment. That was a brilliant performance, and you had to do it from a difficult position. It was 24 for 3 at one point.
Yeah, the performance of my team. Yeah, you are right. We lost early wickets, 24 for 3. But after that, the way Vritya and Rohan batted, all credit goes to them.
How special a talent is young Vritya Aravind? He got through maybe a little bit of a rough patch at points last year, maybe 3 or 6 months, where he wasn't making many runs, but he looks back to his very best right now.
Yeah, but it's a part of game. So now the way he's batting, I think he's the best batsman in my team.
What about Rohan Mustafa? He is evergreen and he loves playing cricket for the UAE.
Yeah, he's also very good all-rounder. So I'm very happy he's back.
Finally, what about the bowling effort? Some good wickets up top from Junaid Siddiqui in particular. I thought Karthik Mayappan bowled really well with his leg spin, but let it drift a bit at points, and Kuwait maybe got a few more runs than you would have liked?
No, I think we feeling some relax after the 5 wickets, so we will try next matches. We will not do this.
Okay, Mohammed, congratulations today. Very well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, it's Mohammed Wazeem, the captain of UAE. Time now for the player of the match decision, and before we get to that, we're going to call our presenter, Madhav Karmacharya, who is a board director for CAN, who's going to come up alongside the trophy. To you, my friend. Hosting here at the Cricket Association of Nepal. Match decision, it's always going to be decided in this tournament. The umpires in a reverse order will go in. And third today, really good, highly entertaining side, Munib. He made 60 off just 36 balls. On another day, Rohan Mustafa, we think, would have won the player of the match. He 118 and picked up yet another wicket to his name, but there was only one option that could have won the player of the match today. He faced 147 deliveries. He scored 185 runs. He had 17 fours and 9 sixes. It's Vritya Aravind. Vritya, his award. Acharya, Vritya, special day. How good and fun was that out there?
It was good fun, to be honest, because I've been getting a couple 90s. I've got 3 90s in the last 6 games, so I think it's good to get 100 and carry on from there and, of course, contribute for the team's win.
Was there a definite point at which yourself and came together and said, right, we've done all the hard work, now is time to cash in? It looked like with about 12, maybe 15 overs to go, there was a big shift in mindset.
Yeah, 100%. I think as soon as we had that partnership of 180, 200 runs, we decided well, it's time to go for it, because the wicket did become flat. I think the first 15 overs was pretty hard, but after that, I think it was just time to cash in because we did all the hard work, so we didn't want to give it to anyone else. We don't want to take a chance, so I think it worked today, so hopefully it works other games as well.
There's a couple of us up there in the commentary box who get 150. I said he's got a chance at 200 here. Did you actually go? You needed 21.
Yeah, it was not in my mind, to be honest, because Asif was hitting 4 sixes in the previous overs. I didn't mind that. As long as we get the highest score possible as a team, I think I'm happy. But last over, I did fancy my chances. I was gutted I missed out on the ball, the one I got out, and I was fuming. And the guys were saying, even after 185, you aren't happy. But then I was trying to score. It's not every day you get 185, so I want to make as much out of it. But hopefully another day I'll try to score 200.
Okay, finally, it's your highest ever score for the UAE national team. Score of your career at any level. Have you ever made a double century?
No, I haven't made 150, so 148 was my highest score, so getting 180 was a special day today.
We love watching you bat. We want to see you keep shining, and that's what you're going to keep doing. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's Rudy Aravind. What a star he is. The player of the match today. 185 he made, and he did it in jig time too, coming off 147 deliveries. That's going to wrap it up for today's coverage from all of us here in the... Hope you will join us tomorrow. We've got 2 games again tomorrow. Singapore will take on Bahrain here at the TU International Cricket Ground, and across at the Mulpani Cricket Stadium we've got Malaysia taking on Saudi Arabia, who make their entry into the tournament. It's been really good having you with us. It's been a wonderful game of cricket. Bye for now.